And so, of course, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately. And so if those companies are foregone, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game,
right.
It was a lot of fun. And so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging, this can be harmful.
Of course.
What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers, or the fun out of games.
Wow.
And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here, and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
The graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really, it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment
definitely,
itself. So what is kind of, for somebody, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs, what's the stance on that?
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism.
Okay.
Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work.
Okay.
And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum in particular is going through a change this year that's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly.
Right.
And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns.
Sure.
And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already uses consensus mechanism.
Okay.
So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on,
Sure.
Are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right?
Sure.
Because we're still in the early adoption phase.
Right.
And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically.
Yeah, and I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming,
absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. It connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987.
Right.
But generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of You know, any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams.
Right.
The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, you know, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the Valorant Green team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh, gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing, for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So, um,
Thank you everyone for joining us here. We are ready to go with our nightly matchup here with the ECAC. Going to be cruising along and having a blast here with League of Legends, and I believe it is the opening week here as well, so teams are starting to get the feel for it. They have had a singular match beforehand. Now it is time to see if one team will go 2-0 or if they will go 1-1, because we had the Battle of the Titans. That's what's coming up here today. Of course, my name is Ordle. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and we will be casting the UAlbany versus Ball State matchup here, best of 3 series.
And I do actually believe that Ball State Red will be on the blue side for this game one here. UAlbany actually going to be on the red side. So a bit of a swap up coming through from these teams here. And, as you mentioned, overall, both these teams currently sitting 1-0. It is the second week of the season, first week of broadcasts here. And despite being a Clash of Titans, it does feel a bit more like David versus Goliath here, as Ball State, their team looks utterly stacked when you look at the individual players they have. UAlbany, maybe not quite as good in terms of their solo queue rankings, but just last week they punched out another team who was also higher ranked than them.
Yeah, and being able to punch up is a very good thing because it's going to be a week of the Titans. It's very, very dangerous, and I mean, you might get squashed. So we'll go ahead and take a look. We are into Game 1 draft as the teams. We're raring to go after a little bit of a delay, and again, if you were tuning in, we do appreciate your patience in that matter. We do see multiple bans on this side of UAlbany. We do see the Kali, the Renata, the Aatrox, and on the flip side, a couple junglers, the Amumu, the Silas in the top mid, and then the Rek'Sai, and then of course picking up that early Caitlyn, one that people really do like, and then the Hecarim for, not of course Inigo Montoya, but it is the Hecarim on that side, as well as the Sivir, and then the Lux to respond to a very heavy poke lane from UAlbany. Uh-oh.
Pardon me, it looks like I was muted for a little bit there. But yes, Sivir in the bot side for UAlbany here. It's a bot lane they've run. They're very, very comfortable with it here. The Yuumi, a little bit different, was banned away against them in week 1 here, but it is a very standard pairing, very strong late game team fighting.
Yeah, this is a chance for teams to really branch out and show off what they can do, at least as a comprehensive group, and that's what you really do want to see moving forward. Right now, though, we do see that Yuumi coming in here. Now we get the bans, and the Fiora is banned away. It is a top-tier pick, at least to some people, and then the Galio really targeting that mid lane and saying, hey, we don't want to allow this team fight. And again, I like the fact that they are targeting that team fight. You specifically mentioned it, banning away those champions, and then on the flip is the Ahri and Fiora, two great champions that are known to make plays, whether in the top or mid.
So the interesting thing about UAlbany is that while they do have good teamfight compositions, it usually comes up from the jungle and the bot lane. Their solo laners here, Corellius and Alia Wakili, generally like lane dominant champions, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Darius, come in for the top lane. That has been what Corellius has largely been playing thus far in the league. And in the mid lane, it looks like the Zoe going to be picked up here. Another sort of lane dominant pick, but more importantly, that's a champion that is great at picking in general here. So you'll have to be very, very careful when you've got squishies like the Caitlyn, like the Lux for Ball State.
I mean, it's been a while since I think we've seen a Zoe, or at least I've cast one personally. It's been a very, very long time. There are other champions that feel a little bit more well-rounded. The Zoe's still seen as that long-range artillery mage, and because of that, you also enable a possible Veigar, and Veigar, of course, well known as being that kind of, you sacrifice the early game, get an advantage mid to late. It's now going to force UAlbany to kind of figure out exactly what they want to do, how they're going to work around this giant AoE. Sivir can, rest of the team, not so much. Now looking at what the top lane is going to be locking in here for Ball State. It's a blind pick setup. What are you going to go for?
I liked a little bit of a Darius hover there. I think it's a great potential takeaway. And does it get locked in? So it is. Yeah, it is locked in here, Orbital. We had just mentioned that Corellius has been largely playing the Darius here. And even if you don't play the Darius, I feel like Corellius is still probably going to pick something that wants to bully out the lane. And there's not a lot of matchups that can go toe-to-toe against Darius in that 1v1 here. So for UAlbany, maybe they swap it up. Maybe they switch towards something like the Aatrox instead, where if you can't win the lane out, at least you still have teamfight impact.
Well, you can't do that because Ball State was smart enough.
Not bad.
Foresight.
Yes.
Foresight. But they go for something vastly different. They're also going to go for a late game scaler. And the thing is I like the Kale on its own. In this situation, it is a very, very ego move here because everyone knows Kale is also a champion that tends to scale later. You got to get past that early game, and Darius is someone that I think really likes to punish the early game.
Yeah, you know what, Orbital, you say it's an ego move. I would argue you need to have a big ego and you need to have a strong ego, because in the laning phase, you're about to be abused. Kale is not a champion until she's level 11 here. Pardon me. She's a melee minion till she's 6. And then when she's 6, she becomes a caster minion. I would know. This is my people I'm talking about. Level 11, she finally becomes a champion. So it is very, very rough laning and very, very different from what we've seen from Corellius before. Now, compositionally, though, like you mentioned, really strong team fighting from UAlbany. But they need to get there. All their lanes here need time to skill up, except for maybe the Zoe. And even Zoe into the Veigar can get a little bit dicey here. So UAlbany's early game is going to be the big question for them. And when I look at Ball State Red here, now that's a team that knows how to play their early games. Both their wins have come off really, really strong laning. So you add the fact that they're good laners in the first place. They're champions they've picked. Caitlyn Lux, one of the most dominant bot lanes here, constantly going to be shoving in. You've got that Maokai, which has become such a dominant pick because it gives you so much of that security. And really easy ganks with that W. It's point and click. You've got that Darius will dominate lane here, and it feels like Ball State, sure, your team fight might not be as good, your scaling might not be as good, but none of that matters if you win your lane hard enough.
Listen, everything can be thrown out the window if you just win lane. That's as simple does, right? You win lane, you win game, and it's done. It's over. It's kaput. And I tend to agree a little bit, right? Like, this is one of those situations where you're just like looking at all sides, and it's just somewhat surprising. You're going, okay, what can we do if you Albany? And it starts to rest on Azeroth, right? The Hecarim is another champion that, you know, maybe not the Maokai, maybe not up there, but previously, before this current patch going on, was seen as a top tier pick. Is still able to make moves, but it does feel to get the lanes ahead here, that Hecarim is going to have to work overtime. It's going to be running day and night just to try and ensure the lanes get off to a good start.
Fair enough. I mean, I'd still argue Hecarim is a top tier pick, especially when it has time to actually reach those item spikes here, you know, get that first mythic before you really pop off here. Now, it's interesting you mentioned the jungler, because it's not just the Hecarim I'm looking at here, Orbital. I'm looking at the players. Nameplate's on now. Azeroth for UAlbany. UAlbany, their success largely comes from the top side of their map. We mentioned Corellia's strong lane dominance, a lot of times assisted by Azeroth, their jungler. And Azeroth likes to gank top, get some kills, and then start spreading the love across the map. So if there is somebody to carry, I am looking at this top side. And fair enough, you know, with that Hecarim as well, let's see what Azeroth is able to do here for UAlbany. The bot half of the map tends to be a bit more bloodthirsty, shall we say here. In their first series of the season back in week 1 here, it was a 2-0 win. The bot half of the map was trading kills left and right. I think they were coming up to almost a 1.0 kill death ratio on that bot half the map, even with their wins. The team as a whole was averaging about 1.5 kills and deaths per minute. So UAlbany really likes to get scrappy here, and so I feel like it's a bit of a balance. The top side needs to get ahead, and this bot half of the map for UAlbany needs to control their bloodthirst a little bit. Maybe you can win out via scrapping, but against Ball State Red, their bot half of Ball State Red is very, very scary.
Yeah, it's again the heavy poke. We've seen what happens whenever a Caitlyn comes into the mix. Anytime, right? We've seen Caitlyn pair with so many different supports over the past couple of patches. We've seen it really become that fundamental building block, right? That fundamental of almost the Lucian Nami in the past, where it was so dominant when you had those two. Well, Caitlyn can do it on their own. You add in the Lux, and especially because of the fact that UAlbany have decided to go that Sivir Yumi after seeing that Lux come out, it already feels like they have forfeited that lane. The only question will be, how many plates does the Caitlyn Lux take? How many towers is this bot lane going to be able to grab at the end of it? I mean, how well do you think UAlbany are going to be able to stop this kind of all-in siege style of Ball State that they built up?
Well, that's why I'm worried about this bot side overall, because Ball State Red have very strongly identified one of their strengths here. So Ball State Red's roster is also very, very scary here. For one, Ball State Red are actually the last year's fall 2021 champion here in the ECAC. So they already have really good building blocks now. They also have some new players coming in. Their jungle, mid, AD carry are all new this year. And I want to highlight their jungle and AD carry, because when I spoke to Ball State Red here, they told me that they managed to get a partnership with Gen G Academy. Yup, Gen G, that same organization that is currently playing at Worlds here. And with their academy team, specifically, they've got 2 players coming in who were part of the Gen G Academy program. Their jungler and their AD carry here, so Remy and Blaster. Now, Blaster on this Caitlyn, already a lane abusive champion, with an incredibly mechanical player, and I am terrified because normally Caitlyn get plates. Yeah, sure. I'm expecting to see kills, Orbital. I expect to see them draw jungle pressure, try and kill that. And then their own jungler, Remy, another person from the Gen G Academy system, coming in as well. I feel like that whole bot side right now is bait for UAlbany. If I'm UAlbany, I just want my Sivir and my Yumi just farm up. Try to spend minimal resources and try and snowball Corellius instead. If you go down there 2v2, 3v3, that's why I'm very, very scared about the Bloodbath bot lane going the way of Ball State Red.
And to have that happen, it's going to put a very weird dynamic, right? Because you just pointed out, UAlbany, they want to play to the top side. They want to play towards that heavier side. And especially with the kill, that I almost feel is going to be the absolute necessity at that point. You lock it in as the 5th pick. You go, hey, we are going to focus on that top side. And Ball State, also with their earlier picks, have identified the bot side, right? They drafted their bot lane very, very early. Where do the mid laners fit into all of this? Because they're also going to have to kind of follow up, track behind it. Where does this leave something like a Zoe and then a Vigar who One is going to roam at that level 6, try and get some of those Sleepy Trouble Bubbles to help out, and then the Vigar as well. Hey, I want to help out, I want to hit that, baby cage and everything. Where did they go in all this mix?
Part of me feels like they're not going anywhere. Those are just going to sit in their lanes and try and farm up here. Generally, for Ball State Red, Vigar in general doesn't really like to leave the lane too much. He likes to farm up as much as possible. When you hit level 6, when you start getting items, when you can one-shot people, that's when you start roaming. But you do have a lot of zone control with that Event Horizon for your objectives. So for Ball State Red, I think that Wombat Baby, just chill, take his time, in that mid lane there. You don't need to do anything. Respond to Remy, and you're good to go. UAlbany is going to be a little bit different here, because when you pick a Zoe, you're looking to make plays and make picks. And against a Vigar, Vigar is one of the worst pushes in the early game, so Zoe should have first move priority out of that mid lane throughout most of the early game here. So, we're talking about UAlbany, the bot side, they like to scrap a little bit. That includes their mid lane. So, Alia Wakili, if you want to make things happen here, I'm actually looking at the mid lane for them to try and roam out a little bit, maybe help out Azarath. We said before, if Azarath gets ahead, Azarath will get everyone else ahead. I know we said UAlbany normally looks at the top side, but for this game, for this series, maybe look a bit more at that mid lane first. Your Kale's going to take time to scale. Your Sivir's going to take time to scale, so get to that Zoe. She hits early.
Yeah, just try and get one of your lanes rolling here and really hope that it brings about some fortune, because game ones tend to solidify the understanding of how the series is going to go down, right? You get to see your team kind of play out, and you also get to see the opponents be able to play out here. In terms of identification, though, it does feel like UAlbany are running a little bit more, I want to say, unique styles, right? If you look at Ball State, a lot of champions that are well seen in the meta currently, really easy to understand that they're just kind of following that meta pattern. Hey, bot lane's going to be real nice with Caitlyn, let's lock it in. Maokai's really good in the jungle, let's lock it in. If this happens, do we see UAlbany, if they somehow lose, do we see them try and change things up? Or are these two compositions that you do feel can be interchanged with the champions that comprise them?
Overall, your guess is as good as mine. This is our first look here at both of these teams. And we mentioned it to start. These teams both went 2-0 in their first week. So we haven't really seen them pushed. And I like to highlight the fact that not only did they win, they won kind of in the same way. They didn't make major changes for the most part here. Ball State absolutely stomped, and UAlbany, they were a bit bloodier when you look at their kill scores, but they were still pretty much in control for most of the game here. So I don't know what happens when this team loses. And that's why overall, I'm here to kind of see what happens after this game one. They have plenty of space to flex in terms of their champion pools. When you look at their OPGGs and the individual profiles here, they've got champion pools that they can still switch to with different styles. So that'll be a choice that the teams will have to make. And overall, one of these teams has to lose. So we'll find out about one of these teams for sure after this game.
Yeah, this is it's definitely going to be there. I've also gotten word that one of our good friends, Camcom, is currently also a huge fan of Ball State. They have stated that, hey, listen, it is their school. They're talking it up and saying that they are also very excited, right? This entire group of Ball State is very entertaining, and that gives me a lot of hope. Again, for me as a caster, I like action. For some people, they like to see the macro, they like to see the very standardized. Listen, I want bloody, and I love the fact that I get to sit here and cast these two amazing teams that are literally setting up a David versus Goliath matchup, and not just a David and Goliath, but the David and Goliath, because these two teams are still 1-0. That is another thing to keep in mind, is that these teams could easily still be the cream of the crop for their respective division, and that gives me a lot of hope. So we'll go ahead and get underway with game number one. It is Ball State Red versus University of Albany. You can go ahead, see him chasing onto the Rift, and only time will tell if we get a nasty invade or a very standard 5-person setup.
Yeah, it's always kind of hard to tell with Maokai as well, and Caitlyn Lux. A lot of times they'll rush into that bot lane right away just to get prio. They don't necessarily need to invade, but even at level 1 already, Caitlyn Lux can do a lot of damage to come through here if they can sort of get the pick off. So you can see in this particular case, it doesn't look like they're going for the full invade. They just want to make sure that they get priority in that bot side. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the Caitlyn Lux not leash and just sit in that lane instead.
Yeah, and I also want to bring up another thing. Now that we go ahead and take a look at the summoner spells that are also being run, with the lane, like with Caitlyn and the Lux here, I understand it's a Sivir, right? I understand that you're always going to have spell shield up, but I am still a little bit worried that it's just the exhaust here coming in, just saying, hey, I'm going to duel it out. I mean, I almost feel like a ghost would also be very valuable here just to try and stray away from some of this long-range engage.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll have a chance to really dodge out on that long range engage, because one of the things you have to remember about Sivir as well is that she's short range. And for that matter, Kill is fairly short range as well here. So even when you're level 16, even when you've got that exalted status, it can be a little bit tough for Kill to position well into the range of, say, a Lux with the follow-up of a Veigar as well. So if they can dodge artillery, great. But we'll have to see how that performs, Orbital. I have my doubts for now.
Yeah, listen, when I pose a very hard question to you, I mean, I'm happy that you even answered it, right? This question, I don't know, I pull it out of the depths of my mind sometimes, so it's kind of fun. Right now, though, we are getting underway with the laning phase. First 2 minutes going down, and we can already see the junglers pathing out pretty standardly here. It's a nigh full clear coming in from both of them, just saying, hey, we want to go ahead, get some farm in both of us. That's when we both unlock, and they're going to probably meet around that bot side and give the bot lane a little taste of what for.
Mm-hmm. Now, with a Hecarim, you do actually want to power farm as much as possible. He is one of the faster clearers in the game. And at level 6, of course, you're out... unlocks a lot of gank opportunities. It makes it much easier for you to find these kills, especially onto a lane like Caitlyn Lux here, where there is not a ton of mobility other than that flash. Even with that 90 caliber net, Hecarim can actually interrupt that with the charge or even with the fear. Maokai, on the other hand, for Remy, this is a champion that you do kind of want to gank early on. The levels aren't quite as important, and even level 6 ultimate is great for disengage, but in terms of your ganking potential, not quite as strong here. So I'd love to see Remy really start to look for early action here. Bot lane, I don't know if that's the place you want to go. Your lane's constantly pushed up, and I don't know if there's an opportunity to really try and punish the Sivir Yuumi.
Well, I mean, you're not looking to punish. You're actually looking to counter gank, because right now, again, thirsty first blood goes down, and that'll be to the Hecarim, but it's a 2K for the side of UAlbany, and a nasty one at that. As you said, Remy was kind of looking there, and why would you want to gank? Instead, it's Azeroth that says, hey, I wanted to gank and I pulled it off.
And I gotta give props to this bot lane from UAlbany as well. Xiao Xiong and Tumutu, like, they were winning that fight already before Azeroth showed up. And that's kind of what you need to do with the Caitlyn Lux. If you just kind of sit back, they outrange you, they poke you out. So you do want to be scrapping, you do want to try and trade damage onto them here. And they actually come out with the 2-for-1. So definitely very, very much worth it. If you can set Caitlyn Lux even further behind here, and Azeroth can hit 6 even sooner, that's a lane you can keep going back to punish over and over.
It's an opportunity here, and I think that's one that they might look at, because again, you take a look at the summoner spell difference, it's going to have to be another gank, right? No summoner spells on the side of UAlbany, a singular flash on Blaster, so meaning the ADC is still very much able to get out, but the CS discrepancy is building up. So as you said, if we do want to see that bot lane focus, it's going to have to continue, right? Because the CS discrepancy is going to hurt Xiao Zhong in the long run. Of course, right now they're going to go a little bit more quietly, as the junglers have now roamed up to the top side. Seeing a little bit of a song and dance between Inigo Montoya and Corralius. Going to be a little bit of a question between all of them, what they want to do and how they want to play, as Inigo is currently sitting at a very solid CS lead.
Yeah, Corellia's spider sense is tingling there. I was actually watching Remy, look for the potential dive, and with that trade, Inigo Montoya's got looked really close for a second there. I think it was diveable, but Corellia's back. Perfect timing. That said, if Inigo Montoya could do that the first time, you can do that again, because Corellia's just picked up a call. That is not a buy. That's really going to help you in lane very, very much whatsoever here. So the Darius going to scale up, going to really start getting become a massive bully in that lane here, and that's not going to change for quite a while.
I don't think it's going to change at all almost there. At least that's what we're hoping to see, depending on what team is there. But what we do see right now is, again, a hard push once again from this Lux and Caitlyn. I mean, they just died for this exact reason. I just want to point that out. They just died a couple of moments ago, and they're saying we're still okay because now we have the damage. We're landing a lot of these abilities, and we're real happy about it. Again, with the Dragon coming up as well, with Blaster and Chums fighting so far up, it's forcing Xiao Zhong and Tamu all ready to recall here, or at least hope to recall, and leaving Azeroth into a little bit of a no man's land period.
Yeah, Azeroth wants to invade and probably would win that fight. He's just not comfortable doing so when his bot lane can't reinforce him, right? The moment Blaster or Chumslock sort of walks out of vision here, Azeroth just has to back out. Now, I am keeping an eye on Azarath. He's level 5, pardon me, right now. When he hits level 6, even if you have a ward in that bot lane, between the charge and the onslaught of shadows here, you can look to repunish Blaster and Chumslog. And you mentioned that, hey, bot side, a lot of the summoners got blown here. Yeah, Chumslog Flash still isn't back up. So until it comes back up, that bot lane is punishable, and I don't think it will come up before Azarath hits 6.
And that's actually very worrisome, because again, when you're on the bot side, if you already got that kill, maybe that was just a gank of opportunity, it still leaves the Dragons up for question as well, as the Dragon has now been up for a minute and a half. No one's really focused on it. BSU did have quite a bit of vision around it, right? You can see the pink ward in that river, and I think a singular ward was over in River Brush as well. So they are looking for this bot side. As you said, RMC, BSU playing towards that bot side, saying, hey, we're going to try and get this gank off. Level 5's coming in, and a flash to follow, so very quick on the uptake, and a Piltover Peacemaker. We'll go ahead and finish that one off, and I mean, it's a Yuumi. This feels kind of bad.
Yeah, Yumi's very dependent on her rides. So, you know, the term ride or die, I feel like, was kind of invented partially for Yumi here. Or in this case, ride and die if your AD carry does go down. And you know, we were just talking about UAlbany potentially looking at that bot side, looking to punish. BSU recognized the exact same thing, and they went, hey, we don't need that level 6. Remy can go first here. We can look for this dive. And Blaster now 3 times Xiaoxiong CS here, 63 to 20. Top side, Inigo Montoya is level 7, does have ultimate, but Azarath, they have the kill out. They could look for the dive.
I think this is a very real opportunity, and they want to make a move, right? This is going to be a chance, and I mean, they also have the drop-down ulti from Corralius as well. Oh. There it is. It's a simple kill. Oh, no, it wore off! Oh, it wore off! Oh, that feels so bad. Pain in my heart.
A pain for Corralius, potentially. Everybody's showing up as well. Remy using the ult from really far out. I don't know if it's going to actually reach in time.
Nope, it's not, but, I mean, that was the response, right? And, I mean, for University of Albany, that one hurts a little bit, right? You had the right timing, you had the right thought, and it just didn't play out exactly what you wanted, but this is now going to be a ghost coming forward. Vigar trying to throw for it, did have flash, but didn't want to follow up, forces a flash out of Aliyah Wakili. Now on the top side, it was a rotation from the bot lane as BSU working their magic with their bot lane on top to pick up their 5th kill as a team.
Yeah, and BSU not really keeping their bot lane in the bot lane. Well, that's a phrase. To get the turret here, they're willing to rotate them up early if necessary here. We're only 9 minutes in, Orbital, and they're already threatening both side lane turrets. Remy walking up as well to reinforce. Corralius can't step up here. If Corralius goes back to lane, they die immediately.
And I mean, I don't think they're even going to want to. Look how hard they're pushing this, and the same with Remy hiding up on this top side with the Herald as well. I mean, you have perfect options, and the crazy thing is there's no response to University of Albany, right? You can take a look. Dragon is usually the response to this type of push and this type of aggression, but they haven't been able to set it up. BSU pushing ahead in the script and still leaving UAlbany on red pretty much. They are at present. BSU are in the future.
Yeah, mid lane, Wombat Baby getting the solo kill onto Aliyah Wakili as well. We were saying that, hey, that mid lane is maybe somewhere UAlbany can play through. Looks like not anymore. Vigar online, and BSU pushing for that inner turret as well. They get 2 turrets, and keep in mind, inner turrets on the side lanes are worth more gold. Where free 10 minutes right now, BSU can just send Blaster and Chumzog right back to the bot side, finish getting those points.
I mean, right now it's UAlbany trying to fish for some of these opportunities, and they are, but they don't know who else is coming around the corner, and they have to peel off. This is, again, look at that. The ult was used just a few moments ago to push Corralius out of lane, and uses it off a cooldown. Remy really being liberal with how these ultimates are being used just to keep the teammates safe.
Yeah, why not? It's free. The cooldown, as you mentioned, is fairly short here. And you're not looking to make any big plays here. You already got the Herald topside. You got 2 turrets. Dragon was taken by UAlbany here. So BSU, the only thing they're looking to do is kind of lane swap the Caitlyn Lux, the Demolition team, back to this bot lane. And they should be nice and safe here. Remy will be clearing that topside and will be down with that bot side in about a minute or so. So as long as they don't get ganked in that minute or so, they're golden.
For that 1 minute, you are safe. For that 1 minute, you are allowed to live. And they say, yeah, we're allowed to live, but guess who's not? Well, it's going to be Blaster, who says, give me a chance. I know what's coming after this. fails the flash as well, but you know what? You know what you did. You pulled off a sneaky move, caught Xiao Zhong by surprise, and again, the bloodthirstiness leads to Blaster being 4-2-1.
Was that the optimal move, Orbital? Probably not. I think Blaster had a bounty on him when he dropped there, but it sends a message for sure. And unfortunately for Azarath, yeah, you get the kill mid. What else are you going to find now?
Well, you might find your death, as we do see the entire team wrapping around here. In they come, but the knockaway turns it around because they found a juicier target. Azeroth might have been the original, but the current pick was a cat. And Zoe, that was a painful one to find, and that one for you, Albany, they're not going to be too proud of. They are now getting run out as Remy. Remy's just taunting right now. Remy says, listen, I can hold you off of your own style because I know I can fight for it. Did he grab this mine? That is so rude. That is so wrong. Remy, you're a tree. You're not supposed to move this fast or this rudely.
I love the fact that Remy was just trying to give vision for that headshot there. It forces the kill ultimate. And now Azarath is still stuck there. Look at Blaster pushing that wave bot side here. Backup is coming from UAlbany, but in equal numbers, you don't win this.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, they got him out. They got him out.
Yeah, I just want to point out how strong this team is, because we are seeing a very large difference between 1-0s, right? And this is what it harkens back all the way to what you were talking about, right, RMC? You were talking about the lane dominance that Ball State Red can put out. You're talking about this aggression that they can lay down, and they're getting almost all the towers here. They've gotten all three, and they got all the plates, and this is why Singular Damages is bringing all the pain. Another kill to Wombat Baby. They're going to keep chasing, though, up in the mid lane and force the rest of you, Albany, off this tower.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you're looking at the map and it looks like there's two people holding mid. There's three. There's Tumu as well, kind of attached onto Azarath. That is all they can send. And oh my goodness, Inigo Montoya.
Inigo Montoya said, I have found who killed my father. It is time. Apparently it was a gang of three, but we don't know how that works. Inigo Montoya, though, so strong and now actually considerably one of the weaker players on the team right now. 1-1-1. Doesn't have the greatest kill record, right? Because you're looking at the Vigar in the mid lane, 3-0-1. You're looking at Blaster at 4-2-1. And then, of course, at Remy, 1-0-3, right? You're tied with your support, but you never felt this good as a Darius.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to take a level 10 Darius over a level 9 Caitlyn in a team fight or in a 1v1 situation. Yeah, the Caitlyn's scary, but she needs backup. Darius does not. And yeah, the individual goal differences there. You're right. Inigo Montoya is actually the poorest person on his team. Even his support has more gold than him. So maybe we have to modify our expectations. Blaster, though, 7,400 gold, double his counterpart in that Sivir right now. That is not okay.
Not okay at all. I mean, you're branching on of. I mean, even though we're only 14 minutes in, I'm terrified to see a Flame Horizon at the end of the day, because that would mean that from minute one, Blaster has had complete control, right? We saw the early kill. We saw the early roam down from Azarath to pull off that first gank, and it looked great, right? You're able to trade back. You're able to get two for yourself, but you weren't able to translate anything. Oh! Wombat. That wasn't a baby move. That was a man move right there. Dropping that comment and stealing that blue.
Oh no, and now they're still looking for more here. They shouldn't be able to find anything, but this just speaks to the sheer map control that BSU have right now, right? And we're 14 minutes in, turret plates just fell less than a minute ago, Orbital, and they already lost all their outer turrets. They lost inner turrets, for goodness sakes here. And normally this is the point where BSU starts looking for Baron. There is no Baron to look at.
There is none, as Inigo Montoya fights off the band of three and says, hey, you guys are fighting me. Well, you know, I'm going to get some revenge and almost take that throughout his life. The burn's going to do it. Oh, do you stay alive? You almost do. You get the burn, and it should finish off Aaliyah. It is 2 in a 1v4 scenario. Brutal showing from Montoya.
Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You stepped into my lane. Prepare to die. Welcome to League of Darius, man. Like...
The worst part is Corralius definitely knows what this feels like, because they've done it to other teams, right? We said it at the beginning that Darius is a pick that Corralius does enjoy on their own as well. So the fact that you're getting it turned against you is double the pain, right?
That's why I loved seeing that pick, you know, being denied in the picks and bans. And the big question we had for Corralius was what do you do when you're not playing lane dominant champions? That is what we've seen of him so far in the ECAC. Unfortunately, the kill pick wasn't it. He's not been able to do anything. Remember when I said you're level 11 and you finally start to become a champion? Corellia still isn't level 11. We're 16 minutes in right now, and he is still just a caster minion.
Not even that, right? Not even just a caster minion. You're still working off your coal. That's how dominant it's been. We saw that. That was the first purchase that Corellia's made. And you're still sitting with 21 stacks. Not single-digit stacks. 21 stacks to complete. That is how ridiculously strong Ball State are. And I mean, in a first week scenario, this is impressive. I have to give huge props. From lane to lane, even with the jungle or without the jungler's help, Ball State Red are showing themselves to be an absolute monster, that the rumors about them are very, very true.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, they're mid jungle AD carry. They're all new to the team. They're all freshmen here, so the team doesn't necessarily have had the most time to gel together so far, and they're already looking really good. It's not just individual play either. They're covering each other really, really well thus far. So I'm incredibly impressed by this. And for UAlbany, when you're facing down, a 13k gold lead at pre-20 minutes here, part of you's got to be thinking, okay, you know what? It's a best of 3. We can afford to lose one here. The question is, what do we do? How do we adapt for the next game?
I mean, I think, you do have to question, kind of the lane assignments that they gave, or the champions that they picked up, right? The last pick, Kale, I understand that you kind of wanted to take that fight on your own, but, maybe in this lane scenario, it might not be the best option to go for. But Aaliyah says, listen, the game's not over just yet. I'm going to go ahead and lay down a bit of pain on my own. Still, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the Paddle Star can still dish out a decent amount of damage, but this could be round number 2. Inigo is still very strong. I mean, this could be, again, in the 1v4, 1v5. We'll see how many kills they can get. Oh, yeah, no, never mind, they left. I'm so sad.
It's not even really a 1v4, 1v5. You could see Blaster was actually hovering in the area. Remy can also probably get there fairly quickly if they need to here. So, UAlbany, I applaud them for not pulling the trigger there. You don't have the vision to see anything. Oh, one single hit shot from Blaster. Oh.
You know what, Wombat baby, I know you stole the blue, but you can't steal a kill like that. You don't have Rabadon's death cap, you don't have your cap on your head, you're not going to get the kill, right? Like, that's all it is. You detoured for Azanya's. I mean, in true, not so true Yordle fashion, you went defensive. We don't do that. We don't do that here. Ridiculous, though. Still being able to do that with only an item and a half in there at 18.5 minutes. This Vigar is having a blast. And right now, Shelly going to try and break down at least one more before they die. Nope. Shelly goes down, but it is inhibitor broken. Are we going to see all the inhibitors fall right now? We at least get 2. That's already proven here. And Wombat Baby was pushing for a 3rd. BSU giving no quarter and no opportunity. 2 inhibitors fallen by 19 minutes. And now they're going to look for Azeroth getting a little bit of a leech onto, getting leech onto. And Inigo went for it, but not able to find it. In comes that ulti, going to keep him alive for a little bit longer. And it looks like the shred is working, but it's still the damage all the way out. A single headshot takes the life of Zoe, and it's looking like the end here. It's only the cat living, and it's a quadra kill for the Caitlyn. Blaster blasts away, and that will be the ace.
Blaster, this Genji import, let's call him here, from the academy system over there. The highest ranked member on his team. 72nd on the ladder as of earlier today here. Top 100 player in NA, strutting his stuff here. 8-2-2 to end it, and that bot lane, overall, that bot lane was where everything started. And right now, bot lane's where everything's ending.
Listen, if you wanted to see what Ball State has in store for anyone, that is a sub 20-minute game. In a game specifically designed to give more emphasis to the early game, we gave the tower plates, we gave it extra armor, we gave it extra magic resist. Ball State said, we don't care. We don't care about anything you throw at us. We will dominate the lane from minute 1. We don't care if you kill us early. We will take the lead. And UAlbany, they realize the type of giant that they're going up against, and they're like, man, we can't win with just one David. We got to win with that 5, 10. We need some buddies to help us out.
Yeah, for UAlbany here, I do want to highlight this as well. If you do look up UAlbany's players, their average rank is near, high end of plat, low end of diamond here. But this team plays better than that. Just last week, they faced a team of, high diamonds and master players, and they won. They beat them in lanes as well as in the team fights here. So what we're seeing from BSU is truly very, very impressive when you consider what UAlbany have managed to accomplish. Now, the kill pick. I'm going to keep coming back to this one, Orbital, because you mentioned it. It's not the style of Corellius. It was the R5 pick here. If you're red side, you're R5, you want to counter. You can't be picking losing lanes across the board here. Your one winning lane's the Zoe lane, or not even the winning lane, but sort of your matched lane, your even lane. You didn't really gank. We didn't see Azarath go to there. We saw Azarath go to bot side, and while Azarath did manage to find kills and was useful down there, Sivir just takes way too much time to scale up in comparison to that Caitlyn Lux. So I think UAlbany, they've got some thoughts of what they need to do here. And I think when you're up against such a strong mechanical giant on the other side, you can't be looking for scaling late here. You need to start winning in your lanes. You need to start getting some advantageous matchups.
I mean, it was a hard matchup, but I think UAlbany definitely know what it's like to have their backs against the wall and to face an opponent stronger than them. I think game 2 will go differently, whether it is yet to be seen or not. I know BSU are also going to be coming out with some fire of their own. We'll go ahead and go to a very short break, and we'll be back for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
So cute. UCF, and it's really cute. I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on.
Let's go! Let's go! My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day 1 of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds maybe, what was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm gonna start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm gonna go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face to screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face to screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they're up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding, just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding, he's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. I can't play Minecraft. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilins. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
My name is Dusty. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first year at Bay State College and first year towards my bachelor's there. But I've been going to college for a few years now, or several years now.
Cool. What are you studying?
Right now, I am studying human resource management in
Nice.
business. Yeah.
Do you like Bay State so far?
Yes. Yeah. It's been pretty good so far. It's only been one quarter, but I like it so far. So
Where are you from?
I'm from SoCal. I'm doing it remotely from Southern California.
So what games do you play? What's your main game?
My main game is Smash Brothers, and that's what I compete in. So Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Okay. What character do you like?
Wii Fit Trainer is my main character.
So how has it been being part of a collegiate team at Bay State? Have you been on a collegiate team before?
I've been on teams before. I don't know if I've been on a collegiate team before. I think this is my first collegiate team, but it is really nice, and the teammates are really supportive, and I've met some cool people, so that's nice. But I definitely do have experience like with teams, so it's nothing like super new, but it's always good to be in a team, have that support.
A fresh team. Yeah, that's cool. So how long have you been playing Smash?
I've been playing Smash for about like 7-ish years now. Well, I've kind of played it since I was like really young, but like competitively I've played it like 7 years.
And welcome back. We're ready to go for game number 2, which honestly, game number 1, Ball State Red came out and said, listen, we had something to prove on this Friday. We want to go out on the town. Let's go ahead and give a fast game. And they did. 20 minutes game time. That, or less than actually, 30 seconds off of that.
Yeah.
A ridiculous pace for what is known as the current League of Legends meta, and the teams are just moving at a breakneck pace as well. We are already into draft, and we can already see some changes being made.
Yeah, well, one change that wasn't made is that Ball State Red is still on the blue side here. UAlbany have opted for the red. And frankly, I think I agree with that decision here. I think counterpick is going to be very, very important to try and decide what you want to handle. Now, in terms of bans, as you kind of mentioned there, we are seeing some change-ups in the bans. The Galio instead of the Aatrox for Ball State, and the Caitlyn ban. I really appreciate that, considering what Blaster just did to them last game with that champion.
I mean, yes, and then at the same time, you're like, it felt more like Blaster could just do that on anyone, because at the end game, it was just, let me just style on you. Let me use, a little bit of style to get that kill and run away and then flash into a wall. So, whatever floats your boat at that point. Amumu is still banned away, still targeting Remy in terms of that gank potential and the ability to lay down a suppression for the rest of the team. I mean, we know what they can do with the, gosh dang it. I'm losing my words here because I just saw what was going on. Listen, if you're going to play up to your name, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. We got the Sword Fighter looking for the man with 6 fingers.
This is also the first game where Fiora has not been banned against Inigo Montoya. To be fair, usually the bans, come in the second phase for the most part, but not this time. Inigo Montoya goes, I'm not waiting. It's up to you before they ban it here. Do love to see it being locked in. Now, the Amumu. I don't actually think that's a Remy ban. I think that one's more at Chumslog in the support position. At least so I'd like to think. Because I think Amumu enables a lot of early aggression. When you got Amumu, you can play things like Misfortune, Callista, with a lot more ease, even things like Lucian here. So you take away the Caitlyn, you take away the Amumu, and suddenly the bot side early aggression is a little bit less dangerous for the side of UAlbany.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and leave it up for what it is, and huge respect to Chumslog for drawing those bans here. However, the response so far to this Fiora is kind of what we expected. The Graves and the Aatrox here coming out for that bully side. Corellius going, hey, look, you didn't ban it either. We'll take it and we'll send it your way. And now on the flip, it's going to be match Ball State, of course, locking in that Viego.
Okay, Darius was up, and it looks like Corellius opted to go for the Aatrox instead. I do think it has a bit more utility outside of the lane. It has that good matchup into Fiora early, though Fiora will outskill eventually. So we'll have to see how that goes. The Graves for Azarath as well, I do like that pickup. I think Graves very, very strong in the current meta. And for Azarath, when you were the best performer for your team in game 1 here, pick a champion that can carry. I think Graves will be able to do that early. Remy, though, undeterred, just going, okay, I'll match you with Viego. I'm fine with that. We have seen that trade out a lot too. Viego does struggle a little bit in the 1v1 duels, especially early on. But, you know, resets make Viego very, very scary, and he can always just walk away if he doesn't like the fights.
And the fact that we're actually seeing both top, jungle, and mid coming out for both teams is shying away from what they did in game number 1, right? Game number 1, very focused on the bot lane, because right now we're seeing even a Silence Hover and a lock-in. So gathering all those champions before the bans go out, what do you, Albany, decide to do then? Do they follow the same trend?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Or do they just pick their AD carry? Because we've only seen Xiao Xiong really play the Sivir. And when I look at his solo queue OPGG profile, he actually looks more like a top laner than he does an AD carry. So I'm not sure if maybe his pool in that position is wide enough. So it's not the Sivir, but they do decide to pick that champion before they go into that second phase. I do like the Ezreal. It's got a lot of safety. And when we look at the short range of Fiora, Viego, Sylas here, having that mobility, having that space is key for your AD carry in team fights.
And this now leads to a very hard stagger of what the bans are coming out for. You can see UAlbany focusing still on that bot side, saying what can gap close, what can get to our ADC for Ball State. It might still be that factor of we can ban whatever we want. We can still try and take away that support, or we can go for that mid lane, give Sylas an even better matchup, and it looks like that is what they're going to aim for. That Zoe last game for UAlbany did have a little bit of bite to it. We saw it at the late game, that Sleepy Trouble Bubble plus the Paddle Star. It can do damage.
And I think part of this is also just for Ball State here. Well, you know, we don't need to necessarily ban anything, so let's just remove what they played in game 1, force them off onto a different style of champion. I think the Zoe also does synergize quite well with the Ezreal in terms of being able to poke and pick. So, you know, I think it's a good removal from here. UAlbany pinching the support pool a little bit here with that Rakan here and Noddle. So not only are they denying supports, they're also denying engage from this team, because Sylas, Viego, Fiora, especially when there's no big engage out for UAlbany thus far, don't actually have an easy way to start a fight just yet.
They're still looking for it, and I gotta agree, that is the question mark. What if they take the Sivir? They just say, listen, we're gonna do on the hunt to you, and we'll just send our guys forward. Have at it. Peace out.
True.
That would be very, very fun. I like the Talia ban, though. Again, you could see UAlbany, they were like, okay, how do we stop everything? Talia still well known as one of the best to stop a fight in its tracks. But UAlbany found another way to do it. They said, hey, we'll grab the Mordekaiser and we will take you to town here. A great way to deny a Fiora or a Sylas going in on your team. Just take him off the team. That's all you have to do. The Draven being hovered here. Please, Blaster, do it. You're already egoed on Caitlyn. Ego. Yes! Yes!
Okay, and now hovering the Alistar, personally, I would prefer to see a Leona paired with that Draven here. I think Leona a lot more aggressive. You pick a Draven to win.
Oh,
that works. I'm okay with that. You know what? I wanted aggression. I wanted a way to force fights. That's another way to force fights here. Not necessarily a big AoE engage, but just a hook onto anybody would be massive as well. Now, I do want to go back to that Mordekaiser quickly here, Orbital, because it's not the first time we're seeing the Mordekaiser mid from UAlbany. Aliyah Wakali has played that Mordekaiser mid before here, and he played it into a team fight composition where, you know, you could remove key targets. Now, into Ball State, though, I don't know if the ult's going to be as useful, because that's not a lot of wombo combo. It's not a team fight coming out of Ball State here. They're kind of a lot of individual duelists. So whoever you pick into there might actually try and 1v1 you. Even the Draven, if Blaster gets fed enough here. It does feel like more of a 1v1 matchup into the Sylas. Aliyah Wakali is hoping to win that one out with the Mordekaiser pick early here. And if the Mord gets ahead, then yes, it will be a lot easier to stay ahead. But if it falls behind, well, you know what? UAlbany doesn't even want to consider that just yet.
And I mean, it's also a two-pronged sword, right? Because you pick the Mordekaiser, you're real happy about it. You're like, yeah, we got this champion that can deny someone. And then you have the Sylas on the other side. You forgot about that B3 that they picked up. Your whole game plan was to get the Ezreal away, and now you have another champion that's like, hey, we got him in this pit of doom. It's a very far away option, but it is still that situation that does occur, you know, with the Silas, with that opportunity arising of, well, we can still grab your ult and use it too, so they couldn't really lay in maybe as hard as they wanted to. But overall, I do like it. As you said, I also am a Mordekaiser connoisseur in the mid lane. I mostly just suck at any mechanics, so Mordekaiser, bop, run, and then, you know, stun, whatever you want to say, or grab him to the realm. It's great. Still taking a very close range approach to this, though. UAlbany sticking with that. We still want a team fight a little bit, even if we're kiting backwards in that mid to late.
So, overall, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, the Silas Mordekaiser ult interaction is such that if they both ult at the same time, or, you know, if the time overlaps, they actually both show up in the same area. So, to be fair, it's not like Aaliyah of Achilles really messing up Xiao Xiong, because worst comes to worst, if the Silas ult goes onto Ezreal, you know what, the Mordekaiser is going to be right there with you. So, it'll be 2v2 at worst here. So, you know, it's not the worst. And, you know, I'm sure that they've considered that particular interaction and the way they want this particular thing to go. Now, the R5 pick from UAlbany was the Braum to come through here. Braum I actually really like as a support. I think he's good engage as well as counter engage. We think of him as disengage a lot because of his defensive nature, more a warden than the sort of engage support, but you can still use the Glacial Fissure to engage, especially when the enemy team has a Blitzcrank. You look at the front line now for UAlbany. Mordekaiser, Aatrox, Braum. Whoever you hook is going to be a free engage if you hit one of those three. And trying to land it on the Graves or Ezreal is going to be kind of difficult when they have dashes and they've got a nice tanky front line here. So that Blitzcrank, I like it a lot for lane, but in the team fights here, maybe not so good. And I feel like we could say that of almost all of Ball State's composition here. They're not looking to team fight necessarily, or at least not team fight traditionally. They're looking to meatball, right? Win your lanes out, become that big meatball, and then just kind of force your way down UAlbany's throat. UAlbany have a better team fighting composition, but they need to get to that point without falling too far behind.
Yeah, we always got to make the distinction between a meatball and a team fight composition. Those are very, very different items on the table there, so I got to agree there. Love the fact that Ball State are still sticking to their tradition, though. Again, as we said, win the lane, win the game. And I'm excited to see Remy on a bit more aggressive jungler as well, right? Last time we did see a little bit more team fight with that Maokai. Maokai left up the entire time, by the way. It was not banned away, even though it held a decent amount of influence. It was still Remy saying, well, look, they picked up the Graves, they picked up the Aatrox. I just want to go ham too. Let me have this Viego and give me a chance to fight it out as well.
Yeah, I think we were told that Remy mentioned in chat when we were talking about Blaster's Gen G Academy, Remy was like, Remy's from Gen G Academy too. And unfortunately, yes, we mentioned that early on, but last game, the hype was all on Blaster because Blaster got the big carry champion. It's hard to carry on the Maokai. I've seen it done, but it's not easy. And it kind of relies on your team messing up a little bit here, and Ball State did not mess up at all. So Remy wants to have his pop-off moments here, so I like the Viego in terms of that. And frankly, anybody on Ball State can really pop out, right? These are carries across the board. And while last game we did worry about, okay, you know, you need time to skill up a little bit with that composition here. Fiora, Silas both need time to skill up. Draven doesn't. Draven's going to be hitting from the get-go. Now, the other thing, Orbital, with the composition for Ball State here, Blitzcrank. You know what Blitzcrank means?
I don't know. You're going to have to tell me. Yes!
Every single day. I want to see a level 1 invade come through from Ball State here. So, I'm excited for that pick. That's why I'm very, very happy with that. And I'm looking at UAlbany right now. They've got to kind of defend from a level 1 invade. And one of the things about defending a Blitzcrank invade is it's not about grouping up as 5. Because even if you group as 5, it won't be a 5v5. It will be a 5v1 followed by a 4v5. You need vision down. So UAlbany needs to be running out the gates, being, you know, careful where they put the wards. They're ideal. You actually want it deep in the river so you can spot the Blitzcrank coming in rather than trying to ward defensively, because there's just too many areas to ward if they're already inside your jungle.
It's too risky to go ahead and throw that down and sack your early game, by the way. I learned that the hard way. Dropped too many wards for a Blitzcrank, left ourselves blind for level 2, and I cried myself to sleep. That was a very bad time. Paired with that, though, is still Blaster, though. You were talking about Remy like, hey, I want my time to shine. And then later on down to the draft, Blaster's like, I see you. Let me one-up you real quick. Let me grab the Draven. And this combo, we were just talking about the Blitzcrank. This combination specifically is also well known as the win or lose style of game, right? You drag someone with the Blitzcrank and you get the kill with the Draven, or you don't. It's one of the two, and it's such a scary option to have that I'm terrified for you, Albany. At the same time, I want to see Ball State pop off again. I want to see what happens with the Draven instead.
Oh, bro, I know what you're saying, but I will say that when you throw out a hook and Blitzcrank, there are only two outcomes. Either you land a hook or you don't. So, but yes, with the Draven, it's not just landing the hook. You get the kill, or I guess in this case you don't.
Oh.
For you, Albany, though, when you pick a Blitzcrank into an Ezreal, that is a sign of confidence, because Ezreal's interactions with Blitzcrank is kind of odd. The Arcane Shift will go through no matter what. So even if you actually land the hook, if you Arcane Shift away, you won't drag the Ezreal in. He will get that full distance away from you. So Chumzog picking up this Blitzcrank here is a vote of confidence that, hey, we can outplay this, or either that or saying that, hey, we don't care, we're just going to smash it hard enough anyways here, that my hook isn't going to be the key point in this lane. And I want to look at this Ezreal Braum a little bit more, because in game one of the big reasons why they fell really far behind was you pick Sivir, Yuumi, both who need time to scale, into Caitlyn Lux. It was incredibly mismatched. That's why Blaster got so far ahead. Now this game, you're probably still not looking for any early fights with an Ezreal Braum, but it should be a lot easier to farm, a lot safer to farm. I'm not going to be expecting to see quite as many kills. I think we saw 3 kills during the laning phase come through from Blaster. I'm not expecting to see that many this game here, unless it's with junglers involved in 3v3s. But in a 2v2, I think Xiaoxiong and Tumutu are going to have a much safer time in this bot lane just farming.
And we say we think because we still don't know how these teams like or are going to interact with these champions specifically, right? For all we know, it could be the wet noodle fight in the bot lane between the two supports just beating each other up as hard as possible. Or we could see, even the Draven still try and push up and try and take over the lane, even through UAlbany kind of stonewalling it, saying, hey, we want to try and play safe, but we still want to farm up. There's so many different options that the teams can collect on, and game number one is my fears from game number one are starting to bleed over once again, right? Because even though UAlbany, they drafted a bit more upfront damage, right? The Aatrox in the top side at level 3 is going to have a decent time kind of maybe trading back and forth, might have some fun against the Fiora, we don't know. At the same time, the Graves as well, a little bit better. But it's still leaning on the fact that Ball State had a phenomenal game number one. And I'm a little bit concerned that even with the champion changes, I want to see UAlbany still hold their heads high, and I want to see them still have a very strong mental heading into this game.
Well, all right, we talked a lot about, BSU strength. We talked a lot about bot side. Let's try and give you a bit of a panacea for that top lane here, for that top half of the map. Azarath and Corellius, we mentioned before, these are the big carries. They tend to be where a lot of UAlbany likes to put their early resources into. And we mentioned the Graves, right? Really, really strong jungler with a lot more agency this time. And Corellius should have an easier laning phase against Inigo Montoya's Fiora here. So if there is a chance for UAlbany, I want to see it come from that top side. I'd love to see early ganks, early pressure come through. Now, invade from Blitzcrank, we call for it. They're doing it. I love it. UAlbany, they did 5-stack, which is a little bit risky, but they guessed right, and they're going to be on the opposite side. They will be safe from the Blitzcrank invade.
Yeah, and I will say as well that this is another tactic, especially because even though you have the Blitzcrank on your side, Braum is also well known as one of the big, I would say one of the big bully invade champions as well, right? Between the different styles of invade champions, right? Braum has one as well, and it's because of that brittle, that the frostbite that you can lay down, you can get some auto attacks, and all of a sudden you have someone stunned up. That's also why I was very curious if they were going to hard press that hard. I was wondering if we were going to see just a hook in the tri-brush, or just kind of thrown out, kind of wantonly. It was a hard invade. We get to see that all the way go down, and they even get vision around the chicken, so that'll be very nice to have.
Hold on one second here. I will address that point about the Braum. But first, did I just see Remy's recall animation thing be EDG? I mean, this guy's a Gen G Academy player, or, was part of the Gen G Academy program, and EDG skin. Okay. Is that considered being a traitor to your team?
I will say yes. I will say yes for right now. I will hesitantly say anything else because I've never been on a team like that. Because, I mean, Remy deserves all the flare skins.
We'll see. If Remy loses any trades or any dies, pointlessly, we'll flame him for the EDG.
Oh.
But to the Braum. Yes, Braum is very, very strong in the early levels, but the problem is it's still a 1v5 if Braum gets hooked here. Yes, you've got Frostbite, but you'll probably not be in a position where your team can follow up on it. Didn't matter for now, but in this bot lane as well, you're also into a Draven who just out damages so heavily. One thing we also didn't touch on, patch 12.19. Blitzcrank just got buffed. Support Blitzcrank, not so much, but you still get that additional damage from that scaling and some of the base attack speed buff from the W. Your mana costs have also gone up, but it does mean that if you all in against the Braum, you should win it.
Should being the optimal word, and that's what they're kind of banking on. As you called it, RMC. It is a little bit more of the pushing power of Blaster and Chum's log, but definitely not as bad. Remember, at this point, we did see both ADCs and supports sitting at about 60 to 70% HP. It was much heavier in the HP training factor instead of your standard minion trade.
There you go.
See it there. A trade between the supports, and even in the mid lane, right? Aaliyah Akili trying to trade out against Wombat Baby. So much, though, that Wombat is currently out of potions.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happens with the Saz Mordekaiser. That's why we're saying, you know, Aaliyah Akili Mordekaiser here, even running the combat summoner with that ignite. You're not picking it for the utility later on in the game, you're picking it for early on. Oh,
what a nasty hook, and you're able to lay down so much extra damage. Blaster relatively unfazed, and you're gonna see a lot of this. You're actually gonna go. No, but you get stunned under tower and you're dead. That should be the last hit. Flash away from each other. You're gonna try and dance, but a final Q. Land your chugging the potion for your freaking life. Oh, are you kidding me? The dodge! The dodge works, and Remy is here to save it. A turnaround as Blaster picks up the second. Teamwork makes the dream work, but Blaster is a solo spotlight only.
You know, there's two ways to look at this, Orbital. One is that Blaster got caught out, but no, we're going for the other. Good guy Blaster getting Remy kills, man. Hey, game one, you know, I know you wanted some action. Here, let me get you kills. Remy, 1 kill, 1 assist, really heavily accelerated. Recurve bow already picked up. He's going to be clearing so much faster, and his ganks are going to be so much more potent.
And let's be real, that felt so close. Xiao Zhang and Tamu played that about as well as I think they could have, right? Yes, chasing into the jungle was a bit of a rough idea. You didn't know where Remy was. Remy's pathing cleared almost the entire jungle and then went straight down into that bot side, cleared the risk scuttle as well. You almost had the kill on Blaster. A single skill shot, if it had come through earlier, would have gotten the kill. So very, very close either way. However, now it's already going to be influenced that lane. Corellius, though, saying, hey, I wanted that fight. Inigo Montoya said, hey, listen, I got friends. I got the Princess Bride with me. Give me a second here. Give me 1 second. Remy, take it away. Remy says, buddy, I still took that potion draw. I'm still a little groggy. Can I get some help here? Corellius gonna try and dance out, gets over the wall and is going to be safe, and without even burning the flash is gonna stop the Q, but you decide to turn it around, and a flash out of the dash lunge means that you're still gonna die. Corellius was out, but thought that they could pull it off. A fatal mistake in the end.
Remy must be so happy right now. It's like, literally, I just based, guys. I'm just coming top. I'm going to climb my... Oh, wait, never mind. Forget my jungle. I'm farming champions instead. We got this. And for UAlbany, this is a bit of a hit to them because Corellius was winning that trade in the 1-1 as expected with the Aatrox, and that was why I was calling for ganks. Now, we didn't see the gank top. Are we going to see it mid here? Azrath is waiting in the shadows.
I think you can try, but Aaliyah Wakili is actually only about 50% HP, and this is still a dangerous spot to be in. Wombat Baby, yeah, you can see it here. Azeroth said, I can't risk it. I can't risk this this happening once again. We've lost spot, we've lost top, and I need to go somewhere else. So Aaliyah Wakili left on their own, a hard push coming out of this BSU squad, and it leads to Azeroth joining the spot lane once again. Azeroth throwing down a little bit of a smoke screen, and Blaster just said, hey, keep off me for a second, give me a second, and let me grab that kill. And they do in the mid lane. We see a solo kill come out of Wombat Baby, but it doesn't matter because, again, the spotlight has to be on the Draven. Draven picks up 2. It's 3-1-1, and Chum's log is going to dance inside the minions as Azeroth picks up a kill in return.
That's a 2-for-2 on the bot side, but it's a 2-for-2 where Azrath had to gank bot, and in the meantime, BSU are still fine with it. It was ultimately a 3-for-2 with Wombat Baby in the mid lane here. And for Azrath, going down to the bot side, you're looking for the overextension here. I appreciate the thought, I appreciate the idea. I just don't know how worth it is going to be in the long run. Junglers 1v1 here. There's a massive wave in Azrath's favor.
Oh, Remy has found it. Remy says, you killed my team in the minion wave, and I will do the same to you, or get the flash out, one or the other. You have paid the price. You have paid the price of ganking the bot lane.
If Remy just had a bit more camps instead of the kills he had, if he has level 6, that was a death onto Azerath there. Azerath, though, going to be first to 6 now, has that ultimate ready to go in the lanes. Are we going to see them look for another gank? I would love to see another forced gank here. You know that you blew the flash of the Draven bot side. You know that top side's missing flashes as well. Your side lanes are ripe for ganks.
So many paths to be able to choose from. All of them leading to what could be very, very juicy gold intakes. But right now, one of those paths is closing. As Inigo Montoya said, hey, you know what? You turned in to try and fight me last time. Now you just lose out on the lane, having to draw the world ender Corellius, losing out that ultimate.
Yeah, and although, yes, Fiora eventually wins that, but usually not this early on, Wombat baby.
Death Realm versus Death Realm, and remember, it does give combat stats, and because of that, Wombat baby realizes they made a mistake. A follow-through flash means Aaliyah Wakili is able to turn that mid lane around.
Wombat, yeah, there's your Blitzcrank Israel interaction. A little bit rough on the Blitzcrank end of things. Doesn't matter though. Blaster's just hammering them anyways.
You know what? The pain doesn't stop. The pain train visits all lanes equally. And Remy is able to execute off of Inigo Montoya. And it's now a race for Ball State to say, who gets the tower first? Top lane or bot lane? Azura says, we'll make it bot lane. Oh, and that reset still came through.
Ooh.
And Ball State saying, we'll die for any kill we want.
I mean, well played by Azurath there. I actually thought he was going to die before Inigo did. But it's 1-for-1, and as you pointed out there, you know, you're still racing for turrets here. Remy could have just opted to stay top and keep shoving that wave if he wanted. Instead, I don't know if they actually got it to bounce. It might end up freezing in front of Corellius here. Remy, though, true, I guess this is more efficient. You couldn't have taken the top lane turret. But if you take Herald, then you can, because it's 2 plates on that Herald, guaranteed 14 minutes here. So,
oh my gosh.
They just
at this point, yeah, at this point we know Blaster and Chumslog are gonna have an advantage, right? This is the point in solo queue that you're just like, all right, Draven is 3-1, it's over, guys. Just don't give him more kills. Try to cut back on the amount of gold you're gonna give him, because that tower at 9.5 minutes has a single plate left.
Yeah, and this ain't Caitlyn Lux. This is Draven who's brute forcing this. It's technically more punishable here. Cover from Wombat baby, though they might be looking for dive. Keep in mind, they just got back to lane, this bot lane of UAlbany.
If Wombat actually grabbed the Glacial Fissure, that would have been a very rude gank to come out. And because of that, it is understood Xiao Zong and Sumu were given passage to safely move away from the tower. Remember, they did not do that on their own. They were given passage, because we know Ball State would have dove that. Well, they don't have to. All right, listen. We only have one camera, Ball State. You can't do 2 lanes at once. You got to pick one and stay with it.
I hate to tell you this, Orbital, but that's not their problem. They are more than happy to find kills in every single lane here. Top, bottom, can they find one mid? They might even die for this. They will die for this.
Listen, they already have 1.0 kills per minute, and they wanted to go for more. Wombat Baby said, hey, listen, there's only one lane that's not doing exceptionally well. It's kind of me. Sorry, Remy. That's going to be another death in the mid lane, courtesy of Remy trying to tower dive.
Yeah, they have no fear in trying to do the whirling death cutting across. Not quite able to find anybody, but that was a very interesting path because of how long it took Blaster going back to base. Now, bot lane started down. And last game, when bot lane went down, we saw Blaster, or before it was down, really actually rotated top here. The question is, are they going to move the AD carry to the top lane, or are they going to go to the mid lane? I think Inigo Montoya is already winning top side heavily enough that you can just leave that to the Fiora. Corellius is 2 levels down, so if anything, you actually want to extend that laning phase in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can already see it, right? They're running towards that mid lane, and UAlbany said, hey, let's go ahead and go for that dragon. But because they did that, Aaliyah Wakili said, hey, I got to take a fight one way or another, and a tower shot's actually going to help, and they pick it up. So before they die, they are able to cash in on the stacks, and the adoration comes raining in. Now Corellius flashes into still certain death, and it brings together a 2-0 dragon, falling to UAlbany, but they paid quite a heavy price.
And they are still paying that price right now. Orbital, they've got for BSU priority on that mid lane. Top side, Inigo Montoya's 3 top lane. Corellius walked all the way down. Keep in mind, top laners didn't take TP this game. So they could easily take this top lane turret if they want. I'd recommend they take their time. Let the turret clear the waves. Why not here? If Corellius sticks around, if that turret's still standing, it just becomes diveable territory. And in the mid lane, Blaster won the 1v1 against a Mordekaiser in that death realm. It was Corellius who finished off the kill.
It was more like 1.5 with the tower, tower getting a shot in there. It kind of hurts. However, over the top side, Xiao Zong said, hey, I can make a flashy play too, was able to turn around that kill, and they wallop down a shutdown to Corellius as the entire team of UAlbany chasing the top side to turn it around. Now Aaliyah Wakili getting pain brought to them. Blaster said, hey, last time you had the Realm of Death, this time you ain't got nothing. Blaster takes their 5th kill of the game.
And meanwhile, Wombat Baby, this feels like it's going to be the theme of the game. Always when you see kills, and there's going to be one person split pushing.
Oh my gosh. It's just never stopping. It's not stopping at all. And right now, we're less than 13 minutes in, and 2 towers in the bot lane are down, by the way. So to give a little bit of perspective, it was 13.5 minutes that we saw all outer towers fall back in game number 1. And this is Wombat doing his own thing. This time around, we're seeing it happen, I think, once again, right? They got 3 towers at the start. The only difference is they could still knock down the mid lane tower and take 4 before 14 minutes. That would be ridiculous. They're going to drop the Herald. They're going to take 5 before 14 minutes. Yeah. Oh, my.
What? I blinked. I missed that.
Xiao Zhang is RMC's lost brethren here, as they just blew up like a minion caster. That was how quick the Ezreal died. There was no chance to react at all. A kill back, though. A kill back as Chumslog ate a bit too much damage. But overall, still, BSU break open the map, and it is a ridiculous 9k gold lead.
Yeah, and while you were talking about the fact they took that bot side inner turret, the last game they did that using Herald. This game they didn't. They used Herald in the mid lane to break the outer and get the second charge off. So if anything, BSU are accelerating this game. Last game, they finished pre-20 minutes. Can they do it again? They're on track to.
I don't think they're ever going to stop. At this point, it's almost clinical, right? It's, hey, we performed surgery in an hour and a half last time. Let's break it down to an hour, right? Let's go ahead and try and do it even faster. It's the idea that we are not going to stop at all just because we're ahead, right? There are some teams that you take a look at and you say, hey, they start to get sloppy around the mid game when they know they're in the lead, right? They start making unorthodox plays. They start going for a little bit too much, and it leads to a little bit longer stretched out game. They might win at the end, but it looks a little bit rough. BSU at this point, this Ball State Red squad, do not care at all. They are saying, look, listen, we're going to keep playing our game. We are not going to stop. We are going to continue to force this powerful play over and over again. However, Corellius still a little bit dangerous, so 2, 4, and 1 has enough damage. Well, that mid tower does fall, so UAlbany still trying to make some plays. Whether that works out in their favor or not, yet to be seen.
And for UAlbany, it looks bad for them that they keep losing these objectives, but they're actually making the only call they can. You can't hold your turrets. You can't hold anything in equal numbers. Even in 1v1, 2v2, we've seen them at this point not be able to hold these structures. So they have to roam together as a group.
Well, that's going to be a grab on Chumslog, who last time also died like that, but guess who grabbed the Realm of Death? Guess who grabbed the Underworld's favor? It is going to be Wombat Baby, who gets drawn in, but guess who threw it right back? Aliyah Wakili is going to try and ult on their owner. Not just yet, so CB0, Wombat Baby, going to try and run away, is going to get cut down. One more auto attack takes it. Xiao Zhang sends one of the longest auto attacks in history to the Silas's way.
Okay, overall, you called this clinical. I'd argue this is not surgery. This is butchering right now. Because BSU are playing a little bit sloppy there. They opted to go in. Yep. I want to highlight that it's not like they didn't know the right play. They're just feeling themselves. Wombat Baby wanted that highlight moment, take that Death Realm, look for the outplay in the 1v5. Didn't have to. Opted to. Likewise with Blaster and Chumslog, they were pushed up. They saw, they had wards. They knew UAlbany was collapsing on them, but they got greedy and stuck around a little bit. Does it really matter? Not really. They're still 9k gold up despite giving those bounties over. And like I said, UAlbany, I think they're playing this right. They are losing some turrets, yes, but they are still looking for picks. And you're seeing them being rewarded here. If BSU make mistakes, UAlbany are positioned to capitalize on it. They just need BSU to actually make said mistakes first.
And those mistakes come in the form of overplays, underplays, whatever you want to say. What we do see right now is Tamu trying to set up to help out around this dragon, which is going to be the second one for UAlbany, as the Infernal does roar to life. But the dangerous thing is this chase. It is going to be a little bit of a Shirelli as they go all the way in. Huge wall, though. Huge turnaround here. This is going to be a brutal showing from UAlbany, as they say, you made that mistake. You made that happen. And we are going to bring back a fight into your face. That is 3 kills taken after a dragon and Wombat Baby. I don't think you want anything to do right here. You grab that two-shot barrage, but really, what you going to do about this?
I mean, he should be fine. He can kind of just walk away here. You can see there's not really enough damage really to try and punish a running away Silas, but we were just saying UAlbany are positioned perfectly to punish mistakes, and BSU did just that again. They just kind of walked in. Remember, they don't have a team fighting composition, and even with a meatball composition, you still need to engage together. Rolling Death comes across here. Is it enough?
It might be. As you can see, Aaliyah said, I don't want to do anything here, and it's going to be a dance. These are the 2 solo lanes that are trying to dance it out, but it's an opportunity. UAlbany trying to get the kills before the rest of the team shows up, but the rest of the team has already done so. The damage has been done. A draw of Aaliyah Wakili drew in a very, very stacked Remy, who is going to get the stun against the wall, and the kill. Follow through with a little bit of ignite. Azeroth taken quite low, and is now going to be sliced through. 3. All you need is one more. It's a triple kill for Remy. As BSU say, we made one mistake, we ain't going to do it again.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately the big lead that BSU built up before this. Everything, literally everything went their way before this year, so they can afford that mistake. A costly one, but it doesn't ultimately matter. And now they're just going to push right on in. Corellius, the lone survivor here, Xiaoxiong, did just respawn. But yeah, you're pushing off Blaster. Look bot. Wombat Baby's pushing there.
Wombat Baby has honestly soaked up a lot of free CS that way too. We saw it last time, you know, the bottom lane tower, the inner tower was taken by Wombat as well. So Wombat, after losing in the original 1v1 or the second 1v1 in the mid lane, was thrown a bone by the rest of the team, was like, okay, go farm, just go farm. We'll use you later. Don't worry about it, right? Right now, taking a look, UAlbany, they found 1 or 2 items, and I think they've also started to realize that if BSU keep making mistakes, they'll still be granted some opportunities, because the kills at this point do kind of pull the wool over our eyes. 19-14 seems like a very close score if you didn't take a look at the towers, at the dragons, at some of these gold intakes with the CS differentials, right? This is UAlbany saying, we can still fight, even though we are lower with our pockets.
I feel like that meme right now when you're saying that about the whole, oh, you know, this team's better if they just work on this, and the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, UAlbany isn't that fine if you just, like, turn off your monitoring and everything else. No, like, fact is UAlbany is far behind. But they are still able to capitalize, and I think that's the thing that we still need to watch out for. Already this game will go longer than Game 1. And they are actually not as far behind as they were in Game 1. Game 1, they were down 10k gold at about, was it 16 minutes, I believe? 17 minutes here? They're still within that 10k gold here. And with Baron on the table, that is another potential turning point. If BSU mess up the Baron, you can kill them there. They still have strong team fighting with the Braum, with the Aatrox, and Azarath. Azarath still hurts.
Azarath will continue to hurt as well. I mean, Corellius is also doing some work, right? We saw that 3-man wallop between the Aatrox and the Mordekaiser. A single Q from either of them can actually do a lot of damage, right? It's a very, very nice kind of stunner on top. But if we're taking a look at BSU, right now they are starting to try and kind of crawl up on their own, right? You can go ahead and see them falling back into their usual style. Find the picks, find the solo members, and try and break your way there. Chumslog, though, might have split off a little bit too much. That's going to be a huge kill between Xiao Zhang as well as Azeroth. They run down that Blitzcrank.
And I was just thinking, PSU played this well. If you can throw a Baron, just don't do Baron, right? Like, you don't need to. You can kind of force plays elsewhere, but Chumslog getting caught is an issue now. Inigo Montoya on his own here, playing a little bit with fire. Are they just trying to buy space and bait out the Baron?
I mean, they could. Dragon is up in 50 seconds, so you don't have to worry about it. And right now, Draven is sitting on 3 completed items, most in the game right now. And 190 CS, Flame Horizoning over Xiao Zhang. I mean, that is one to watch for, right? You know, usually you expect more kills in a Draven. You don't always expect more CS.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm just thinking, too, like, kills plus CS equals gold right now, especially for Draven when those CS numbers do stack up. Blaster's been able, I think, to cash in every single one before he dies. So I'd love to get to see how much of that gold advantage right now sitting on Draven. I recall last game where he was up like, what, 3,000 plus gold, where he was double his counterpart here. TP coming in from Wombat has to dodge immediately upon arrival.
Yeah, I was about to say, we want to look at the gold, but we can't right now because the fight around this dragon is about to break out. And Inigo Montoya on the weaker side of the flank and is going to get the parry off, or the riposte, but can you really do too much? Because again, Azeroth, as you said, hurts so much. That's a huge collateral damage that is going to bring BSU to their knees ever so slightly. 4v5, you get the hook, and you find the ever so lovely Aatrox. World Ender does nothing to save you from this pain. Remy is going to pick up that soul and is going to imitate Aatrox for a little bit. He's going to go back in. Down goes the exhaust, but the Clans breaks it out, and Blaster just says, hey, give me a second. Let me lifesteal up a little bit more, and they're going to turn it around. Mordekaiser drew one away, but that means that there's no Mordekaiser to tank, and BSU run rampant with red in their eyes.
And that's a Blitzcrank you grab. It doesn't affect the team fight. Chumslog is more than happy to waste your time. And Chumslog survives as well. They literally only lose Inigo Montoya's just the one death. And frankly, that was off a misposition pick right off the front. Now, Dragon in their pocket here. BSU turning their eyes on Baron here. This is an interesting choice. I thought they'd actually go for the base with so many turrets low, but no, they're going to play this by the book here. If you take that Baron, I guess, those turrets which are low will follow anyways.
You know what? Go for the safer option. It's not their style, and, we look down on them a little bit for it, but, it's a good call. It's a good call.
I ain't looking down on any team that can get a 10k gold lead pre 20 minutes overall.
They went for the safer option. They went for the safe option. Come on. If they're gonna outshine here, they just go for the end, as you said. However, they do get Baron, and they're also stacking the dragons on their own. It's another thing that we didn't really touch on because it hasn't been that big, but the fact that Infernal is still in play does mean that these dragon fights will get sillier and sillier, I feel, right? This is going to get to be very, very scary if BSU are allowed to continue to grab these dragons. At the same time, they don't want to give it to UAlbany because they're currently sitting on 2 as well. If they're allowed one more, it could be a win condition that is very far in the future and would just be more a feels nice moment for UAlbany if they're able to force BSU into those dragon fights in an awkward position.
If it comes to a Dragon Soul Orbital, I feel like BSU have bigger issues than the fact that there's a fight at Soul here. It means that they didn't manage to close out with this burn buff with a now greater than 10k gold lead here. And UAlbany does have some skilling on their side as well. Mordekaiser skills up pretty nicely. So does Ezreal. Xiaoxiong doing a really good job positioning himself in a lot of these fights thus far here. Often going down only near the end of these fights now. Inigo Montoya kind of just threatening this. Aliyah Wakili, you can't defend against this.
No, you cannot. They're gonna keep dancing as much as they can, and Wombat Baby on the bot side, you can see it's a 1-3-1 as the 1 wins out. Inigo Montoya, given a chance at a duel, says, I will win for my father. Wombat Baby over the side is gonna use the Everfrost, catch everyone out, and it's the rest of the team that is running for the hills. Draven picks up another kill. He is unstoppable, and the rest of the team will fall like dominoes. BSU clean house with a Quadra on the Draven and an ace for the team.
Another Quadra kill, back-to-back Quadras to end the game, or back-to-back game-ending Quadras for Blaster here. He did the exact same thing on Caitlyn in that game 1. BSU closing this one out in commanding fashion. Sure, it took 5 more minutes, but they got way more kills, so worth?
You know what? It was actually another ace. It didn't end. It did not end on the Quadra. I would just like to point that out. It ended on a singular kill. So, you know what? We'll say it for what it is because that is going to be the 2-0 and 4-0 in-game score going the way of Ball State Red. They have shown themselves to be the mightier Goliath as they have cruised through this one. And UAlbany, I mean, they put up a fight. That last game, much scrappier, much more phased into the early game. It just wasn't up to the speed of the Ball State squad.
Yeah, props to UAlbany. I think even right to the very end, you can tell that this team has grit. They have spunk. They did not give up. They were still looking for picks, looking for fights, even when they were incredibly far behind. So huge props to them. And I think against, a weaker team, they wouldn't have been in this position in the first place. But Ball State Red on stream this week overall, and they pull out a statement win. Anybody who's going to be looking back at this VOD in preparation for future games has to be terrified. And even worse is I don't think we got to see really anything more from Ball State Red. Like, we saw some of their drafts, but especially their second game draft, it just felt like, okay, we are just going to mechanically outplay on every single position. That is not a real draft team or a compositional draft coming through from this team here. So they haven't revealed anything either. And yeah, if it works, right? If you can just outplay, win lane, win game, that's a valid strategy.
That worries me a lot that you say that because it means even more implications for the rest of the teams. Like, that's even, as you said, a statement, but it's not just a statement. It's they set their foot down with a megaphone in hand and announce that, I mean, if you want to beat us, you got to make us actually get serious. If that's what they said, so be it. And maybe that's what they'll give us here, as we are going to have an interview with one of the members of Ball State Red over their 2-0 start to the season. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
These preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, what, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution.
Welcome back, everyone. I am getting flamed by my production here because we are back. Unfortunately, there is no interview. The rest of Ball State Red said that they wanted to go and watch World, so we'll go ahead and let them do so because they deserve it. Fantastic series from them. They have earned their 2-0 record to the start of this season, and hopefully we see them continue onwards ever forward and maybe into the playoffs. Maybe do a back-to-back win of those seasons, but only time will tell. Of course, my name is Orbital. With me here has been Random Minion Caster, as well as our production has been Colton, as well as Sam. This has been a fantastic broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Esports U, where we are set for our matchup between DVSU and WFU. I'm Horizon Cast, and that's Rare Adam. And Adam, should be a pretty good game set up for today.
Yeah, very curious to see how these teams go. Of course, a little bit of a rocky start to the season for both of them. Both of them actually falling in week 1. But it does seem like Wake Forest, they had a little bit of a tougher time going down to 0 as opposed to GVSU, which had a closer 2-1 series. So very curious to see what these teams have added. Of course, new patch could be a new identity for these teams, but really just wanting to get that first win on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing about it is when you have two teams that are coming in off of a loss, especially like, they have over the last week, one of these teams is going to have to walk away with a win. A number of ways that they can do that. Obviously, you talked about new patch means a new chance to reset. It'll be interesting given the early season to see how these players adjust. And, with a win, you can kind of reset the beginning of your season. You have 8 games to play over about the next couple of months. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments they make and how they start to kind of rebuild their confidence off of a potential win.
Yeah, and of course, considering the new patch, there's a couple of off-meta things that sort of rose to prominence, at least. One of which is Blitzcrank Jungle. Do we think we're going to see it? Probably not, but I mean, it's always fun to theorize. But definitely a lot of buffs this patch, I think, is the main thing. Taking a little bit of power out of Eclipse. So we'll see if that changes the meta. Don't think it will too much so. I mean, considering we also have Worlds going on at the same time, a lot of that influence will trickle down to these level of games. But very curious to see what these two teams have added. Of course, we'll have to see what Wake Forest can sort of push together here. Last week was a little bit of a rough beating for them, and they really need to try and get some of that confidence back. And against the team that also lost, I mean, this is your sort of starting point. It's your litmus test to say if you want to sort of put yourself up against some competition and see if you can push forward. But GVSU, on the other hand, looking a little bit stronger, and we'll have to see what these two teams pull out, especially considering the meta picks.
So Adam, you talk about that. Let's look towards draft. Obviously, some of the scouting that we were doing, looking at kind of the champion pool available for both these teams. One of the things I noticed was the scope of champions available for the side of GVSU. So interested to kind of get your thoughts about what we can expect out of this draft as we get ready for the players to load into the pro draft.
I mean, I think especially with GVSU, we're going to see some more staples of the meta. I mean, mid lane, we're going to see your typical control mages and all of that. It seems like they have a very set idea of what's good and what isn't good, which is always good in a competitive environment, especially early on to the season. I think before you can come up with all of your cheese strategies, before you can sort of come up with your own identity as a team, you want to stick to what is strong. And I mean, especially with a huge tournament like Worlds going on at the same time, it gives you that identity to sort of know what's good. It says that, hey, we should be picking Aatrox as much as possible. We should be picking Misfortune as much as possible. We should be, banning some other things out of the way as well. But it just gives you that sort of idea. And sometimes that is all a team needs to really set an identity and get that extra edge over a team like Wake Forest, where the picks are a little bit more off kilter. They've got a little bit of, they've got a little bit of sauce up their sleeve, which might be good, may also just fall flat compared to what we expect.
Well, very interested to see what these guys are going to prioritize. Again, you highlighted it perfectly. I think some of the expectations that we can have, especially given the nerfs. You talked about the Eclipse nerf, so not likely we'll see Draven. I think even prior to the patch notes, that a lot of teams were trying to play the drafting game with Draven. Do you let this through? Do we get Callista? So I think interesting to see now that the item nerfs have come through, whether or not any champion or any teams will try and go towards that. We're seeing the first round of bans start to come through for both these teams, and they're moving through this draft very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, these are some of the meta bans that we were thinking of. I mean, even from Grand Valley's side, they want to take away those power picks. Silas has been such a menace right now, especially with the nerfs to Grievous Wounds a couple of patches ago. I mean, there is like pro accounts on Twitter that are just tweeting out how bad Oblivion Orb is in all these situations. So I mean, Silas
a little bit
of
LS.
Yeah, the biggest proponent of it is just, Shakara's and LS saying, hey, this item sucks. Why are you building this? And Silas is definitely one of those champions that you feel like you need to build it into, but it also just isn't a good item. So taking that off the table, just taking away that ultimate steal ability as well, and the hijack, always good. On the flip side, though, Gragas not as much of a power pick right now. Victor is, and this is a new champion that we haven't quite seen as much of because she was recently reworked. Of course, we are on 12.19. Syndra's rework gives her effectively an execute on the ultimate once you get into that later stage, which is a little bit scary to deal with. Of course, the old counter to that was the Echo, but interestingly enough, Zed coming off the table really quickly too.
Yeah. I like to see that Zed pick into the Syndra, especially when you're considering the distance that he plays at. You have access to that potential execute. You can remove this potentially team fighting monster out of the fight before it even begins, and you can look to spread that control around the map. And the other thing is too, and I think which is interesting for Wake Forest, is them getting control over the roaming, right? Because if he can actually get down there with Nerium on that Zed, look to affect the bot lane or even go top to get Herald control, I think is going to be a key to success for Wake Forest.
Yeah, and I think especially when you consider the likes of this Echo Zed, you've got so much assassination potential that even when you pick something as strong as the Syndra right now, of course, this is off 2 days of experience with it on the new patch. It gives you that risk factor always playing something as squishy as a Syndra, and it gives you more risk in picking some of these squishier champions. The Lucian comes through as well, and this is an interesting one because it's generally seen as a low-range AD carry that can sometimes get punished by some volatile lanes. I'm curious to see what the answer is from Wake Forest. Of course, Maokai, extremely strong right now. We can't ignore that champion either. Super high presence rate at Worlds through top lane, jungle, support. You get that flexibility as your last pick there, and sort of gives you some shutdown tools for these two assassins that have already been picked up.
You talked about the low range of the Lucian. I'm absolutely in agreement with you. I think this is a champion that we don't see for a very good reason, just because it can be difficult to pull off. And so, yep, that's going to be the Samira answer there. I like that. So you deny some of the CC options there. You have access to the shield. Your trading is really good in the lane. And most importantly, man, getting those resets on the ultimate is really, really dangerous to lock her down.
Yeah, and I think a really interesting factor of this Wake Forest draft is it just looks like they just picked 3 ego picks right off the back. They're saying, you know what, we are going to play our style. We do not really care what the meta is. Grand Valley looking a little bit more towards that with the Syndra pickup, the Maokai pickup, to sort of have that sort of stability in your draft. Wake Forest say, you know what, 10-0 or 0-10 does not matter at this point. We're just going to go in, we're going to have fun, and if we win while we're having fun, might as well go for it. And you see some of these bans coming through in the second phase. The Nami makes a little bit of sense. It's not as strong with Lucian as it was before. Of note, Electrocute doesn't proc off of your E as easily anymore, so you actually have to use 3 spells as Nami as opposed to just pressing E and letting it proc from the Lucian itself. Of course, the Ornn on the flip side would give you that sort of scary front line to deal with. Seems like they really want to take a lot of tools out of Ab Stigma's sort of champion pool and sort of combos that work well with this Lucian, just to sort of neutralize that lane a little bit and give Young Earth as much agency on this Samira as possible to survive these fights and pop off as well.
And I think the support bans there from the side of Wake Forest kind of signals that they feel that the Maokai is actually not going to go support. They feel to either be in that top or in the jungle, and I think that's probably the best place for it to go. So interesting to see what Grand Valley will actually draft with the Lucian. There are a number of heavy support engage supports that you can pick. Obviously, Alistar going to be the pickup there from Wake Forest. So Grand Valley, do you favor something like a potential Leona, or do they just go the Enchanter route and try and play around some of the engage that Wake Forest are trying to build?
I mean, looking at this draft now sort of pulling through, you can see there's a lot of disengage now coming through from Grand Valley as well. I mean, the Let's Bounce in the middle of a fight with this Zac coming through just sort of gets these assassins all over the place. It sort of separates out the front and the back line, so that's all sort of like a big mess in the middle, which can be quite good for the side of Grand Valley to sort of answer into that. Of course, we still have to worry about how much engage is coming through from Wake Forest now that we've got this Alistar,
they lock that in,
which is such a strong pick. The Darius, though.
Oh, the Darius!
That's
that.
Wow.
That was a quick lock-in on that one. So that is Toon World saying, I 100%. Okay, so this is actually going to be the Maokai going support then. It's going to be the Zac in the jungle. Okay, so interesting. And then the Aatrox hover right now, if Wake locks that in, they'd have some decent team fighting. There would be a lot to unpack if they don't lock in the tank here. Instead, choose to go that more damage-heavy route. It looks like it's going to be locked that in. Okay, so drafts completed. Interesting last-second lock-ins for both Grand Valley and Wake Forest.
A little bit of an interesting one overall. I think the main thing to point out is just the blind Darius. That is a little bit, ballsy,
yeah.
if we say so. It's a little bit more of an ego pick back the other way, but of course the Aatrox has the answer into it. I'm not 100% sure if it's actually a true answer as much as I think they wish it would be. Darius is one of those champions that can really snowball a lane. Aatrox might have a little bit of trouble in those early stages sometimes, especially with how long your cooldown is on your Q. So we'll have to see how Toon World wants to play that up against Aranchi, but I think very expected draft coming through from Grand Valley apart from that last pick. The Syndra being left up is something that you really have to keep in mind if you're Wake Forest, especially going into Game 2 and Game 3. If SSJ Stepfather has a really strong game on that Syndra, it's something you might have to consider banning out or picking for yourself on blue side if you opt to switch afterwards. But for Wake Forest, it's very all-in focus. They're all about these sort of pop-off moments. It's almost a team fight comp in a lot of ways with this Alistar, this Aatrox who can sort of reset, this Samira who can reset, but at the same time it's a pick comp because you've got these assassins going for you. So Wake Forest, they have a little bit of an identity crisis in that sense. I'm curious to see how they play it out into the front line that Grand Valley have sort of drafted for themselves, but nonetheless, should be interesting to see how these two teams want to play this one out.
Yeah, I think you highlighted one of the big concerns that I have for the Wake Forest comp, which is they have a tremendous amount of burst. If you're looking at Echo and Zed, obviously they can get in, get out fairly easily and burst a squishy target. But when you're looking at the comp that Grand Valley have drafted for themselves, they have a tremendous amount of frontline that's able to actually absorb that damage. So if you're Wake Forest, you can't really play this front to back because then you're going to be spending all of your time trying to kite away from all the engage that they have. Obviously, the Zac stretching strides and let's bounce is going to be a problem. The Maokai Ultimate is also going to create a lot of space in zoning, so it's going to be able to set up Lucian and Syndra for some of these decent team fights. The other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about when you talk about the Darius being the lock-in there is this is a champion that we don't see a lot because he can't struggle in the laning phase. Obviously, Aatrox is a tremendously good pick in getting through those early stages, particularly when you don't have a lot of damage to kind of fight him with. I would have expected Toonwell to actually lock that in himself, given the fact that they had access to it on that 5th pick. So interesting they've locked in the Darius, but it could be, I think, a signal of confidence that, hey, we're actually not concerned at all about your Aatrox. We think that we can not only lane against it, but we can out-team fight it. So, as anything, it's going to come down to execution in that top.
And I think especially when you've got a Darius, it's one of those lanes that can struggle if it goes even, if it goes behind, in that sort of situation. If you're able to get first blood on this Darius, you just are able to snowball the game so quickly because of, your mounting passive damage that can stack up, your execute as well. You have a lot more tools to sort of kill at 6 than the Aatrox does inherently. I mean, the other thing is that Darius is just an easier champion to pilot. Sometimes when you get into these situations, you can get a little bit of nerves. You can get that performance anxiety knowing you're going up against a champion like Darius. If the Aatrox misses an Infernal Chains or misses one of those sweet spots at a key moment, it could mean the turning point there. And especially when you've got a gank heavy jungler like a Zac. Zac likes to clear, likes to get that first clear out of the way, but afterwards, if you're able to start to jump on top of these backlines, if you're able to really look for the dive in a lot of these situations, Aatrox can sometimes struggle in that situation as well. Has a lot of healing in the kit, but if you're able to shut that down, if you're able to get on top of this Aatrox early, if you're able to put the Aatrox really far behind, it will mean very good things for the side of Grand Valley. I'm curious to see how this one turns out, though, because of course, Wake Forest comp is just super exciting and super fun.
Yeah, well, you talked about it. I mean, the team fighting capability for Darius is not to be underestimated, and especially when you're, rather than trying to find a specific person to lock down as Darius, you can kind of just swing your axe in a circle, get bleed stacks, deny any of the sustainability, and then just press R 5 times. And, if it's set up right, you end up with 5 kills. So definitely ease of execution is there for Grand Valley. I think Wake Forest, though, if they can execute on this comp, then it's going to be very interesting for them going into the second draft. Obviously, you have some picks that are standout, and then it introduces some questions, into the drafting for the second game for Grand Valley of what they choose to answer with. But we'll have to see how they do in the first game, because that's what's going to come down to is whether or not you actually perform on this composition that you've drafted for yourself in order to get any respect into game 2 or maybe even a possible game 3.
And I think especially when you've got this Syndra as a pick, it's something that not a lot of people have a whole lot of, I guess, information on it. That, as we said, 2 days into the patch, it's a champion that, got all those rework notes. Everyone gets those PvE notifications that show up on Twitter or something. It shows up on that Thursday or Friday. People are like, oh my goodness, this is so crazy. And then it's almost as if some people forget about it. They don't really test out the Syndra. They don't go on PvE. They don't have time for that. They're too busy playing on live patch and everything.
Earth's out. I got time. I got to play Earth.
Exactly. Then it comes through and it's like, okay, maybe we need to start to look at this champion as a meta pick because it's available right away in this league. There's some leagues that do actually wait for the champion to have a week on the patch or 2 weeks on the patch, but in this situation we get Syndra right away. So I'm curious to see where it goes. Another thing I want to actually point out, it's very, very unlikely, but there is a chance that Nerium Oleander opts to play the Echo mid lane. Syndra versus Echo is an old school counter in that matchup. It's one of the counters that we saw 2016, 2017 when Echo mid lane, Syndra mid lane were super popular. And it could be the Zed jungle. Zed does have a strong jungle clear. It's a little bit wonky because you're really based on just trying to find kills as much as possible. But like any assassin jungler, that's really what you want to go for. Curious to see if they opt to go for that switch or if it will just be our standard goings with the Zed mid lane.
Yep. Before we get into games, we do have just a couple more minutes left of this delay, so it actually won't be that long until we get into the game. I do want to ask you a couple final questions about this draft, as we've kind of highlighted most of the matches from top to bot. Mid lane, obviously this is going to be a Lucian into Zed matchup, so I think this is an instance where you look at with Syndra newly reworked, a lot of Zed players haven't probably played against this champion. So you talked about, the PBR patches, people are not going to have a lot of information to it. Does that change the difficulty of Zed in terms of being able to kill the Syndra or shove the Syndra and then roam into a bot or top lane? Or is there actually something that he's going to have to be worried about near him? Is he going to have to worry about, potentially being out-traded in this lane?
I think the biggest thing about Syndra overall is that her laning phase is actually weaker than it was before. The main thing that they did is they raised the cooldown of her Dark Sphere, but they gave it 2 charges. So later on into the game, you're able to get that burst out a little bit quicker. She has this sort of Victor passive now in her kit, or like old Victor, not really old Victor passive, still current Victor passive, but like it's really based on how many stacks you get. You have to hit champions with abilities, you have to get cannon mains, you have to get levels, all that sort of stuff to sort of scale in. So Syndra's really strong in the later stages of the game. Early game, she's not as strong. So I think Zed can play the game very much the same way that they're expecting. They can look for solo kills going in at level 3, level 4 is still the same. But in terms of lane shoving, Syndra's a little bit weaker in the early game, gets stronger later on. But if you're roaming before level 9, you should still have that advantage as the Zed, which means that the solution needs to be just a little bit more cognizant of that.
I'm in full agreement with you there, and I think one of the things that makes this Zed so threatening is the fact that he can actually get down to the bot lane so quickly. So if your Syndra going to be constantly shoved up underneath the turret, and then you're going to end up in a situation where if Zed actually is able to get down in that bot lane and get a couple of kills and get off to an early lead, then it becomes really difficult to kind of put this champion back in check in the later stages of the game, especially if you're losing vision control, which is one of the biggest things. You've got this spooky assassin just popping out of every bush, and then that squishy that you were trying to protect suddenly is dead, and so all the CC that you have on the composition for Grand Forest here, it suddenly doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, and I think that overall, you just need to be very careful of the snowball potential out of Wake Forest. No matter what, even if you've got this sort of solo QS comp, with the fact that you've effectively got 3 assassins, yes, I'm counting Samira as an assassin. I think definitionally getting it resets and stuff does mean that you have to be really careful. You have to make sure that you're not giving over early leads. This is sort of a Ooga Booga monkey comp coming through from them, and you need to not play into their hand. You need to avoid some of these early fights. Just scale up into your own. Of course, Lucian, not the best late game champion, but I think that you are avoiding too much of a trough in there with the fact that Syndra's stronger in the late game. So it's really just about playing towards your win conditions. And if that means you're just playing for this Syndra, you're playing for the Zac to get super tanky, you're playing for this Maokai to get super tanky, then so be it. There is a lot more. There's a lot more win cons on the side of Grand Valley in that situation. So in a lot of ways, I do have to favor their draft in this situation. Of course, Wake Forest, I want to see them win because it's such a fun draft. And I'm going to keep saying it because it's so silly that they just R1-2. They pick Zed Echo and they're like, oh, yeah, we're not going to elaborate. That's what you get.
Well, then I will be the Wake Forest champion. I'm excited to see if they can actually pull off the Zed, if they can pull off the Samira, and if they can make this composition work. I mean, what's not fun to watch about someone just getting exploded underneath the turret, and then they get out, and you're like, oh, gamer moment. It's just skill difference. I mean, there's some exciting things, I think, for their composition too, but it will come down to, we talked about a couple times execution, and the fact of the matter is assassins are a lot harder to pull off than just press R. And the other thing is too, is it's not like it's a Kali, in that mid lane either, so it's not an AP threat, so it's not something that's necessarily going to be able to get out super clean. So we will be excited to see how it goes. But ladies and gentlemen, all of the talking must now stop about what might and what could be, because we are on into the red for game 1 between Grand Valley State University and Wake Forest University. These guys run out onto the map.
Yeah, it seems like some pretty typical. Oh, actually, I just noticed something. League of Trees picked up the Maokai for themselves, so it's Zac support.
Zac support.
That's
interesting.
A little bit more interesting in that regard, because Zac support, I don't really know how well it does into the likes of an Alistar. You can't really engage with your Elastic Slingshot as much anymore, but it is something that I have seen brew up in Korea a little bit. They've played it just as sort of a combination. You get that little wombo combo in the bottom lane a little bit easier, and you have a little bit more crowd control in your kit than the likes of a Maokai, but it's still a little bit curious to see how that plays out. But of course, just standard 5-point start, nothing too crazy to open ourselves up in this game 1.
Yeah, I think that opens up a really interesting possibility for Grand Valley in that bot lane. You talked about having the multiple forms of CC, so stretching strike will count as one, let's bounce will be another, so that kind of induces more importance of when Samira actually uses that shield to deny some of the CC, because if you time it wrong, you could just be finding yourself being janked into multiple members that are ready to kill you. So it's going to be just a red side start here. Interesting also to see how League of Trees is going to try and affect this early game. I think if you're looking at ganking timing and ganking pathing, Maokai is just that better champion to do it in terms of the early stages. So obviously lane priority going to be huge for GVSU in order to make sure that they get Maokai set up for those early ganks.
And one thing I want to point out is the Maokai, the main reason why it's been moved to the jungle is just because it sort of hides how poor the early game can be for Maokai still. You're not really a champion that thrives in level 1, 2, 3. You're not going to get any ganks off there. But once you get to level 4, your clear gets significantly better. You're a lot stronger. Meanwhile, I said Syndra, might not be the strongest early game. That's a lot of damage still.
Yeah, well, it is going to have access to the area, so it's decent trading. It's nothing like the electrocute that sometimes we used to see from Samir of old, but it is still pretty good AoE trading. Obviously, once Zed gets to level 2, level 3, he'll be able to more efficiently trade, but yeah, getting early control of that mid lane going to be super huge for Stepfather.
Yeah, I think Stepfather just sort of asserting their dominance at this point. Oh my goodness, look at the damage.
Oh my word. He has seed is up. Yeah, Nerium going to have to go ahead and get on out of there. Didn't blow the flash, didn't blow the ignite to try and fob SJ Father up. But yeah, we'll still have to be super wary of that Syndra in the mid lane.
Yeah,
There's a lot of minions he's going to lose too. Sorry.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Nerium to walk up in this situation because it's just one combo away. Stepfather just needs to drop down the QEW at this point, and it should find the kill. Actually going in for it themselves, but once
He
again,
gets stunned up
Syndra's
underneath the turret.
pain.
Yeah. I think he's trying to find any way to push this wave out and find a potential reset, but already starting to lose some CS underneath the turret. Is very worried about stepping up now. No vision, so the Echo is hovering around here. Stepfather trying to play the lower part of that, doesn't want to risk any potential gank. Palm Tree's going to ride behind here. He's going to caught underneath the turret. Thrown out. Palm Tree not going to be able to throw anything else, so doesn't have to blow the flash. Gets out pretty much scot-free and says, nice gank, bro. Tell me another story.
Exactly. Just doing their best to sort of assert that dominance in terms of the pathing. But of note, League of Tree is actually going to be able to sort of finish up that clear in the same time. So while Palm Tree did try and push Stepfather back just a little bit, it's still not affording that much space for Nerium. And this is a situation where if you're picking an assassin into the Syndra, you need to realize that your CS is going to go down. You just need to sort of eat that for yourself.
Conqueror popped for both of these guys. Not sure who's the better trade right now. Is Orianchi going to get grabbed up? Team will going to flash forward. Bleeding passive's active. He just needs to wait this one out. He's going to continue to farm. The channel's trying to go through the Orochi, and first blood for Toon World off of the passive.
Yeah, and that's what I was scared of in this matchup here. It's so difficult for Aatrox to just take that fight in mono level 1 through 5. That passive is going to be the majority of your damage as this Darius, so you got to be so cognizant of that at all times.
Be the recall here from Stepfather. It looked for a brief unconscionable moment that Echo might try and stop that back, but chooses not to do so and gets the reset off. But yeah, we talked about that early snowballing too. We're going to be very, very happy to have that first blood. Interested to see what he buys. Waits for the Sheen. So really, really big item spike online for Toon World already.
And of note, Toon World actually has the Ghost as well, so is able to chase down Oranchi if the opportunity presents itself. Yes, there is still the flash available on that Aatrox, but nonetheless, it's going to be something you've got to be worried about. Actually, interesting note here, across the game, no teleports. So all of these teams are sort of playing for themselves in a way, playing for as much combat power as possible, which can be good for yourself. It means that every single time you have a 2v2 or a 3v3, it is exactly a 2v2 or a 3v3. There's no real chance for any globals to come through, but at the same time, it could mean trouble if you start to fall behind. You don't really have as many windows to look for these fights. Meanwhile, bot lane, League of Trees cooking something up. Oh.
Gonna be the bouncing. Do try and get in. Young Earth just trying to make sure that he can get clear of this. Doesn't want to get CC'd up if he can possibly board. That's going to be the shield. Knock up onto 3, and they're going to walk their way out. So investment of time, but they do shove out the bot lane for WFU.
And I think the main thing was just the Zac was caught on vision there. The elastic slingshot range at level 4. Not as long as you expect. Normally you're expecting level 5, level 6, which is why you see that come through in the jungle so often, because you can avoid that sort of level 4, level 5, the predictability of it. But nonetheless, still a good play to sort of force the Samira off the lane. Interesting that she opts for the serrated Dirk start here. So could very well be the Eclipse Samira that we've seen pop up a couple of times. We'll be curious to see if that is the option they go for.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to the earlier conversation that we were having even before we got into the game about players not being aware of some of the changes that get made through some of the patches just because they're focusing on either trying to practice or just because they haven't put in the time to do the research. Eclipse obviously has been massively nerfed off of this patch, so it could mean a difference in damage and survivability, honestly, for Samira. Interesting what she would go actually rather instead of the Eclipse, if maybe she would try for something like a crit build on her, which I don't think would feel great. Shield Bow also doesn't feel great either.
It's a curious situation where it's either shield bow or you go for one of those assassin items. I mean, I don't expect to see anything except maybe the Eclipse here. Would be curious to see what the mindset behind that is, but as we can see already in that top side, 600 CS lead, or 600 gold lead, sorry. 600 CS lead would be, 600 gold lead for the Darius already over this Aatrox, and it's really just preventing Uranchi from walking up and having any sort of interaction in this lane. Toon World is just able to threaten at a moment's notice, and especially with League of Trees sort of in the area at all times, you know, this Maokai sort of playing towards the top side with the 2 winning lanes thus far, it can be a little bit challenging for them to find anything. Oh my goodness, what's this?
Still gonna jump in. It's gonna be the knocker for the Alistar, but he's just going to buy a little bit of space, I think. So no serious engagement there, just trying to buy space. But speaking of buying space, Palm Tree going to jump through a lot of space to try and get on top of Esther's stepfather. I'm going to be pushed out. League of Trees, again, just waiting around in the bushes, making sure that no one gets too crazy from the side of WFU, and we'll just walk his way on out of there.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is that we saw Nerium Oleander's ult go down. I think they were looking for a window on to Stepfather there, but unfortunately, Palm Tree just sort of burns the flash for nothing. Yes, the exhaust was expended from the Syndra on an earlier play, but overall, just a little bit of an interesting play to even bother with that engage of the Stigma. Oh my goodness.
Now, Palm Tree is here, so it is a 3v2 of a Stigma. Not going to have any kind of ability to get out of this one, so should just be dropping. Can they survive on his passive, though? No teleport to save him, so exactly what we're talking about later, but he's not going to be able to respond. The Smite's going to get it, and now League of Trees may be in a little bit of trouble himself. Knockback, and it's a double kill. Young Earth going to be very happy to get that one, sorry. 2 kills going over. Breakbone manages to trade onto Riven. It's a 1 for 2 in the end.
Yeah, just a little bit of a messy play to start out of Stigma going in against sort of their better judgment, not really knowing where the jungler was, at least last seeing the jungler mid lane, so you know it's a 50-50 at that if you don't have vision of the play, but a little bit of an overextension. And the main thing about Zac is that, once again, you're expecting the Zac to be jumping on top of you every single time in this lane, isn't really able to get the connection on anything, and you don't have that ultimate yet available on Breakbone Branch or on the Zac itself. So overall, just a little bit of a messy play. A kill does go over to a Palm Tree. Yes, you're able to get one back onto the Lucian, but even then, it's just a little bit of an unforced error coming through. And now, level 16 Riven on the roam.
Stepfather just going to step back, does spot Riven out on the ward, so won't be in any danger there. This should just be a reset of the mid lane. And to go off your point that you just made, talking about the over-aggression kind of in that mid lane, I think that's kind of an indicator of how GVSU is feeling about this game right now. Obviously feeling a little bit antsy, feeling like they're a little bit stronger in this lane. And it was a little curious because they had such good control there. They were very, very patient with the way that Young and level 16 Riven were actually playing in that bot lane. So I think, especially given the fact that they blew all of the summoners there, so Young is still going to have access to the heal and the flash, so they weren't even able to knock it off the Simmer. I think is going to make the next couple of minutes of trading in that bot lane a little bit difficult. This Toon might be getting dove here. Palm Tree has access to the ultimate, so this should be a free play, and yeah, that's going to be Toon going down in that top lane. Easy peasy, just as you please, and that gold going to be generously donated over to Palm Tree.
Yeah, honestly, well played from Palm Tree to be able to find the opening on that top side, sort of taking advantage of the fact that Toon World burned that Ghost earlier as well, and Uranchi is just a little bit tanky, just to be able to tank up a couple of those tower shots. Again, this is a solo dragon going down. A little bit interesting to see the Maokai opting for this. This is often something Echoes will do. Tanks don't take it very fast, especially not a Maokai, but with no presence in the area, you know that you can guarantee that objective, and at least it's a cross-map trade, but thus far, Wake Forest doing a really good job in this early stage just to put the pressure on at the very least.
Nerium going to be ulting Stepfather underneath the turret. This will be the confirmed kill. The execution's not going to come through, though. Nerium's going to get out nice and clean. They get a dragon, but they lose their mid laner in the process.
Yeah, and the main thing about Syndra's new ultimate, it executes once you get to 100 stacks. So actually, of note, we're going to have to get a check on those stacks at a certain point to see exactly where the Syndra is at. But overall, really good play from the Zed once again. And thus far, Wake Forest actually overperforming, I think, what we were expecting of them, especially in this early game, just sort of playing towards their advantages, playing to snowball as well. Yes, it's only about 1,000 gold lead for them, but if they continue to snowball this, if they can find these solo kills, these outplays across the map, it will bode well for them as the game progresses.
Curious, though, that they did not choose to trade for the Herald, knowing that League of Trees was going to be in that bot lane. I don't know if Nerium ever actually saw League of Trees starting that dragon up, but of course, that's the pretty standard play. If you see the jungler in the top lane, then you just go ahead and opt for that neutral objective. But knowing that that dragon went down, I'm very surprised to see Palm Tree not actually play for that objective and look to snowball the mid lane or top lane even harder. I'm just going to be here. They're going to try and gank on top of Toon World. He just wants to go ahead and kite this out. Does not have access to the Ghost or the Flash. Gets the whirl. And he'd survive up long enough. It's going to be League of Trees getting here. Palm Tree has access to the ultimate. Shouldn't be too afraid. Uranchi going to pop the Iron Spike Whip just to sustain just a little bit longer. It's a long, drawn-out fight, but it's going to be Toon World dropping first, and now League of Trees has to beat a crazy retreat. Stepfather's here. Long, drawn-out fight. What else can they get? Can they manage to trade for something? Uranchi trying to survive right now. He gets another one. It's going to be League of Trees dropping. And now the Zed is here. Nerium going to try and lock down Stepfather. No stun up just yet. Palm Tree low on mana, and Stepfather should be able to get free. Gets the knockup from Syndra, but they will just make it out. It's going to be 2 kills for none. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, though, non-stop action, as it's going to be Samira Farn. Young's going to fall, and so will Riven. Double kill for the Zac. Oh, you would have liked to have seen that gold go on to the Lucian, but you'll take it in response to what was going on in the top lane.
Yeah, chaotic fight across the map there. You saw how well Palm Tree was sort of able to guise that gank at the end, but even then, League of Trees showing up there, not a whole lot of damage on this Maokai, and that's something that you sorely need against someone who can heal up as much as this Aatrox. Of note, not going for the Eclipse, going for the Gore Drinker, so even harder to lock down at that in terms of killing them, and a Toon World with no summoners, as you mentioned, not quite enough to stay alive, and all of a sudden, Wake Forest, they get a little bit more of an advantage on this top side, which we were saying was the strong point for GVSU for a little bit. Conversely, on the flip side of the map, is Zac able to pick up a double kill in the bot lane. Of course, you mentioned it would have been better to go over to the solution, but nonetheless, it does afford them some space, and it affords actually the Gale Force already complete for the solution, so we'll have a little bit more kill threat on this bot lane as well.
Yeah, if you're Breakbone, you're not actually too sad about that. Obviously, you know, we highlighted that the gold is much better on that damage carry. But just the fact that you got the pressure in that bot lane, the fact that you're going to be able to contest for the waves and the complete item is going to feel really good. And again, the interesting thing off this, and we see this a lot in professional play too, where the team that kind of dies quicker in that top lane just gets the chance to go for the earlier objective. Again, curious that League of Trees is just going to go ahead and start this off by himself. Echo, not really in the area, is pathing towards the mid lane. But, you know, again, just something that we see a lot of kind of on the trade is you give up kills, get the reset, and then be able to get the objective. Palm Tree waiting here, though. I'm not going to look for anything there.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to back out of the play. It always seems like there's the onus on Wake Forest to sort of make these plays happen, and thus far they've had a rather high success rate of actually making them stick, but you know, you have to keep this pace up in the game, and if you can slow down the game as GVSU, you should be favored to sort of come back into this. You know, we've always been talking about how Wake Forest have had these sort of really smart plays, these proactive plays. They're only ahead 700 gold. This just sort of speaks to what the advantages they have garnered are really amounting to. Not a whole lot in the end of it. GVSU still just able to scale up over time. I want to point out CS difference in the bot lane there, about 15. Top lane, not really a CS difference, but despite, you know, the fact that Toon World died back-to-back there, and even in the mid lane, it's still mounting up in favor of SSJ Stealthfather. So overall, the advantages that WFU have sort of gotten for themselves, it's only really showing in the kills, not so much across the map. Granted, of course, you can see the Echo up about 1,200 gold. They're really going to have to play around Palm Tree in this situation.
I think the other thing that's kind of disappointing for GVSU, even despite kind of how the early game they had went with getting that first kill on the Darius, is now you have Darius in a situation where he's been stalled out, so he's not quite the strength that you'd like him to have. In addition to that, too, even the plays that you've been making, you weren't able to do anything with the Herald, so you aren't going to get any of those bonus plates. You're not really going to be able to get any pressure on these towers because even despite losing in that bot lane, no significant damage has been put into that bot lane tower. And so for WFU, that just buys them time to continue to play around the map. And I'm curious to get your thoughts, Adam. The gold going into that, kind of enabling this backline threat that we've been talking about. Curious to see whether or not, you know, that's actually going to pay off for WFU in the end. If he goes in, he's going to die here. Gonna jump down straight on top of Earth. Be the knock up there, and he's just going to try and bounce it now. Breakbone just trying to pour the Kovac into Palm Tree, and to convince him to go away is going to be the ultimate activation now. And what was a very scary jump in for Abystigma ends up being okay in the end. It's only an ultimate traded for basically no summoners.
Yeah, and I mean, to speak in regards to that matchup there, you know, the Echo really needs to try and snowball the game. And one thing that I've noticed just through my own solo queue adventures is that Echo, one of those champions where you need to be like 8-0, otherwise the game's over. You're not as useful as you expect it to be. So, you know, Palm Tree needs to continue this breakneck pace, but it's a little bit difficult, especially with the objective control that's now coming through from the side of GVSU. This is sort of their window back into the game. They can pick up these dragons and start to snowball that way. It can mean some pretty good things for them. But of course, on the flip side, Aranchi, given enough alone time to pick up that full top lane turret, of course, just after the plates went down as well, about a minute and a half, so not going to get as much gold as you could have, but this Aatrox getting left alone for so long, despite getting solo killed early on, hasn't really been that affected by it. Aranchi's feeling pretty good about themselves.
And you highlighted earlier, too, Oranchi just deciding not to go with that Eclipse, I think is a great itemization choice, just because he knows he's kind of this front line for WFU, knows that if he can survive for long enough for his team to back him up and pour in the damage, that it will be kind of the undoing of GVSU. Obviously, you know, you're still going to see Toon continue to slowly scale up in this game. But right now, I mean, you perfectly highlighted, you know, GVSU, they are slowly starting to stack these dragons. So even though they're losing out in some of these team fights, they're more than happy to just kind of play this late game and wait for their carries to get strong. But Toon World stepping forward here, it's going to be the World Interpops. Therefore, Oranchi, but Toon World's bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and Nerium's going to pick up his second kill of the game. And the Darius getting punished for being a little over aggressive.
Yeah, and this is the main thing about Darius. You know, you are able to snowball the game in your favor, or the game can snowball out of your favor incredibly quickly, and it seems to be the case there. Nerium, though, ooh, great shot.
That was a hopeful stretching strike to see if he could pull a Nerium there. I think very low chance of that play actually pulling off there as they're posturing towards this top side. There's not really anything to play for, so it would just be an all-out team fight. Again, no teleports, as we highlighted earlier on either of these teams, so it will just be a straight 3-on-3 for both of these teams. But, yep, they choose to just poke each other a little bit and then pass like ships in the night.
Yeah, just sort of a little bit of skill shot throwing out there just to see what they can find, if it'll stick or anything. But once again, it's just GVSU are sort of waiting for their time to shine in a lot of ways, but I think that they might be bleeding out just a little bit too much. It's something that they have to be cognizant of at the very least. I mean, this Lucian very strong right now, but once again, not going to be the strongest champion once you get into that late game, especially when the likes of Young Earth are just going to be able to drop that Blade Whirl and block the entire culling if you time it right. Now, looking at the gold advantages as well, this Echo still building that up, 1,400 gold above their jungle counterpart, and it hasn't been because League of Trees has been playing badly per se, just sort of an overperformance coming through from Palm Tree. But topside, oh my.
Orochi's going to go ahead and pop the World Ender, but Toon World does have a little bit of help, but it's actually just not even going to matter. He's just going to solo kill Toon. Abstigma is going to jump in, not going to hold on for it. Breaker on his axis to the culling. Orochi's going to try and kite out most of it. Is going to land a chains. He's living so long. He's winning this 1v2, but the bouncing is going to be enough CC. Oh, that worked. That looked super sketchy there for a moment. It looked like Aranchi was going to get the reset, but Breakbone, just in a panic, throwing out as many abilities as he can, ends up knocking down the Aatrox in the end, but it's a 1-for-1 after all is said and done.
Yeah, of note, I believe that's a shutdown going back in favor of this Lucian as well, so that's a little bit more gold going in their favor. Of note, yeah, bot lane, SSJ Stepfather dies, didn't even have time to pop the stopwatch, so the Syndra getting punished in that weaker early game that we were talking about, but when she respawns, we'll get a check on how many stacks she has, and we'll be able to figure out where exactly on her scaling journey she is. I believe she's got probably around 60 to 70 stacks, which means that her W is now upgraded to do a little bit of bonus true damage. It's really once you get that E upgraded, which slows after it stuns and also has a wider cone, that we're going to see the Syndra really start to take off, and that's what we have to be careful of, because 100 stacks is where your ult executes. 120 stacks on that passive is where you end up with the Rabadon's passive, 15% bonus AP, just in your kit as in general.
Ungerf just going to casually walk away from that. I'm not even remotely worried about Zach jumping in. Now, Adam, I have a question for you, because I think there was a missed opportunity for something. If you look at our junglers, one says League of Trees, the other says Palm Tree. So why no other tree? Why no double tree? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a missed opportunity I hear as we wait to see these teams again to posture around the dragon, which brings up another point, which is interesting. Is hold on, Toon World gonna get jumped on down here. Yeah, he's I think found himself on the wrong end of this one. We'll see if he can actually train back. It's gonna be the old committed from Nerium, and that should just be the end. Palm Tree. Oh, he's gonna steal it from the Zed. It's a little bit bad manner, but they will knock down the GVSU top laner in the end. But the question I was going to ask you before we were so rudely interrupted by a team fight, and it's not stopping because Orochi might find himself on the wrong side of this rift. It's going to be Scout of the Week thrown into him. It's going to be the jump in from Stigma. Can't manage to win this fight, though. A couple of ultimates already lost here for the side of WFU. Is Nerium trying to knock down Zach? Not going to be able to do so, though. Team fight broken out so far. League of Trees just trying to buy as much time as he can. Low health bars for WFU. What else can GVSU get? It's going to be the kill on top of the Alistair. Now they're going to try and see if they can get out, though. They've gotten one, but it's going to be a shutdown given over. But it will be traded back instantly by two. Orochi picks up one, and so does Palm Tree. And now Stepfather just trying to run for the hills, trying to make sure he doesn't get stunned up. If he can make it underneath the turret, should be fine. Orochi going to land up one, but not going underneath the turret to pursue for more. And now the dragon is active. On Breakbone. Yeah, manages to get out, but it's going to be WFU with a huge team fight win.
Really big team fight win for them. You know, they're able to pick off Toon World before that even starts. Of note, they take down the Maokai, which is sort of the only way that you can get into this dragon and sort of steal it at that. Fight's not done.
Gonna try and knock down one. It's gonna be the Lucian collected the kill, and now Orochi is gonna get exhausted up. Breakbone should be able to knock this down unless Young can kill him first. He's gonna get enough to stack up the ultimate. That's a shutdown given to Orochi. And yeah, he's just gonna clear the mid wave. They're gonna collect the dragon. And WFU, they're gonna collect the commanding lead in this game.
Starting to get a little bit into that neighborhood of have they gone too far, at least for the side of GVSU. And you know, you're really trying to focus around this third dragon to get that soul stacking as quickly as possible. We might not be done because
they're not
the
willing to let this
up.
go.
Oh my.
Yeah, League is not willing to let this go at all. GVSU really want to fight for this soul because they know they're starting to lose a little bit of pressure in this game. They know that Palm Tree isn't up, so this actually should just be free for them so long as they don't get the Dragon too low. But it's going to be the full team fight start. It's going to be the Zonias coming out there, but it's not going to be enough to save them, though, because Young Earth's going to get the ultimate, and now it's low health bars in WFU. They're more than happy to take that trade. We don't have to worry about you taking the Dragon if your jungler's dead, and now it's just free. And they're going to claim their first Dragon of the game in another team fight win.
Yeah, just back-to-back fights coming in favor of Wake Forest here. And, keep fighting in the jungle. You may have the advantage of the Maokai. You may have an advantage of League of Trees on your side. But, there's no palm trees in the jungle. It doesn't matter. There's palm trees in the Wake Forest. And that's exactly what they're playing towards. This Echo has been so pivotal in sort of starting off some of these fights and getting as fed as possible. And now this Aatrox is showing why it's such a strong pick, such a strong blind pick in the Worlds meta even, where, 5, 2, and 7, not building exactly as everyone would, but, building more towards what's strong in this path is now incredibly strong, incredibly hard to take down. And we talked about how Grievous Wounds is nerfed. There is a Bramble Vest on the Zac.
Yeah, and now it doesn't matter. It's just a buy just to try and survive a little bit longer than the way he has, because obviously Bombi Center's not buying you enough time. And Adam, there is a completed Black Cleaver on Aranchi. We're only 22 minutes into the game. That item is actually fairly expensive to buy, and for people who are not aware of how the economy works in League of Legends, that is a nice piece of kit to have for the Aatrox, which means anybody trying to stack armor here for the side of GVSU, you're just going to get shredded.
And if you look at the team comp as well, you've got a Zed, you've got a Samira, all of whom really want to get that armor penetration, but can't really afford it at this point in time. Having this Aatrox sort of provide that for you in these team fights is going to be so pivotal in sort of getting that extra little bit of damage onto the likes of the Maokai and the Zac. Granted, this Zac hasn't stacked up a whole lot of armor for themselves right now. Neither has this Maokai. Toon.
No, we've seen this episode before. We know how this ends. He's trying to just trade a little bit of, he gets Nerium low, but he's got the fancy feet, and it's going to be Palm Tree kicking that one up again. I feel like every time these two combine, it's just the Echo yoinking that precious gold out from his mid laner's eyes. But you know what? As long as you're getting the kill, it doesn't matter. And they should be able to just knock down this mid lane turret. But yeah, Toon just getting constantly caught in this bot lane over and over again.
Just really overstaying their presence in a lot of ways. And I think the main thing to focus on is Echo getting these kills is probably better. Echo does scale better into the late game than the Zed would, especially considering the fact that the Samira very likely going to be building towards a Guardian Angel very early on. There is agency where you can go for even an armor item like Death's Dance, sort of bruiser item onto this Samira so that you are able to stay alive. So it's a little bit worrisome here because GVSU, as we said, going into draft, they have the more meta comp. They've got more win conditions up their sleeve. However, they're playing towards Wake Forest's win condition, which is just constantly fighting, finding as many kills as possible and pushing your advantage that way. Granted, you look at the objectives on the map, it's only been one tower taken apiece at 24 minutes into this one, so we might be in for a little bit of a longer matchup here. This is a little bit of a slower game in terms of the macro plays. 3 dragons have been taken, heralds were taken and everything, but still no towers have really gone down.
Stigma, I've seen this one before. He's going to get the stretching strike, and then he's going to have to get his way on out of there. It's going to be the full team kind of commit. Now, Scatter the Week on the 2. No further follow-up from there. Nerium waiting, just trying to make sure he doesn't get CC'd up by League of Trees. So it will throw out a bunch of abilities, do a bunch of damage, and then walk away. And Adam, off of your earlier point, one of the things I want to talk about is, so we've seen how WFU have kind of really taken control of this game. Obviously, they're sitting at about a 4K lead. They have one dragon, so they've effectively stopped GVSU's one of their win conditions, which was this dragon stacking that they've had going on. For GVSU, I mean, who are you looking to get back in this game? Is Toon? Yeah, caught on his top side again. He may not even be able to get out of this. Is he just going to stay? What is he playing for? Yeah, he's trying to draw attention now into that bot side to allow his team to play mid, but that's not going to work. But I mean, if you are GVSU, like, who are you looking to get back in this game? Because your Lucian is not far enough ahead really to carry you right now. Your Darius has been set so far behind, had a CS advantage, now it's gone.
It's a little bit challenging to find your win condition here. I mean, it feels like it has to be Lucian, but of course that timer's starting to run out. Syndra's still going to be incredibly relevant in the later stages, but even then, those are sort of your 2 damage threats right now. This Darius just going to be sort of a side lane monster, if anything, but even then at 1 and 7, not as much of a monster as you want to be. If we can get a check on the Syndra stacks, we might be able to get some more information in regards to if she has that ultimate upgrade, because that is an extra little thing that you have to play around. It's just 85% health. Darius is going to die here.
They know he's in that bush. They're bringing 4 people to make sure. trying to make sure that we all get assist gold. That way we can maximize the gold value of killing this guy. And yep, it's going to be 3 people at least getting the gold value, but they should be trading that for a mid lane turret. They're running up there. They didn't really expend much to knock Toon down, but all the same, they won't be here in time to stop the structure going down. So GVSU managing to find a way to get a little bit of pressure on this map. They're getting chased down. Arachi, he's going to pop the World Injure for a little bit of speed. Trying to get on a couple of people. Flashes forward, lands 1 Q, trying to land another. If they can lock up League, this would make sure that they can get the Baron, because if they kill the jungler, it's just a free objective. It's going to be the belt forward. Palm Tree's going to get it and out. They're just going to run straight towards Baron.
Yeah, it's just a really nice pickup onto the jungler. Once again, Toon World just sort of caught sleeping in a sense. I mean, it was an expected play. I think they were trying to draw as much power. Yes, you are able to get that tier 2 mid lane turret, but you overextend, you overstay, and now Wake Forest just going to be going towards this Baron. This is going to be a window for them to sort of end the game off of this. They're up 4,000 gold. They're really looking to push as much power as possible through, but nonetheless, Wake Forest just sort of able to find as many advantages as possible. Yes, you'll be able to get onto Soul Point as GVSU, but even then it's a Cloud Soul. It's not really as impactful as you would like, and unfortunately it just seems as if GVSU not really prepared for what Wake Forest were prepping up here, because even in terms of their drafting, they just sort of let them get these assassins, and then their answers weren't as strong as you want. Yes, you picked the Zac support, but what has it really done for you thus far?
I'm in full agreement there, and I think with WFU, they're going to be very happy with the way this game has gone so far. Obviously, their picks are working for them. Yes, they do give up Soul Point to GVSU, but given that they've secured the Baron, that gives them the siege that they need, because if you're looking at this comp, they are very, very short range. You have Samira, and that's pretty much it, and then you have just an Aatrox, and while he can siege underneath turrets, he's obviously not a ranged champion, so this will give them some of the push that they need, and I think for GVSU now, you're really reliant on WFU overextending. You're really reliant on getting a pick on one of these pivotal members like the Zed, Samira, or the Aatrox, and WFU, they can look to just play this slowly. I don't think they're even remotely concerned about the team fighting coming out from Grand Valley.
Yeah, I think at a certain point it will become a worry, and one thing to note is SSJ Stepfather has 110 stacks, I believe, so that means they're about 10 stacks away, 2 levels, or 10 cannon minions, or landing 2 abilities on champions 5 times, to be able to get that effectively Rabadon's passive, mini Rabadon's passive, where you get 15% bonus AP. That's going to be a little bit of a stronger point. I mean, SSJ Stepfather is strong. They can have that one-shot potential onto someone, but look at this fight once again.
The Stigma going to get jumped on by Nerium, trying to get over the wall. Ult's not going to kill in the end. Now they're just going to take a slow team fight underneath this mid lane turret. Arachi's going to be on the back. He's going to try and lock down multiple members. They're trying to jump on top of him, but it doesn't matter because Young Earth's going to slay him. And now they're just going to lock down this mid lane turret. That's the jungler dead for GVSU. And now the siege continues for WFU as they continue to move towards. They're going to go down the bot lane. I'd like to see them just go ahead and knock down that remaining structure, pick up the remaining gold. But great pick off there for Wake Forest.
Yeah, Wake Forest doing a really good job of sort of slamming the door and preventing any sort of comeback potential coming through from GVSU. You saw they were trying to find a fight under their turret, but with the Baroned up minions, it's so difficult to take him down. Nerium
He just broke everybody's ankles. It disappears halfway back up the land where he started, and now level 16 Riven, though, may be caught out. If they kill him, it'll only be a consolation prize. Flash to try and secure that a little bit. Or no, sorry, that was the flash out from Young Riven, so manages to get himself to safety. And now it's going to be Nerium possibly on the wrong side of this one. Just back into the middle of 4 people. Not sure why he didn't just walk on out of there, but he's going to get shut down. That gold's going to go over to Toon World, which is not what you wanted. Oranchi, what is going on here? They're trying to just secure a couple of the kills. He's going to scatter the weak, going to knock him down. He doesn't have any other survivability once this ult ends. Breakbone just trying to put in a little bit of damage. It's going to be another shutdown going into Toon. He's going to grab another. It's going to be Young Earth's going to get knocked down as well. League of Trees knocks it back in. Shutdown goes over to Stepfather, and now this has gone horribly, horribly wrong for Wake Forest. They get punished in the mid lane in Grand Valley. They're going to be happy to pick up that gold.
Yeah, just a strange turn of events overall throughout that entire play for the side of Wake Forest. They were playing so well about just getting their one and then getting out and playing so well around that, and then they just sort of throw that away. They give it up for no reason, and now you're in a little bit of trouble if you're Wake Forest because you gave over a lot of shutdowns. You got this Darius back into this game with those shutdowns, and yeah, even though they're behind still by about 3,000 gold up on that top side, even though you have a Maokai in the jungle who's so far behind, Maokai doesn't really need that much gold, and this Lucian has been rolling in dough this entire game. It's a little bit of a worry point here for Wake Forest. Yes, they still have a lead, but how much does that lead actually matter, especially when you consider that tanks, they're pretty tanky on 2 items. If this Maokai keeps dying, it's like, we lost our tank, but what did we get in return? And in that situation, they got a lot back for themselves.
WFU employing that patented one in one at a time strategy that ends up giving over a bunch of gold. You would hate to see it too, especially since they were playing that mid lane push so calm and controlled. And now Orochi, he's going to get jumped in against. Direction Strike's going to lock him down. Scout of the Week going to buy a little bit more time to breakthrough, jumping a little bit forwards, culling, going to go in the back of Orochi, but he's not going to die. And now GVSU, they're going to continue to siege this out. Palm Tree is going to have to find himself back in the middle of two people.
Oh.
He wasn't monitoring where his ult was. He thought he was clear. There was no vision, and now he dies for it. And now GVSU, they are completely back in this game. They have the mid lane push, and they can just look to kite back towards the dragon. They continue to shove these waves out. And WFU, they have dropped a couple of pivotal plays here, giving over gold to the people they don't want to be. And now they might be giving over drag point or drag soul here.
That's a really scary prospect here. GVSU just getting the soul effectively for free. You know, there's no sort of contest around it. Of course, spawning in 30 seconds, still going to be a little ways out, but there's just so little vision. Thank you to our observer for pointing that one out. You can see they have to try and play around their strong point on this bottom side. Aranchi's still incredibly massive in this game, 3.5 completed items, but even then, you know, if you're just getting locked down by this Maokai, this Zac, over and over again, it's so difficult to even find a semblance of a team fight, and it's difficult for WFU to team fight in general just because of how strong they're just all good in very isolated fights. They're good at assassinating one person. They're not good when there's a big Darius and Maokai in front of you. They're very much geared towards one type of fight, which is looking for those picks.
GVSU, they are here first in the river. Now, it is a 5-man stacker for WFU, so they have got all of their members here to contest for this dragon. Aranchi is wrapping around. There is no vision that's spotting him just yet. Control Ward's going to miss out. He's going to be spotted now, though, so they know that the Aatrox is behind them. Zed's going to get spotted as well, so they know these two flanking members are here. It looked like they want to disengage, but it's going to be Riven going in first. Toon World going to be happy to fight this one now. It's going to be who's going to be the first to drop. There's going to be stunned on multiple people coming into the back line. And now what else can they do, though? Breakbone not going to drop just yet, but Young Earth going to get the damage. It's a double kill. And now he's looking to get everything. He's not being stopped. He might just get the triple. He's going into the stasis. He gets out. And now what else can he do? It's going to be the ult reset. He's underneath the turret. It's a quadra kill, but he's going to drop through the intro. It won't be the Penta, but that will be the team fight win. Knock up underneath the turret for level 16 Riven. And he should be dropping as well, though. But Aatrox should be strong enough to secure this one. It's going to be the Zed pushing in the top lane. They win the team fight and they get the drag, and they're actually going to get their first inhibitor of the game.
Yeah, and Nerium just on that split push the entire time. It was effectively a 4v5 fight, and an amazing play coming through from Young Earth to be able to find all those kills. Nerium, though, got to be careful.
Should be able to get out and manage just to live. Obviously, no ultimate available for Stepfather, so wasn't scary, but he may not have known that. So, yeah, doesn't end up getting the inhibitor in the end, but Palm Tree is shoving in the mid lane.
Just consistently pushing on these lanes, and I mean, you pick up another dragon in favor of Wake Forest, preventing that soul from going down, and it was only stopped by Rework Syndra. Realistically, the execute coming through onto Young Earth prevented them from healing through it, but overall, it's just been a really, really good game coming through, not only from Palm Tree, who sort of got them through that early game, but now coming through from Young Earth, who's going to be such a menace now to deal with. You know, you don't really have as much defensive stats on this Maokai and Zac as you wanted to. I alluded to the fact that, you know, they're not great in those team fights unless, that's the point we never got to in that fight before it sort of broke out, unless Young Earth is able to reset all over them, drop a bunch of Death Blossoms, and cries a devil may, but nonetheless, now over to this Baron they go. Wake Forest, they're just slapping him with his wallets at this point.
Toon Forest does not have teleport, so he's going to have to walk the long way up here. So this is where the instance where that might matter. Nerium's going in onto the Maokai, not necessarily the best champion. Now Abysmal going to be walking into 4 members. Can he do enough damage, though? Going to be the culling into multiple members, but it's going to be Aatrox getting their shutdown, and now it's just not enough. GVSU, they took a fight that they couldn't win. They tried to stop Baron, and now they're going to lose the game for it. It's a triple kill for Young. He gets the ace, and now this will be just the first game going over to WFU.
Yeah, with respawn timers coming up, you know, 30 seconds down the line is more than enough time for this team to sort of push through and end the game. Minion wave going to be a little bit lagging behind, but nonetheless, you've got enough damage to end this one. And against all odds, I want to say, or against most odds, I think Wake Forest able to sort of pull this one out. You know, it had a harder to execute comp, but nonetheless, it seemed as if GVSU were playing with their food, playing with their comp a little bit too much, and Wake Forest, they're going to be very happy with the fact that they're able to escape that with the Game 1 victory.
Expectations be damned. They're going to pick up this first win of the series. WFU advanced to 1-0. Second game going to be very, very important with this one at the end of this. Yeah, and expectations, we were talking about what we set out for this team to do, and they absolutely played to their win conditions. GVSU, you know, you highlighted just running into WFU in the ways that they weren't supposed to, and they end up getting punished over and over and over again in these team fights.
Yeah, I think just a little bit of an overextension of expectations from the side of GVSU in the sense that every single fight that they were taking, it seemed as if they thought they were even in gold. They thought that they were, ahead in that sense. It's that copy pasta about MLXG from before. It's like, when they're even on gold, he feels like he needs to get a lead, so they go for a fight. When they're down by 3,000 gold, he thinks that they're even on gold again, so he looks for a fight. When they're down 8,000 gold, he thinks the game's out of control, so they look for a fight. It's just always looking for these fights from the side of GVSU, and it doesn't really work out in their favor at the end of it, and they take a bunch of sort of ill-advised fights, giving over inhibitors around that dragon with the quadra kill for Young. And at the end of it, it just seemed as if they didn't really have decisive decision-making there. In Wake Forest, they're really able to abuse that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the expectations that they've met too, now they have, some threat in the draft lane when we get ready to go in this second game. So very happy to see them answer some of the questions that we've had. Very interesting to see them pull off that draft. We were talking about some of the excitement with the Assassins, so interested to see if they'll get that in game 2. But the only way to find out if they get that into game 2 is to stick around. So don't go anywhere because game 2 is coming right up. Now, Palm Tree is here, so it is a 3v2 of a Stigma. Not going to have any kind of ability to get out of this one, so should just be dropping. Can they survive on his passive, though? No teleport to save him, so exactly what we're talking about later, but he's not going to be able to respond. The Smite's going to get it, and now League of Trees may be in a little bit of trouble himself. Knockback, and it's a double kill. Young Earth going to be very happy to get that one, sorry. 2 kills going over. Breakbone manages to trade onto Riven.
Doing a really good job in this early stage just to put the pressure on at the very least.
Nerium going to be ulting, step underneath the turret. This will be the confirmed kill. The execution's not going to come through, though. Nerium's going to get out. Nice. More than happy to just kind of play this late game and wait for their carries to get strong. But Toon World stepping forward here. It's going to be the World Interpops. Therefore, Orange, but Toon World's bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and Nerium's going to pick up his second kill of the game. Alongside this Rift. It's going to be Scout of the Week thrown into him. It's going to be the jump in from Stigma. Can they manage to win this fight, though? A couple of ultimates already lost here for the side of WFU. Is Nerium trying to knock down Zach? Not going to be able to do so, though. Team fight broken out so far. League of Trees just trying to buy as much time as he can. Low health bars for WFU. What else can GVSU get? It's going to be the kill on top of the Alistair. Now they're going to try and see if they can get out, though. They've gotten one, but it's going to be a shutdown given over. But it will be traded back instantly by 2. Orochi picks up 1, and so does Palm Tree. And now Stepfather just trying to run for the hills, trying to make sure he doesn't get stunned out. Let this go at all. GVSU really want to fight for this soul because they know they're starting to lose a little bit of pressure in this game. They know that Palm Tree isn't up, so this actually should just be free for them so long as they don't get the Dragon too low. But it's going to be the full team fight start. It's going to be the Zonias coming out there, but it's not going to be enough to save them, though, because Young Earth's going to get the ultimate, and now it's low health bars at WFU. They're more than happy to take that trade. We don't have to worry about you taking the Dragon if your jungler's dead, and now it's just free. Stigma gonna get jumped on by Nerium, trying to get over the wall. Ult's not gonna kill in the end. Now they're just gonna take a slow team fight underneath this mid lane turret. Rachi's gonna be on the back. He's gonna try and lock down multiple members. They're trying to jump on top of him, but it doesn't matter because Young Earth's gonna slay him, and now they're just gonna lock down this mid lane turret. Zed's gonna get spotted as well, so they know these 2 flanking members are here. It looked like they want to disengage, but it's going to be Riven going in first. Toon World going to be happy to fight this one now. It's going to be who's going to be the first to drop? There's going to be stunned on multiple people coming into the back line. And now what else can they do, though? Breakbone not going to drop just yet, but Young Earth going to get the damage. It's a double kill. And now he's looking to get everything. He's not being stopped. He might just get the triple. He's going into the stasis. He gets out. And now what else can he do? It's going to be the ult reset. He's underneath the turret. It's a quadra kill, but he's going to drop through the intro. It won't be the Penta, but that will be the team fight win. Knock up underneath the turret for level 16 Riven. And he should be dropping as well, though. But Aatrox should be strong. Nerium's going in onto the Maokai, not necessarily the best champion. Now Abysmal going to be walking into 4 members. Can he do enough damage, though? Going to be the culling into multiple members, but it's going to be Aatrox getting their shutdown, and now it's just not enough. GVSU, they took a fight that they couldn't win. They tried to stop Baron, and now they're going to lose the game for it. It's a triple kill for Young. He gets the
GVSU were playing with their food, playing with their comp a little bit too much, and Wake Forest, they're going to be very happy with the fact that they're able to escape that with the game 1 victory.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day 1. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside.
There are so many people outside. We're going to interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's going to rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's going to be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name, though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen? All right, we're going to interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm going to ask you like, a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at. 30 is okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
No, you know I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
that's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
that's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not even going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the cast. I am still Horizon. This is still Adam, and we are getting ready to get into the second game. But before we do that, we're going to talk a little bit about the first game that we saw because there are a lot of takeaways for both GVSU and for WFU coming out of the end of that last game.
Yeah, definitely an interesting game to say the least. We saw a lot of what we weren't expecting to come through from Wake Forest in the most positive way possible, and a lot of what we weren't expecting to see at a GVSU in a slightly more less positive way, we'll put it that way, to prevent the flame. But overall, it was just a little bit of an interesting situation where GVSU, they had their win conditions and they didn't really play around them. This Lucian was incredibly strong throughout the mid game, and it just seemed as if they let the Lucian do whatever. They didn't really want to play around it, and I think especially those back-to-back-to-back, I think it was 3 fights in a row around that Dragon where Wake Forest just came around with a victory every single time, really broke the spirits of GVSU in that sense. And unfortunately for Grand Valley, their gold lead effectively became a Grand Valley and they weren't able to overcome it.
Don't call it a valley, it's a chasm. I mean, you're absolutely right, highlighting a lot of those fights that they ended up taking. And I think most importantly, GVSU not playing to their strengths as the team fighting composition that they had, but rather they were getting caught in some of these individual engagements. And one of the things that we highlighted at the end of that first game was Toonrolled getting caught a lot in a solo lane by himself, getting punished multiple times by multiple members of WFU who were really able to keep the Darius down. Yes, had a couple of instances where it looked like he was going to come back in, but ultimately that Darius got hugely punished.
I think the Darius, we got first blood, and that was also a point of contention that they could have played around, and it just sort of overextended multiple times, didn't really get the resources that I think we were expecting them to. So very curious to see what changes up in the draft, if Grand Valley potentially are going to take away some things on red side that they left up on blue side. Of course, sides are going to swap, and this sort of brings into question the draft theory of these two teams. What does Grand Valley really accomplish picking the red side this time around?
Yeah, the other thing that's going to be the important to highlight too is they're going to have that final pick, so they will be able to save counter for a potential matchup that they want to get the better of. But the question is, does that go mid lane or top lane? Do you give Toonrolled the ability to kind of counter pick after that first performance? Do you have the confidence that he can pilot a counter pick, or do you maybe set up Stepfather to get something that they want and then try and win the game off that? We'll have to see. Is Set and Aatrox going to be picked off the board there? So yeah, they definitely want to deny that first pick away from Aranchi. Had a pretty good game, I'd say, on the Aatrox. So we'll will not be wanting that over. And then Zed also going to hit the ban board. So I think a situational ban away from Nerium. They don't want to see that champion again.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what ends up developing as well in this draft. I mean, they blind picked Echo last game. They're perfectly fine picking that again, it seems like, for Palm Tree. So no real surprise there. I think if anything, you would have taken that set ban and just said, hey, the Echo was a pretty big problem as well. We just want to take away what beat us last game. But we'll have to see if they have a better answer into it, because it seemed like League of Trees just seemed a little bit lost on the Maokai in that sense, which is odd because, as we said, League of Trees, you hope that they're pretty good at the tree in that sense, but I think just wasn't really able to get tanky enough, wasn't really to have the same impact that we've seen out of Maokai's from Worlds. But that's a switch up for sure.
That's a switch up.
Gonna be, that's an interesting one. She just got nerfed as well, so
Yeah. I think maybe they're trying to look for some of the more individual play that some of the Rek'Sai can't set up on some of potential picks that they might go with later. Obviously, traversing around the map is going to be nice, so you will be able to answer the Echo in that sense. And then obviously her ultimate is still pretty good when you're trying to lock down a single target. So if you are trying to lock down Young Earth or potentially Nerium, if you can deny them an assassin, then that sets you up for success. But I think the nerfs, probably would have been enough to dissuade a lot of other teams. So interesting to see what Grand Valley have in terms of strategy to compare with this pick.
Yeah, to sort of bring this back into their wheelhouse a little bit more, and especially with this Caitlyn pick, you have a little bit of extra mobility and self-peel. When you think about the 90 caliber net, you think about your traps, you have a lot of ways to sort of trap Echo in their own skin in a lot of ways, and I think especially you can force out the chrono break a lot from the Echo with the Rek'Sai ultimate. So if you put the trap down in the right place on the Shadow, you might be able to catch the Echo off guard a little bit. There are some cheeky plays that you can accomplish with this Caitlyn. Whether they execute on that or not is the real question, but of course this Alistar was extremely good from level 16 Riven, and I'm curious to see how this Samir works out, because it's a little bit more of a difficult lane into the as they switch it up.
I like that a lot better.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The Twitch makes a little bit more sense, especially paired with the Alistar, so the diving is a lot easier, and then obviously the team fighting is going to be even easier with that. I do like the safety drafted, however, for Grand Valley, pairing that with the Caitlyn, so I think it's a decent answer into what Alistar and Twitch want to do, especially because you can flay the Alistar out of the headbutt pulverize, buying safety for that Caitlyn, who can play around the range, but you're trading that for some of the team fight capability, and Twitch, this is a character that is fairly strong, but we don't see a lot of, just because it kind of flies under the radar a little bit.
Well, yeah, they're sneaky, they're just stealthing around, and all of a sudden they pop out of there and like, oh wait, this champion is actually kind of broken in that own right. But yeah, I think especially with that Samira hover, I was a little bit worried just because you really struggle in the lane against the likes of a Caitlyn. This time around, though, the Twitch has a little bit more range afforded for themselves. They have, some cheese potential with the stealth and everything. You can just have the Alistar sort of solo engage, and you start asking questions. Why is he engaging it? Oh, there's the Twitch. They're already behind us. They're in our walls and all that stuff. So curious to see how Young Earth plays that one out. Of course, their early game, a little bit weaker than the side of Breakbone Branch. So when you flip it around, we'll have to see how the Caitlyn interacts with that, because Caitlyn, one of those early game and late game champions, mid game they're sort of a trough, but I like to see the bans come through. They are still scared of Toon World's Darius. They don't want to give that over for free. So it's that Stepfather pulling out the Talia. This would be pretty interesting because it tells us that they're really trying to play for those side lanes a little bit more. Of course, a little bit left until it gets locked in. It's locked, so gotta be playing for those side lanes.
I think compositionally that makes sense, which signals to me that they definitely want to make sure that Toon World has a good game, so they're going to give him the priority pick on whatever he wants to get and then try and enable him in that side lane, look to gank, look to get out, and then get early neutral objective pressure, which you can get with the Talia wall. It's not a combat ultimate by any stretch of the imagination, so it's not going to do a tremendous amount of damage, but it is going to set you up to make plays for some of those neutral objectives and lock down certain players on the side of Wake Forest in order to make sure that you get kills. The Mordekaiser, I really like this pick, and I'll get to why as soon as they lock in their last pick, because this Mordekaiser is going to be interesting depending on what Grand Valley picks, but the safety in this champion cannot be understated.
Of course, and I think the biggest thing about Mordekaiser as well is, especially if you're blind picking a top laner, Mordekaiser does a lot of things. It can be a tank, it can be an AP threat, it can be sort of a bruiser in that regard, it can be a split push threat as well. There's a lot of things that Mordekaiser does well. It does well when you group around objectives because you can just send Toon World down to the death realm, especially now that you've got this Gangplank drafted up for you. I believe this is going to be a Gangplank mid lane, reason being that it matches Talia's roams. You're able to just sit mid lane, clear out waves permanently. You're able to match the wave clear that the Talia is able to put out once you get a couple of items under your belt. You sort of have the same sort of gradual curve into the game as the Talia as well. And if Talia wants to ult bot lane, you just ult bot lane and yours does more damage than her ultimate technically. You just drop that on top of them, and the Talia really has to question where they're roaming, when they're roaming, and all of that. They need to play around this Gangplank ultimate because it can be changing the fight so much. Of course, the Olaf coming through makes a lot of sense into the likes of a Mordekaiser because you can avoid getting ulted. You just press your ultimate yourself and you negate what the Mordekaiser is able to do. So I like this counter pick coming through from Toon World. Once again, it's very aggressive, definitely needs some resources, so we'll have to see if League of Trees wants to play around that lane a little bit more.
Yeah, this is definitely a champion that when we see it in the top lane, it is a little bit difficult to execute sometimes because it doesn't get the attention. So it does necessitate a jungler coming up there and helping you. Interesting, though, interaction that's going to be happening with the Rek'Sai and with the Olaf is that every time you try and gank this champion, if it's a one-on-one, it should just be Olaf. It should be fine because he can just negate the CC with his ultimate. However, if they bring Toon World up there, that's where things actually get difficult because then Aranji can just ultimate the Rek'Sai and not have to worry about it. You can lock that jungler in a 1v1 and you can buy time to escape, and you can actually wait out the Olaf ultimate if he doesn't save it for when you come out of the Death Realm. So in this particular instance, it's in a weird foot on the gas and the brakes at the same time because you want to give Olaf additional help in that top lane to make sure that he gets ahead, but you can't bring a jungler up there without giving Young additional safety to get out of any potential engages. So interesting to see how Grand Valley is going to try and play around that dynamic.
I think that especially when we look at how Wake Forest played that last game and they really played for a lot of those fights, Olaf sort of fits into a style where you can fight back. And I think even when you don't get as many resources, or if you get even a little bit more resources than you got in that game one where they got, none basically, you can really perform against the likes of a Mordekaiser. You have sort of more outplay potential with this Olaf where you're just able to sort of run at them and gun them down. Yes, it's outplay in quotes as that, but you have enough damage, you have
big
enough
old
in your
air
kit.
quotes.
Yeah, you can just run at them and you can try and kill them that way, but at the same time, I don't know. Wake Forest's draft looked a little bit cleaner this time around. It doesn't seem as solo queue-esque in that way. You've got this Echo, of course, still that's a little bit off the wall, but I mean, Palm Tree looked really good on that last game as well. This Gangplank in the mid lane, if that is the option for Narium Oleander, is going to be really interesting as well because I think the Gangplank does offer you very similar things to Talia, just on the different end of the damage spectrum, and of course, you want to solidify your magic damage with the Mordekaiser on the top lane. Granted, Grand Valley has this Caitlyn, which is so strong with a lot of these sort of crowd control supports, the Thresh included, where you can flay people into the traps, you can hook them into the traps and all of that. And Twitch is going to be a champion that struggles until level 6, I believe, in this lane. The Alistar can't really do that much in the early game, especially into the likes of a Thresh. So I think Grand Valley has set themselves up for success through that bot lane. It's just, are they going to play around Breakbone Branch this time around to make sure that that lead actually means something, or are Wake Forest just going to be able to make the map as chaotic as possible and find a victory for themselves again? It's difficult to say. I don't really know, especially after last game where I was definitely wrong on my predictions.
Yeah, I think the other thing that you're looking at too is possibly one of the scaling aspects when you're looking at Wake Forest. You definitely have to favor the Mordekaiser and the Gangplank in that you reach a point where one barrel chain will essentially annihilate every squishy on the side of Grand Valley if they get caught in any kind of situation where they don't have vision. And then you'll end up seeing a lot of these squishies drop very, very quickly. The other thing that I'm concerned about from Grand Valley, and this is somewhat echoed on the side of Wake Forest, but I think it's a different situation for them, and I'll explain, is that Grand Valley does not have a ton of reliable CC, right? So they have a lot of kiting potential. They have a lot of ability to sort of run at people, but when you're looking at set piece CC capability, you're super reliant on SSJ Stepfather landing the toss back. You're super reliant on Abystigma landing hooks, getting flays, and if you don't do that, then it's really, really difficult for you to start a fight short of walling a couple people off and then having Toon World just run at people. Whereas if you look on the side of Wake Forest, they actually have some solid CC capabilities. Obviously, the biggest one is Ranchi, who can just turn a 5v5 and ult someone super important and go, hey, you're in here for a little while. We're just going to sit here and time out. Oh, by the way, I'm going to keep whacking you on the head with a hammer while I'm burning you to death to see, what happens. So, and then obviously, Alistar, very easy engage, can flash, headbutt, pulverize. So some tools there that I think are a little bit more reliable. Obviously, we'll have to see how Grand Valley plays around that. I'm interested to get your thoughts on this, though, by the way, for some of these squishies, is the necessitating of QSS, because this is always something we hear a lot about when we talk about build pathing, and that's that no one on Grand Valley actually builds this item efficiently. So I'm curious to get your thoughts about how QSS is actually going to affect this game when you're looking at SSJ Stepfather and Breakbone trying to not get pulled into that death realm by Oranchi.
Yeah, so I think the main thing to keep in mind is just if SSJ Stepfather believes that they are the better player, they don't need QSS in this phase. Where they can just shove the Mordekaiser back, they can keep themselves off. You can get that extra movement speed next to a wall if possible. There are ways around it for this Taliyah to be able to survive in the Death Realm. I think it definitely is necessary out of the Caitlyn. The main person that I think needs it is League of Trees here. The main thing that Mordekaiser has sort of accomplished for itself as why it becomes this meta pick in a lot of cases is you take the jungler out of objectives, you take them away from these fights, you take them out of the smite fight, and a lot of the times there's now a case in higher levels where the Mordekaiser will ult the jungler as late as possible to prevent the QSS smite right out of the realm to be coming through. So I think it definitely is necessary for League of Trees to buy a QSS just to avoid that situation, and just so it works once, and then after that, Mordekaiser will be like, okay, I actually need to kill this guy before we throw him into the Death Realm or something like that. So it's definitely necessary, and I think when you look at the rest of the comp, it feels so bad to build QSS this game, though, because it is Mordekaiser and maybe the Echo Stun every once in a while. There's really nothing else to QSS, so it sucks that you have to build it, but of course with the Mordekaiser, I think it's definitely necessary on League of Trees as well as Breakbone Branch, just so that they can survive and have a chance to win these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the difficulties that you run into with the Mordekaiser. If he does get kills, you're kind of playing this very, very thin line. There's this razor edge where you're like, I really don't want to build this item. I'm hoping that we can just outplay this champion. He doesn't become strong. But then the minute he gets a couple of kills, then you're like, oh, now I have to build this item now. I didn't want to. And the thing that's most painful is that there's really no item that it builds into efficiently that enables any of these champions that Orange is going to be targeting. It doesn't provide any really extra damage. Yeah, you can build the spiky, maul looking thing. I keep forgetting what its name is. You can build that, but it doesn't work with any of your builds. And you're Caitlyn, it's just going to be a QSS sitting in your inventory, and so you're really just trying to play around, hoping that this champion doesn't, really have the chance to come online. But if it does, it's going to necessitate that 1,300 gold investment that really is going to slow down a lot of the builds for these carry members on the side of Grand Valley.
It's going to be incredibly curious to see how they play it out in that sense as well, in terms of when they build it. That's another thing to keep in mind is, you say you don't need the QSS until you need the QSS, and it's usually when you're in the Death Realm and you're getting bonked to death that you say, yeah,
if I had just bought QSS, I would not be suffering in this way. I would just walk away. And then Mordekaiser's like, should have bought QSS.
Yeah, and at the same time, on the flip side, if you buy the QSS too early and the Mordekaiser's just like, you don't do any damage, I'm not going to ult you. I don't really care what you do. Exactly. There's sort of this dichotomy when it comes to, Malzahar, Mordekaiser, any of these champions that sort of facilitate QSS that, if you buy it, you're kind of screwed because your build is behind. If you don't buy it, then you're kind of screwed because you're stuck for 2.5, 3 seconds. In the case of Mordekaiser, ultimately 6 seconds out of the fight. So it's just a really interesting situation in that regard. When to build it, I don't think it's ever going to get perfected. I think no matter what, it's going to be like one of those circles where one bad outcome, you get the other one. Oh, another bad outcome. Oh, you get the other bad outcome. It just doesn't really happen in any good way. So it's a tale of two evils, and it's really just which one you would rather do. Of course, if Breakbone Branch is fed enough, they don't care if they build the QSS because they're fed enough that losing 1,300 gold to that isn't as big of a deal. I think no matter what, the Rek'Sai will care that they have to buy it, but I think once again it is absolutely necessary on the jungler.
Want to get your final thoughts about this draft before we get into the game, as we get the last couple seconds, just the expectations for both these teams.
I think that what Wake Forest did in game one was really good. They played towards their win conditions, sort of the monkey go all in style, and it worked really well for them. This time around, it's a little bit more of a refined comp, but still sort of the same energy in that regard, where a Palm Tree is just going to have to try and go in and find as much as possible. Young are going to open DPS on the backline and try and deal as much damage in that sense as well. On the flip side, though, GVSU, they really need to solidify what their win conditions are once again. I think Breakbone Branch is a huge example of that. And when you're playing a Taliyah, you're playing a Rek'Sai, that's all sort of facilitating towards this bottom lane in a lot of ways. So I think that getting Breakbone Branch as fed as possible and actually playing around them properly is going to be absolutely pivotal to their success if they want to push this to a game 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, you have heard it here first. The expectations that we have for both these teams, obviously, it is going to be WFU sitting on this first win, so now all they need to do is close it out. But for GVSU, you're looking to reset, looking to buy a little time and use your comp to the max effectiveness and hopefully beat out WFU to get into the second game. So go ahead and spam chat for those of you that are watching who you think is going to win this game, because we are getting ready to load onto the Rift for game number 2. And I'm hoping for a best of 3, hoping that we actually get to see it, but that is going to have to be decided later, because we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And it should just be the 5-point start here, I think, from both of these teams, Adams.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's going to be too much of a invade possibility. Contrary to popular belief, Thresh is terrible in invades just because you either get the hook or
Yes.
the play. You don't get either. You don't, like, the hook isn't a blitzcrank hook. It doesn't pull them all the way
No.
back. You
Thank
have to
you.
go to
Someone
them,
to
right?
say it. Thank you for all you people out there solo queue. Thresh is not an invade champion. So if you see someone lock in Thresh and then another guy says, "Hey, let's invade," you just bop him. No, he's not an invade champion.
I mean, of course, if you're able to if you stack 5 people onto one person, it's not really the fact that you have Thresh. It's just the fact that you have crowd control. In which case, pick anyone else that has it. But without making chat too mad about that one, or without making the entire league community too mad about that, I think overall there's definitely some strong points for the sides of both of these teams in the early game. I want to see what the Rek'Sai does, because last game we saw League of Trees just sort of farm out to level 4 and then look for some plays around the map. Rek'Sai is a champion that can level 2 gank, can level 3 gank. We'll have to see if they want to up that tempo, try and look for a play like that. Starting on the bot side might mean something if they do blue, Gromp, red, and go top lane. They do have an opening onto Aranchi where Palm Tree won't really be able to respond to that. So curious to see what League of Trees does with their pathing to sort of push that advantage early on.
Yeah, having that early access to the map and making sure that pressure is applied very early, I think is going to be very important for League of Trees, as you've highlighted. The other thing, too, that we noticed in the last game was just how long it actually took League of Trees to have it. Oh, no! Oh, no! Young Earth just got the red buff. That is actually terrible. Oh, you hate to have that for Palm Tree. Now, this is going to have to be a lot of information is going to be given over to Leadership, because they're going to see that Young Earth has that red buff. Yes, it's going to be nice to trade in the lane, but now they know that the Echo does not have level 2, so this should be the early pressure going straight to GVSU in the ganking of these lanes.
And on Echo, you can solo Raptors if you have Q. And as our observer has pointed out there, that's not the Q that the Echo leveled up there. He's able to complete them, but not going to be very healthy at that. Force the smite, force to burn a lot. This Echo's just in trouble. Oh no, not this too.
He's going to land the hook, throws the flay back, but in the wrong direction now, as Pistol is caught on the wrong side of that one, as Breakbone got headbutt pulverized out of the way, but ultimately just going to trade a little bit of health bar. And Young Earth obviously having access to that red buff will mean that he can trade pretty efficiently in that lane, but yeah, this is a disastrous start for WFU. No. That is definitely not what you want. Palm Tree already struggling just to clear the wolves, so this should just be absolutely free ganking timers on League of Trees.
Yeah, it's a level 3 gank timer that we were expecting. Might be going towards mid lane, might be going towards bot lane. League of Trees actually walking into the jungle even. Oh my, Narium.
It'd be the knockback, but not enough to pull an Arium within. Oh, League of Trees, he might want to contest this. He's going to know that there's no red buff access, so this will be a slow take. Does he see it in time? He's going to get the knockup, but this should just be the first kill going over. Gets the smite, first blood! Oh, you love to see it. League of Trees exactly on the timer that we talked about. He gets the buff, he gets the kill, he gets the gold, and now he's going to get free access to go over the map wherever he wants, and he's even looking at Aranchi right now.
And it's just so predictable. Oh my.
He's going to eat a turret shot, but Aranchi, there should be no way to go. Going to be the flash knockup. Toonwell's going to make sure that he gets that one, and he gets out with his life. 2 early kills to GVSU, and they are super happy with the way this game is going.
Exactly to the win condition. I mean, they quite literally, League of Trees did exactly what we said they would do. Blue, Gromp, red, look for a gank. Didn't quite find it in mid lane because there was enough health on Narium. Goes into the jungle after seeing the red buff stolen. Bam, find your first kill. Go top lane, go with the dive with the wave stacked up on Toon World. Kill Aranchi, bam, second kill. And now this Rek'Sai is off to the races and now has a little bit more of a win condition. And I didn't want to say it, but our producer has
I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm going to say it now because of that early play. Our producer has a streak of going to, game 3s and best of 3s map, or map 3s in Valorant, game 7 in Rocket League and everything for like a week and a half. Oh man, it's happening again.
Gonna be the knockup. He's gonna get the flash out, but he may not have the ability to live it here. Gets underneath the turret, but the knockup is further. Oh, one more did it at SSJ Stepfather. He's gonna get a kill. Everyone gets a kill. Top, jungle, and mid. We're all celebrating. We've got our arms in the air like we just don't care. Oh, and League of Trees, he is absolutely making his presence felt in this game so far. GVSU, they have to be smiling ear to ear right now.
Like, 2/3 of the gold lead at this point is all on this Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai has double the Echo's gold. Of course, not completely the Echo's fault in that sense, just because of the red buff incident, as we'll call it. But still, it feels so bad for Palm Tree, who had such a good game 1 to get just. I mean, the term in TFT is mort dogged. I don't know what they really call it in League, but you're just so unlucky in that situation where you just miss out on so much of the map and you're not able to reply to these ganks. And now Palm Tree's just sitting mid lane to try and get level 4. They can't get any crabs. They can't get any of their camps because they're all in respawn timers.
Oh, he's
this
gonna regank
Rek'Sai is
this.
almost a full level, might be 2 levels up at this point, and Palm Tree can't do
He
anything.
hasn't been spotted. He has not been spotted. They don't know that he's there, but he's not going to be caught in the lane right now. Nerium wrapping around. Rek'Sai just sitting as the Tremor Sense, so he knows when the Gangplank's going to walk across. He's in there. He doesn't want to sit here for too long, though. Doesn't want to give over too much time for Palm Tree to get back in this one. And as you highlighted, like having to sit there in the mid to absorb that experience is going to hurt both him and his mid laner. Just in the time. But yeah, so I think great call by League. Just decides to call it off, says, I'm not going to gank this right now, and then go back to farming. But Adam, one thing I want to talk about right now, because obviously this is a really, really rough early game for WFU, is how do they slowly start to eat their way back into this? What adjustments can they make now that it's sort of calmed down and Palm Tree is starting to get his farm again? What can they do to eke their way slowly back into this game?
I mean, it's going to have to be in... They just need to play towards a little bit of their scaling in a sense. This time around, they actually do have some pretty good late game scaling. Rek'Sai is going to fall off as the game goes on. You know, Twitch, Gangplank, very good later game champions. Aranchi needs to be careful and not die here. That's a way that they can get back in the game.
He has access to level 6, so he will just be locked to the 1v1 with League of Trees, but all League of Trees needs to do is buy time, slowly ticking. Aranchi's going to walk his way on out of there, and that's what we talked about in that pregame lobby where he can just ult the Rek'Sai and walk on out of there by time. So, but it ultimately will force that ability out of Aranchi. So that means that Toon World is just safe to continually shove this underneath the turret and contest Aranchi for any of the CS that he's going to want to get.
And I think that League of Trees, especially with that gold lead that they've adopted themselves, should really look towards the QSS. Oh, great hook.
That was a Hex Tech flash into the hook, into the flay. Young Earth just trying to survive right now. Shadow, sorry, Brook and Branch going to go ahead and continue pounding the auto win. That was a flashy play, and ultimately it gets them into a bunch of damage. But most importantly, Young Earth doesn't blow any summers there.
Yeah, a little bit of a flashy play, a little bit of a hexy play. Oh my goodness, mid lane.
Nerium does not have access to the flash, but doesn't need to worry about it because, thankfully, League of Trees doesn't have access to ultimate, so he's going to get the damage and be forced to reset. And League of Trees might be looking to start the dragon here because they have the shove in the bot lane, and that is exactly what they will do.
Yeah, of course. Not enough damage quite yet on League of Trees. Going for the Prowler's Claw build, I believe, so they're going to be just looking to get that as soon as possible. That's really your power point is Rek'Sai, so you just need to keep looking for these ganks, keep looking to snowball your advantage because Rek'Sai is a champion that if you are behind, you are useless, you are not going to be strong, so going to just keep looking for those power points, at least for the side of GVSU. And you know, for the side of Wake Forest, it's really just going to come down to Young Earth, just waiting for them to scale up. Granted, in this lane, Caitlyn already with a pretty massive advantage. You can see in terms of the item build that they went for. It is Berserker Greaves on both sides, plus the pickaxe now for Caitlyn. It is the Vamp Scepter on the other side, but keep in mind that this was Twitch starting with the longsword, so still just about, I'd say, 300 gold behind in terms of just the CS as well as the rest of the map pressure. It's just overall deficits across the map for the side of WFU, so they've just got to wait for their team to come online, wait for their champions to come online in that sense with their scaling.
And I think the other part that kind of burns about this too for WFU is the fact that they're going to have to continue to give up pressure around some of these neutral objectives. So obviously they can't look to even trade because Palm Tree is so behind, does now have access to the level 6. So can look to try and set up something, but only has the Hextech alternator. He's going to get spotted out here by the tunnel on the Rek'Sai. So Tremor Sense obviously going to spot him as well. So not going to be able to gank anywhere, won't be able to affect mid lane or bot lane. The other thing that I kind of want to highlight too, when we were talking about that gold difference for the bot lane, is the fact that Young Earth even got the gold from the first red buff take. So the fact that he got that buff and the gold from it and then is still behind in the laning phase is actually a little bit concerning when you're talking about getting that late game scaling going for the side of WFU ADC.
And I think especially when you consider the fact that the Caitlyn could have just gotten bursted out in the early game with that red buff burn just consistently coming down alongside the Twitch poison, alongside the all-in potential. It just seemed like a little bit of a missed opportunity in that regard with the fact that, you know, your Twitch had red buff, your Twitch had that extra damage over time and just didn't really take advantage of it. Yes, it is into a Caitlyn lane, which is notoriously difficult, but oh my, Toon World, not again.
He is going to die into this top lane. Won't have access to the ultimate, is not going to be able to make it out in time. And that was one of the concerns that we had, was kind of navigating that 1v1. Just a step farther, not gonna be able to knock Aranchi any farther. Wants to try and finish this up, has the shield, gets the healing from it. Can he make his way out of here though? Palm Tree gonna try and walk back in, but these two are minus ultimates. Except they're not really able to get any further trading. League of Trees is here though. Tremor Sense gonna knock him back too as well, and that's gonna be able to pick up his second kill of the game. Palm Tree gonna fall, and now League of Trees should just be able to go ahead and start up this Herald.
And look at that. It's an early QSS buy from League of Trees. Of course, not being relevant there at all, but at the very least, it's just League of Trees knowing what their role is. Oh my.
He's not letting this go. He's not letting this go at all. He has access to the ultimate. He wasn't able to stop it. Does he commit? No. No, he's just going to walk out. Oh, that feels so bad if you're the Rek'Sai. You wanted to try and stop the back and potentially get him a little bit lower so you could guarantee the kill, but wasn't able to do so. So didn't take the risk and will just instead to opt to take Herald. The fight was there, but just wasn't able to execute.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Just missed the Q at that sense. And if you get that, you have the execute damage even through the shield, I think, to be able to finish off the likes of Aranchi. Unlucky, happens to the best of us, but of course we'll be able to get the consolation prize. Might not actually get the consolation prize of that Herald as
League of Trees is stuck on the wrong side of this one. Now they started it up. Toon World is here, has access to the Q, or sorry, League of Trees has access to the QSS, so there shouldn't be anything they have to worry about getting stunned up because Aranchi's not here.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the smite going down, and Palm Tree will be able to get it. They're gonna try to deny it from him though. They just want to make sure he doesn't pick it up. Now what else can they get? Nerium's gonna pick it up at the end. It's gonna be the Rek'Sai ulti, and they're gonna kill him for it. They will get 2 kills, but they give over the Herald. And at WFU, actually, I'm not really sure if you're happy with that trade at all. Yes, you do get the Herald. Meanwhile, top lane, this trade has not gone on. Toon World lands the undertow, trying to get a couple of ults.
For it.
Or sorry, autos into it. One more hook. Sorry, Axe would do it. Gets the grab, gets it underneath the turret. Last little bit of damage he needed, and Orochi drops. So they actually end up giving 3 kills to get the Herald. I'm sure nothing's worse. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, though, it's going to be Hook, Flay, Youngarf trying to survive. He gets rooted. He gets killed, and now this is just going to be the bot lane for GVSU popping off. Riven's forced to retreat, and they're going to be winning across the board. They get 4 kills in total. Yes, you give up the Herald, but you say, WFU, you can have it because we just got so much gold.
Yeah, Breakbone Branch doesn't burn any summoners there and is able to get like 3 or 4 headshots off in a row onto Young Earth there. Just really well played from Sigma to continue flaying, hooking them back into the traps to make sure that they were able to connect that combo. And honestly, GVSU look like a completely different team this time around. You can just see in the gold difference, 5,500 gold up at 12 minutes into this one. I think I've seen this one pretty recently. I don't know, maybe there seems to be a Worlds game that went something similar to this in the early game, and it ended up like 26, 27 minutes. So I mean, you're looking at a really strong early game coming through from GVSU and just keeping WFU from getting any sort of foothold on this game. Just look at the CS gaps, top lane, mid lane, even in the jungle here. Palm Tree just not really able to get their foot off the ground, and that QSS task that they had to pay doesn't matter because Rek'Sai is still ahead of the Echo, even with that tax paid.
And this is what we were highlighting early in that pregame log. We were talking about what they needed to do to make sure that the QSS tax didn't feel so bad. Rek'Sai going to be very, very happy. 3-0-3. Next Dragon is starting up. Right now, I think you just give this up. I think you look to try and make a Herald play somewhere across the map with Palm Tree. But they're not doing that right now. They want to try and contest for this one. But GVSU is just so strong right now. They do have the completed Noon Quiver there for the Caitlyn. It's not a completed item, but it's more damage than the Twitch is going to have. And the Dragon's going to reset. How much longer do they want to keep this leash? Palm Tree, when do you jump over? When do you try and make this play? Gonna jump over now. He's not gonna be able to get it. Rek'Sai secures it, and now he gets back over the wall. A decent attempt again. Doesn't lose his life for it, but now they're just gonna run mid lane. And it seems like a little bit of a wasted play, though. They do get the turret in the end. And actually, sorry, it was Nerium that had the Herald. I didn't realize that. Oh, he's gonna go into the stopwatch. That was the wrong time to do that one. He's surely gonna die for his sins. They get the turret, but they lose a drag, they lose a kill, and GVSU, you're absolutely fine to sacrifice the first turret under that situation.
Not just one kill as well. Toon World gets a solo kill on the top side as well. Just
I
for
did
good
not
measure.
see that.
Neither did the camera at that point. It's just Toon World cleaning that one up. Sort of unlikely at all circumstances, but
gonna get all
overall,
these,
just GVSU. Yeah, just continuing the snowball. That's 1, 2, 3 plates probably getting
picked up.
Does he
get it? Does he get it? Yeah, he's gonna get it.
He's going to get that play, and then once the plates fall off, he just gets the full tower as well. That's how punishing solo kills can be against the likes of an Olaf. So GVSU just all cylinders.
League of Trees got killed there. I'm thinking he was trying to protect Toon World from the potential roam. Knew that he might die there and gives his life for his top player. Says, hey, you know what, buddy? I'll take the L on this one. I'll die so you don't have to. But most important, it is going to be shutdown gold going over, which is definitely not what you want for GVSU. You want to make sure that you keep WFU out of this game as long as possible. And giving a couple hundred shutdown gold is definitely not the way to do that.
Especially over to the Twitch, because we said that the Twitch is sort of the win condition at all costs in this situation. Oleander there, got to be careful, but by the looks of it, you can just see that this Caitlyn Thresh combo has really worked well. 50 CS up on their opponents here. You can see in the mid lane as well, a little bit of a CS lead for SSJ Stepfather, despite not really having the most agency in that game. But of course, it's in the mid lane. Just want to point out, Gangplank's a cheater. He's a swindler. He's a thief. He's a pirate. How is he up in gold?
It's just a GPM talent. Don't get mad at the man because he manufactures gold. No, but I am totally with you. The only reason I think that the the Gangplank is in the state that he is right now, and mostly being able to keep up in terms of gold, is the fact that he can manufacture that. Because if he wasn't able to do that, this matchup in the mid lane would be actually that much worse. He is starting the Essence Reaver first, so won't have that mythic completed for a while. And I think that's actually a difficult spot to be in. Oh, Toon World. People see him, but they don't know where the rest of GVSU is at. They don't have vision. And Toon World's going to spot this. He's just going to walk away and give up the scuttle. Where is he? Yep, yeah, it's going to be the smite for Palm Tree. He had to smite it, though. Toon World could have had it.
Yeah, just making things as difficult as possible. But look at where the allocation of champions was during that. You know, everyone was on a reset, and Toon World was still causing them to sort of rethink their play, second guess if they really wanted to go for these plays. And very curious to see how the game sort of erupts from here, of course. The difference in the jungle isn't as big just because of the QSS tax that was forced to be paid, and now Stigma
might be on the wrong end of this one. League of Trees is here, though. They might just be able to insta-kill the ADC, and that is exactly what they do. Abystigma ends up walking away with it. It's going to be the knock up there on top of Riven. Arachi is here, but do they favor this fight? Is the health bar starting to get a little bit low? Going to re-hook him again. It's going to be the flay, but now this should just be the ultimate coming out, and now he's going to lock Abystigma into the death rope with him, but it's going to be the flash out, and now Arachi's going to have to find his way out. The rest of GVU has showed up, and they favored themselves in the fight. A hook almost lands back on top of Riven again. And meanwhile, Cestus J Stepfather still shoving the wave in the mid lane. WFU, they can't make the right call here. They don't know what they want to do. Do they want to defend the tower? Do they want to back? Barrel clears out the wave, so they should buy them a little bit of time. Abystigma flashes, doesn't get the hook, and so this should just be the reset for both teams.
Yeah, and of note, League of Trees actually didn't have their ultimate cooldown taken because of the kill that Stigma picked up, so they still had that available the entire time. It was just sort of waiting to see if they were willing to pull the trigger onto anyone, if they got anyone low enough. Not the case. Oh my.
Ranchi, you stepped in the part of the jungle that wasn't yours and you managed to live, but Palm Tree may die for your sins. As, nope, they actually managed to book it out. That's another hook! He just can't miss. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. And Breakbro, he still gets the kill on Aranchi. Can he survive this one? Flay to buy a little bit of time on Reveled Earth to create a little bit of extra distance. And Abystigma lands another hook. He forces out the orange from it, but he ends up getting Breakbone in the end. So yes, the Caitlyn does get punished for the overextension there in a little bit, but not before they absolutely flex on WFU. They're on their own side of the map. That's only their third kill of the game, and they are really struggling to prevent GVSU from doing what they want.
Yeah, of course, at the end of that, it's a pretty significant kill actually to pick up. It's the Gangplank getting a shutdown onto the Caitlyn, of course, through the barrel combo, showing that Naramoliander, you know, they know what's up. And look at that gold difference in the mid lane now, up to 1,400 between the Gangplank and the Talia. And once again, Wake Forest just refusing to relent in this situation. Of course, there's still a very significant gold lead.
Turret, second tier. They're actually going to shove this out because they know that no one is really here to stop them. Where is the rest of WFU where this plate is going down? They can still get this. They ends up trading 1-for-1 right now. The Toon was taking away so much of that turret. League of Trees has to flash over. They will get the turret, but it's a 1-for-1. The goal is going to go fairly even, I think, after that play, or will actually be in GVSU's favor after that, but man, that was an interesting interaction there, given the fact that GP lived for so long, and Toon World was tanking all of that tower aggro.
Oh my. But a Stigma just doesn't give up. Look at Young Earth, though. He's here.
He's going to continue flaying. He's going to continue landing all the CC. There's going to be the ult back into the back of Palm Tree, just trying to survive right now. Young Earth on the complete wrong end of this one. Breakbone will die for the end. Stepfather can. They managed to get out. Aranchi doesn't want to step too far forward into Talia, as the Rek'Sai had reset, and it ends up being another 1-for-1 trade. Palm Tree just barely living with a sliver of health, as they're going to get the crash down onto that third tier top turret. Oh no! Flashes.
Oh. TP coming in as well. This fight just doesn't end. What's going on here? Like, there's no one has any control. There's League of Trees is here as well, but Palm Tree's not around.
Ultimate.
Oh my goodness.
That's the shielding. GP ult's going to come down on top of it, though. League of Trees got into the wrong spot. Wasn't able to get to the Lantern. This is a split fight for a bunch of different reasons. It's going to be a Talia wall coming in. Hook misses, and the end of Nerium's going to drop as well, and now Toon is going to be absolutely immune to everything. Arachi, he's trying to run. Get him off me! It tries to land a Barasp in the wrong direction. One more auto-tote would do it, and now level 16 Riven. He tried to save the Mord, but he only sacrifices his Rife. He's trying not to become a hamburger, but Toon World, he doesn't want to let him go. One more auto-tote would do it. He gets a triple kill, add a burger to that happy meal, and he's going to go pick up the rest of this farm. GVSU, and one of the wildest fights I've ever seen, somehow come out ahead on that play.
It looked like it was over, then it wasn't over, and once again, it's very much similar to the back-to-back-to-back fights that Wake Forest won in Game 1, except GVSU this time, just slapping them with their wallets. This lead is massive. 20 minutes into this one, 9,000 gold. Doing math on cast is never a good idea, but 9.2 thousand gold in the lead. And even though that Gangplank is ahead of the Talia somehow, some way, even though she's 4-0-4 with a shutdown, just look at how far ahead this Olaf is. Almost 5,000 gold up. The junglers, 3,000 gold separating them. Bot lane even, despite the Caitlyn getting shut down a couple of times in the Twitch, stealing red buff. We're going to keep saying it because it was such a pivotal moment in this game. Caitlyn's still up in this lead. And of course, Stigma just looks like a different beast on this Thresh, landing so many hooks, landing so many plays. It is absolutely...
Look at the level differential in that top lane between Toon World and Aranchi. It is 4 levels difference. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not understand how much extra damage that is effectively having a full extra item in levels, but your abilities because they do so much damage. That Olaf is absolutely a monster right now. 6-2-4, has the Trinity 4s, has the Maul of Mount Mortius, so he is not afraid of any of the damage that Aranchi's going to be throwing out. And this is what we talked about is Stigma. He's going to land a hook. He's going to be able to ult out on Palm Tree, but it's just going to be the ult follow-up. He saved it for the exact reason that we talked about. You could just wait for Echo to blow the ultimate, and they have no safety even on their side of the jungle. As if Stigma had hit that hook, I would have lost my mind.
Yeah, there is no safety in the jungle. There is no safety in this game for Wake Forest. The Forest was their friend last game, not so much this time around because it has woken up. And unfortunately, Grand Valley are the ones living in it. Good ultimate here from the Gangplank just to scout this out. I don't think they really care. Stigma sure doesn't, as they're just sort of tanking that all through. And there's no real way for them to steal this away. No smite available. Toon World just going to go for the fight anyways.
Aranchi was trying to get there, but Toon World made sure that he couldn't get access to anywhere near that Baron. Obviously, you don't want, even though it's only a level 11 Mordekaiser, you really don't want that guy landing into the middle of 4 potentially low health members, but the GP ulti didn't end up mattering all that much. They will just trade it for a tower in this bot lane. And exactly like you highlighted, GVSU are just so online this game. They have done everything that they needed to do. This Rek'Sai has been 100% online. Toon World having a much better game. And now WFU, you never want to call a game over before it's over, but it really feels like they need a miracle to get back in this one.
Yeah, 10,000 gold at 22 minutes. It's pretty ridiculous how far ahead they are, and that's even with a Gangplank on the enemy team who is just pilfering everyone for gold. Once again, though, that is your win condition if you're the side of Wake Forest. You have to play around this Gangplank. You have to look for these barrel chains because at 60% crit there, the Infinity Edge online, you're one-shotting people at a certain point here. I mean, SSJ Stepfather hasn't built up any armor, has felt, confident enough in their gameplay that they don't need the Zhonya's. League of Trees has a Death to Dance, but even then, I don't know how much that saves you when Gangplank's ignoring armor. Then again,
you could just die underneath there. And armor may not matter if you're just dead. And speaking of dead, a lot of people are going to start to die on the start of WFU. Aranchi is here. He's trying to do something. Palm Tree's going to end up back in the middle of a couple people. It's going to be League of Trees dying, even though he got into the ultimate. And now, what else can they do? This is starting to look not too bad for the side of WFU. What else can they get? Stigma lands another hook, but now Breakbone is here. It's going to be a couple more kills going down. It's going to be the bow forward, and now this will just be the turret dropping. Is going to be a full team fight ace for GVSU, and this will for sure be at least one inhibitor going down, as Toon World wasn't even there for that fight. He's pushing on to the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, he just found another solo kill off on his own. It's the story of this game where Toon World is in their own world, just sort of doing as they please. That's a lot of damage from the tower, Stepfather.
Yep, this is Young Earth just trying to prevent or convince Breakbone to go away, but Breakbone's like, no, I live here now rent-free, and I'm going to start to break all your things inside your base, and there's really nothing you can do to stop me. Palm Tree just trying to poke Stepfather off, and yep, there's a lot of fires in this base, and WFU need more bodies to put them out.
Yeah, you need the fire extinguisher at this point. Call the fire department because it's not going away anytime soon. Might just be a case of, hey, call the insurance company because that's our base isn't respawning at this point. 24 minutes.
State Farm, we need a new game.
It's really difficult for them to find any sort of footing in this game until he's 6-0-6. We talked about that one win condition, and while the Gangplank was able to find 2 more kills in that fight, and if we look over at the gold, it's probably still ahead of the Talia somehow, some way. Oh, there we go, yeah. Just GP things, 1,300 gold up on the enemy mid laner, who is 6-0-6, having a fantastic game. I should reiterate, but GVSU they're too fed at this point. 14,000 gold up. Stigma misses their second hook of the game, I think. After
that's crazy. That's so unacceptable. That's find a new support. I can't believe he missed a second hook. Yeah, let's not pay attention to all the 100 hooks that he hit, though.
Exactly.
But, I mean, you're highlighting it, though. You're kind of, I think, focusing on one of the reasons that I think people pick GP and what is the most important, which is that even when you are behind, you have a gold manufacturing talent that can help you build some of these items and help you get back from behind. And, I mean, he does have the Infinity at a completed collector as well. So this GP will hurt if he manages to get a barrel chain on top of multiple members. But I mean, Adam, one of the biggest things that they're struggling with right now is finding a winning team fight, because it feels like they're going to get stretched across the map right now as Toonwell goes immune is going to be drawing 4 people here just to knock down the Olaf, and he's not even remotely afraid of everybody. They does so much damage, and now they're running for their life. Aranchi's going to be the first one to drop here as Toonwell's going to collect him. Level 16 Riven, he is on the absolute wrong side of this one. He's going to be donated to become another hamburger again, and this just should be the final march in this game for GVSU.
Granted.
Oh, he just dies.
Yeah, it happens, overextension, but, pushing down on this third inhibitor, it's just game after this.
It's just so disgusting how many hicks that Abystigma has landed to land Young Earth, just trying to do anything to buy a little bit of time, wants to try and pad the stats, but he's not going to let him. It's going to be the Thresh walking away with a kill. Breakbone Branch ends it with a double kill, and now we're going to be going to game 3. GVSU going to be happy to even it up in the store and buy a new lease of life on this series.
Yeah, at the end of this game, 16,500 gold lead for GVSU, absolutely pilfering everything off of the map. All the dragons in their favor, only 2 towers given the other way. Just a really good comeback. And I think that was more of the performance we were expecting out of GVSU in game 1, but Wake Forest really threw it for a wrench, said, hey, we're going to sort of mix things up. We're going to prevent you from getting to your comfort zone. And unfortunately, this game, it just all started from minute 1. I mean, getting the red buff stolen away on a Twitch versus Caitlyn matchup, which Twitch doesn't really win in the laning phase at the very least, is just so tragic. And from there, just snowballs and snowballs and snowballs. And we have to talk about how well GVSU just played to their leads. I mean, Toonwell had a great bounce back game. I think League of Trees just showed what they can do on an early game champion. We talked about how they needed a QSS early. We saw the QSS early, so really smart purchasing power in that. And of course, SSJ Stepfather and the bot lane as well, just absolutely fantastic. Playing towards that win condition, even though, everywhere was a win condition by the end of that game. So really happy to see GVSU get back into this one. And of course, the curse continues late and gets a game 3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to see how game 3 goes here in just a moment. We've highlighted some of the things that went well in that second game, but now it's the full reset here. So game 3 coming at you in just a minute. Don't go anywhere, because this game 3 is sure to be a banger. Within, League of Trees, he might want to contest this. He's going to know that there's no red buff access, so this will be a slow take. Does he see it in time? He's going to get the knockup, but this should just be the first kill going over. Gets the smite first blood!
Game 7 in Rocket League and everything for like a week and a half. Oh man, it's happening again.
Gonna be the knockup. He's gonna get the flash out, but he may not have the ability to live with it here. Gets underneath the turret, but the knockup any further. One more did it, and SSJ Stepfather. He's gonna get a kill, and Orochi drops. So they actually end up giving 3 kills to get the Herald. I'm sure it's not this worth. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, though, it's gonna be Hook, Flay, Young Earth trying to survive. He gets rooted, he gets killed, and now this is just gonna be the bot lane for GVSU popping off. Palm Tree may die for your sins. As, nope, they actually managed to book it. That's another hook! He just can't miss. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. And Breakbone, he still gets the kill on Aranchi. Can he survive this one? Flay to buy a little bit of time on Reveled Earth to create a little bit of extra distance. And Abystigma lands another hook. He forces out the orange from it, but he ends up getting break.
No one has any control. There's League of Trees is here as well, but Palm Tree's not around.
Ultimate.
Oh my goodness.
That's the shielding. GP ult's going to come down on top of it, though. League of Trees got into the wrong spot. Wasn't able to get to the Lantern. This is a split fight for a bunch of different reasons. It's going to be a Talia wall coming in. Hook misses, and the end of Nerium's going to drop as well. And now Tuna's going to be absolutely immune to everything. Aranchi, he's trying to run. Get him off me! He tries to land a Barasmi in the wrong direction. One more auto-tote would do it. And now level 16 Riven. He tried to save the Mord, but he only sacrifices his Rife. He's trying not to become a hamburger, but Toonworld, he doesn't want to let him go. One more auto-tote would do it. He gets a triple kill.
Armor. Then again,
you could just die underneath there. Armor may not matter if you're just dead. And speaking of dead, a lot of people are going to start to die on the start of WFU. Aranchi is here, is trying to do something. Palm Tree's going to end up back in the middle of a couple people. It's going to be League of Trees dying, even though he got into the ultimate. And now, what else can they do? This is starting to look not too bad for the side of WFU. What else can they get? Abystigma lands another hook, but now Breakbone is here. It's going to be a couple more kills going down. It's going to be the bow forward, and now he wants to try and pad the stats, but he's not going to let him. It's going to be the Thresh walking away with a kill. Breakbone Branch ends it with a double kill, and now we're going to be going to game 3. GVSU gonna be happy to even.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, you know we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so you know that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hiveder spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Because they needed that victory, they needed to know that the reversal, if it's going to take place, has to start with the back.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go for the ledge, eating an up hit, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with you.
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, oh, it's top of the box for Eb St. Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's eBest Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered close flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save the weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again! Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to bait out this immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the back of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Van Schrader, Not Leopard, what load! Not Leopard!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are all tied up in this series between Grand Valley State and Wake Forest University. And a lot of takeaways to go off of that second game. And Adam, you and I were talking about in the short break that I think comparing the two games side by side, I definitely think that Grand Valley had a much better second game than Wake Forest had a first game.
I would have to agree. I mean, I think the scorelines speak for themselves in that regard where, there was really a dominant, 3-lane plus jungle plus support victory for the side of GVSU in their victory versus Wake Forest, where, there was some moments of doubt in there where there was comeback potential coming through from the likes of Brakeman Branch on the bottom side. But overall, I think that we have to consider as well the team comps that came through and some of the other factors of the game. I mean, Red Buff getting stolen at level 1 is just really unfortunate, and they really punished that. And in a lot of ways, it ended up losing the game for the side of Wake Forest in that regard. But overall, I think that they need to sort of fix up their draft a little bit. It seemed a little bit sort of all over the place in a lot of ways. I think, the Echo Jungle is great if you can get ahead, but it is so useless from behind. And, the Gangplank mid was a really strong point, but your bot lane just didn't have the tools to keep up with that Caitlyn Thresh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've highlighted exactly what WF are going to have to do. And I think even one of the other things that we were discussing kind of towards the end of that game was now the draft advantage that GVSU is going to have, given the fact that now they don't really need to change anything, and they're going to start off on red side again, so they can just do the kind of happy run back where they pick in the same things and they tell WFU, like, okay, what have you got? Because we're going to have counter pick again, so you can either choose to try and ban out the Olaf or the Rek'Sai and recreate the same kind of draft, or you can try and change it up a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see where they choose to go with that and exactly what their mentality is going to be with that. And also like what their mental strength is going to be, because you had a decent first game where you managed to win it despite the expectation. And then you had a really rough second game where GVSU was able to turn it around. So interested to see how they're going to navigate that sort of that feeling.
Yeah, I think that overall, there's definitely some PowerPoints that we can take out of Wake Forest's victory in Game 1 that they can translate back over to Game 3. I think that, playing through your top lane and getting a pick like the Aatrox in their hands is going to be something that can turn the tables. And maybe just early picking that and saying, hey, we want to get our top laner on a champion that has that agency is a good play for themselves. But overall, I think there's other things that they can do as well to sort of change their tides in terms of their gameplay as opposed to their draft. So curious to see if they will opt to do so, because I don't think their gameplay was inherently worse from games 1 to game 2. I think it was more so the gameplay from GVSU significantly went up in quality,
Yes.
and I think that the draft from GVSU also worked better in their favor. So a lot of factors going against the side of Wake Forest in game number 2 that sort of turn the tides.
And I definitely think there's an argument to be made about, if Red Buff doesn't go over like it does, going over to Young Earth, and then, a Palm Tree is actually able to get out on the map and get his CS going and not actually die to Rek'Sai in that level 3 in his own jungle, then obviously you're looking at a very, very different game as we're starting to see these first bans come through. So again, it's going to be the Set and the Aatrox and the Zed all hitting the ban board. It's going to be an adjustment there. They take away the Talia, obviously still denying Toon World his Gragas, which is something that he's put a lot of time in. Victor also going to hit the ban board. So what? Maybe that first pick priority. Are they going to try and get Oranchi and a winning matchup, or do they just try and wait until later and maybe lock in their bot and their jungle here?
Yeah, and especially with the Aatrox getting... What?
That might be mid lane. That is a flex. It can go top or mid, or technically, if you've been watching any Worlds, it could go support. If you've ever seen, a little bit of... what is it? Oh, just a little well-known LCK team that happened to have, one LCK Summer Championship called Damwon Kia, who happened to run that in the support position, and it tends to work pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's options with it. I mean, as well, Genji Lahans plays all sorts of crazy stuff as well, but that's an aggressive early game jungler. And I think, honestly, when you look at what Liga Tree succeeded on, the Tree did not go so well. The early game jungler worked extremely well. I'm just thinking about getting the Thresh again. I have no objections to this whatsoever. He was absolutely incredible on that pick in game number 2. So just sort of recreating that and trying to build their draft from the ground up once again for the side of Grand Valley. I think just playing towards your comfort is what you can do.
I think the Xin Hao pick is going to be interesting depending on where the Singed go, because you can definitely see some issues where it would be very difficult for Xin Hao to lock that champion down. I definitely like the Vi answer there, so you're going to have quite a bit of bruiser / damage going on there, so you can definitely match what the Xin Hao wants to do. You're going to have decent team fighting, you'll have decent lockdown set up onto the carries, and I think is kind of a middle ground, a good middle ground for what Wake Forest want to do. Obviously, they want something that's going to have some additional front line while also having CC and damage, and I think Vi fits that bill. It's going to be the third Alistair locked in there for level 16 Riven. Interested to see what the third pick for Grand Valley is going to be, but yeah, no issues at all with Thresh being picked up there, and yeah, that's going to be that's going to be Breakbone getting a hold of his Ezreal, so he'll be very happy to have that champion.
Yeah, and I think that with the Ezreal, it's not my favorite champion right now, but I think that in a competitive environment, it can do quite well. Main reason here being, you've got this Singed who's going to try and run you down. You've got this Vi who's going to be able to lock on to you. Ezreal doesn't really like playing against Vi because of the lock-on, but doesn't mind playing into Singed just because you're able to create as much space as possible. Likes playing into Alistar for the same reason, because they can lock on to you if you don't move. And Ezreal moves a lot with the Arcane Shift and everything. So very curious to see what the rest of the draft looks like. I mean, taking away that Olaf, taking away some tools from Toon World is going to be, I think, the play that they're looking for. But overall, we still need to see what SSJ Stepfather pulls out. I don't think the Syndra was an issue in Game 1. If they want to look back to it, it is a possibility if they want to save Toon World counter pick. But once again, very curious to see what Wake Forest want to sort of put together here, whether the Singed goes to the mid lane as we've seen JoJo do in Champions Queue, or if it's going to stay towards that top lane like we've seen every top laner from Season 3 to Season 4 play.
Yep. I definitely like Grand Valley, especially going forward in his draft, denying the Samira away from Young Earth. He had a pretty decent game in that Game 1 on the champion. Obviously, they want to deny any kind of reset assassination looking thing where, Young Earth might be able to take over some of those team fights. And obviously, they definitely want to protect the Ezreal from that, as Garen's going to hit the ban board. Interesting that Garen would be the takeaway, given some of the picks that we've already seen, especially if you are maybe signaling that you want the Singed to go top lane. Not sure that you would be at all worried about the Garen into the Singed, so maybe signaling that they want that to go support and rather just trying to take stuff away from Toon World.
Yeah, and I think that Garen does better into Singed overall than Darius does, so maybe that's the reason why they took it away. They're okay sort of giving that one over, but curious to see what the outset of this draft is going to look like. But yeah, as expected, SSJ Stepfather is going to go back towards that Syndra. Once again, I don't think that was the issue. Curious to see if they'll opt for the Singed matchup into this, because I think that the Syndra had their way in lane against the likes of that Zed. It was just later on into the game when there was more attention paid towards that mid lane that the Syndra struggled. You know, the Zed is banned out. You're going to have to try and find something crazy to pull through, and Young Earth just going to what I think is one of the best ADCs on the patch of the Kai'Sa.
Interested to see how that matchup will go, and I think also when you look at that first game, the fact that SSJ Stepfather was ganked so heavily in that mid lane in the early stages and wasn't really able to get a massive lead, even though the trades were favorable in the 1v1, I think kind of speaks to, you know, with some of the success that they're hoping that they'll have. The Kai'Sa getting locked in there for Young Earth, I think makes a lot of sense, especially with the Alistar. Kenna going to be locked in the top lane. Now, I'm really interested to see what Toon World is going to lock in for this, because Kennen is a huge team fighting champion, especially with the composition that they have right now, and especially given what Grand Valley has locked in, it could be very effective. So they need to get something that could stop this Kennen from getting these point blank engages.
I'm curious to see how it plays out, because this Kennen here can get punished in lane quite hard. This is not a punish in lane, though. This is an interesting choice at that, but Kennen now should have a pretty free time in that top lane. I was sort of waiting to see what they wanted to do with it. It's interesting to see them opt for the Singed mid lane for Nerium. You know, this is a pick that JoJo has pulled out a lot in Champions Queue to varying success. It does well into some matches, but it does pretty badly into other ones. A lot of it is just people don't really know what to go up against when they're playing it. So curious to see how it plays up with the likes of a Syndra. The Syndra can sort of scatter the weak to keep them away and keep them as safe as possible. But it's definitely an interesting draft coming through from Wake Forest once again. If anything, it's playing towards their wheelhouse. Aranchi does have a little bit more agency in that matchup for themselves, but once again, Toon World, if they are able to get that ball rolling, if they are able to get fed, Sion can be such an unkillable monster in the later stages of this game. So I'm curious to see how Wake Forest want to play this one out. They definitely need to improve their actual gameplay and match the level that Grand Valley has been able to put through. But I think in terms of their draft, it's still a little bit, there's still some shortcomings there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have their work cut out for them, especially with the way that a lot of these team fights are expected to play out. I definitely think that one thing is in their favor is the scaling. Obviously, Ezreal late game is a monster. Syndra in the late game is going to be a monster. Sion is going to reach to the point where he's just not killable because of the basically pseudo infinite passive that he has, where the more minions he dies, the more health he gets. Obviously, he'll be building a lot of armor and health, so it'll be very difficult. I also think that there's a specific thing that's kind of missing here. That's a reliable source of magic damage. You're not be able to get too much out of Singed unless he's able to just straight run in. And I think that's one of the interesting things that Wake Forest are going to have to figure out is how do they get a reliable engage. So you're super reliant on Vi landing cease and desist on the back line. You want to make sure that you get head with pulverize. So they have a way to get in, but it's a question of how do they get out if a team fight doesn't go their way. Whereas you look at the side of Grand Valley, you know, Abastigma, I think one of the things we highlighted in the last game, we talked about, can this Thresh land enough of, you know, the hooks and the flays to matter in a team fight? Well, he answered absolutely yes. The man missed, I think, a grand total of 3 hooks in the entire game. So if you're wondering, like, oh, is the Thresh enough to carry you in terms of CC? The answer is yes, because he hits every one. And there are a lot of really hookable targets on the side of Wake Forest. So it's going to be interesting how they navigate a lot of these engagement situations. And I think the question for you, Adam, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, is where do these teams want to fight? What are their strong suits on the areas of the map that they can play around to get the most out of their comps?
So whenever you have a Kennen, you just want to try and fight in choke points as much as possible so that everyone is in your slicing maelstrom. As well, you've got the Singed to sort of double down on that, the Vi to triple down on it. Kai'Sa doesn't mind fighting in those sort of shallow corridors where they have the agency to sort of dash around. They get that extra little bit of mobility, but at the same time, Grand Valley doesn't mind fighting in the jungle either. You've got a Sion who can choo-choo train in from a correct angle and land onto the whole team. You know, Syndra really gonna like when everyone is sort of funneling themselves in to a specific area for them. And Ezreal, of course, having that extra mobility that Kai'Sa can't always keep up with is going to be quite pivotal as well. So realistically, both of these teams really want to skirmish in the jungle, but it's just like Grand Valley might just have the easier to execute skirmish in that jungle with the Syndra, with the Thresh, with the Xin Zhao. There's just so much in potential and so much out potential for the side of Grand Valley that Wake Forest may struggle if they aren't able to find flanks.
Yep.
To that point,
go ahead,
sorry, yeah. To that point, in terms of flanks, if Kennen and Vi are able to get onto this backline, if they're able to get on top of this Ezreal onto this Syndra, they will have a really good time because their fight from 2 fronts is going to look so good. But it's so much harder to find a flank compared to just running in and finding your engage like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a matter of whether or not they're actually going to be able to get there. But I think traditionally when you've seen a lot of comps like this play out, especially in professional play, where you are super reliant, it's all eyes on the cannon, whether or not he can get access to that backline. And I think Wake Forest definitely have the tools to do it, right? If you can land cease and desist on top of the Ezreal and stop this poking that he's going to be doing, especially when you're setting up around neutral objectives, and you can get Slicing Maelstrom at least onto him and the Syndra, then the team fights look really good, because outside of the Ezreal and the Syndra, you're not really going to have a whole lot of damage. You know, Sion is not going to be this, 1v9 damage dealer that's going to carry you to late game. He'll be able to absorb a lot of damage to set you up for team fights, but he's not going to just annihilate everyone on the map. Same thing for Zenhao. In the early stages of the game, especially when he's jungling, you can see a lot of trades that he'll win against the Vi, be able to contest for some of the early neutral objectives. But as he gets to the late game, they're not going to be reliable sources. So for Grand Valley, it's definitely a matter of protecting these two massive squishy damage dealers and making sure that Ezreal has a lot of time to free hit, and that the Syndra is also doing a lot of damage into the damage carries of Wake Forest.
Very curious to see what the development of this game can sort of bring, and if Wake Forest can sort of fight their demons from last game in a sense and just sort of overcome what was a pretty crushing defeat at that. And I think something that can be said for early season is morale is sometimes harder to keep in the early season when you're not as comfortable with the players that you're playing with. If you're a newer roster, it can be a little bit more challenging to sort of overcome these difficulties over time. So I'm very curious to see how Wake Forest does in that regard, because Grand Valley, they showed that they had the composure. They were able to come back after a pretty disappointing game 1 loss, and now they're in some ways the favorites to win this one as well. They're on the up and up in that sense. They've got the momentum in their favor. So want to see if Wake Forest have that same sort of resolve to push through and keep their wits about them in that sense. But of course, it is early in the season, and this win would mean a lot for both of these teams. As we mentioned going into it, it's 0-1 on both sides. Of course, Grand Valley had the closer series, but Wake Forest now sort of defying our expectations, as we said, taking that game 1. If they can get this victory here, it would mean a lot for them, and it would really give them a little bit more of a confidence boost. So I'm curious to see how they play out in that regard, knowing the stakes. I feel like Wake Forest, though, might have a little bit too much pressure, and that may come back to haunt them as well.
Yep. I think the Singed being in the mid lane as well, when you're talking about like them building confidence, is maybe a sign that they do feel like they're confident a little bit. And I think also ease of execution outside of the Singed maybe having some difficulties in setup. I do think that the ease of execution is there for Wake Forest, because their go buttons make a lot more sense in terms of the distance that they can carry and the setup that they can have. Whereas Grand Valley, they'll have to look for it a little bit. Obviously, Scion also takes a little bit of setup. You're basically just hoping for a straight shot, either straight down the river or up a lane or something like that, where you can get onto multiple targets, or it's going to have to be point blank range onto a carry. So I definitely think Wake Forest, if they could come out with a win for this one, they'll feel much better about having lost that first game of the season, and then maybe going into their next game in their next matchup. And then the same thing for Grand Valley. Obviously, they knew that their last series was close, and so for them to win this one would just be an affirmation, like, hey, we're actually doing the right things. It's execution.
Yeah, I think that execution is definitely something that you can fix over time, and draft strategy is something that doesn't always get fixed. I think there's definitely situations where teams will draft the same thing over and over again and say, oh, what was just execution, but it's actually their draft. But in a lot of senses, it's not draft that can be the issue. You can pick whatever you want, and if you play it well, you can make it work. And in that sense, picking Singed mid, if it works, it works. I'm not going to knock the off meta pick.
And you win with Teemo
stuff. Yeah, like, you can win with Teemo in Champions Queue. You can't win with it on the world stage. There's two different stages for that as well. But I mean, once again, there is a world where everything can win. And I think that the Singed mid lane here, if they're able to execute it properly, if they're able to find the right engages at the right times, find the win conditions that work for Singed, it may end up leading them down that road. But once again, Singed is not a carry. You're going to have to put all the eggs into the Kaisa basket, into the Kennen basket. Are those good baskets to put them in? Yes. Are those baskets going to be fruitful, and will they give you a victory? Yet to be determined. We'll have to find out how it plays out.
Well, we'll have to find out whether or not those baskets will in fact bear fruit, or if maybe they'll just be full of all the foreign stuff that you're not really sure what it's in it at all, tastes nasty. But one way or another, we're going to get something out of this game, because we are on to the Rift for game number 3 in this series between Wake Forest and Grand Valley. Again, Grand Valley electing to go on to the red side, and we'll have to see one way or another. One of these teams is walking away with a win, and one will be happy, and one I think will be disappointed, as it should just be the same 5-man. Oh, and Valley, they are stacking up on that top side. They might favor themselves trying to get an early kill. Do Wake Forest spot this out is the question.
And of note, I don't mind invades when you've got the Scion, because Scion can just charge up a decimating smash and go for it. They
Ranchi?
might just have a read on Laranchi. Oh my, he's sleeping.
Oh, he had to flash instantly. He did not know everybody was there. He was thinking maybe it was just a short invade, but that's going to give them all of the information that the entire team is in that top side. Palm Tree is going to see them passing like ships in the night. And ultimately, even though Aranchi lives to fight another day, that flash being down is going to be a pivotal point that League of Trees, I'm sure, is going to play around in that top side.
Yeah, of note, it is League of Trees who's going to play around that. Toon World, of course, just going to try and go for whatever crazy play the Scion wants to go for anyways, but League of Trees immediately going to that red buff may just go red top side, and that's the thing that Xin Zhao can do. It can sort of do the psycho gank that I like to call it. Just go for an aggressive play as early as possible and see what they can find. So curious to see how that plays out. Stigma standing on the ward, and they are completely... Oh, okay, just gonna put down their own. They're friends. Where's their friends?
They're friends. Look, it's the little puppy ward. Oh, it's cute. If it weren't annoying for the fact that it was giving information, of which that question is though, does Abstigma actually know that ward was there and was just saying, "Ha, I know that you placed a ward here, and I'm just letting you know that I know." Or is he maybe trying to cover that potential buff being stolen? Because obviously, Palm Tree's not going to be there to take it, so you're not really worried about that. So, not sure why, other than just to BM, that he would place that ward.
I think the answer to that is just both, in a sense. Stigma just wants to stand there, maybe knowing that there's vision, but also to sort of prevent the invade from coming through. Granted, they're going to spot out the device starting on the top side, so Palm Tree not going to be able to take advantage of it. Yeah, this is exactly what we expected, and Aranchi has to back off.
I'm not sure how I feel about him actually going up there, just because there's no significant level or health advantage for either of the top laners right there, and because he doesn't have access to the full kit, he's not really going to be able to lock Aranchi down as long as he has access to that lightning rush, so he'll be safe under the turret even though he doesn't have flash. So not sure if the time investment was there, and the fact that he gave over information as to where he was at too, I think is a little bit concerning. Not that they wouldn't have already known that, just because they had the word on the blue buff and know he didn't start there, but still, just confirming that he wasn't there, I think, is maybe something a little too much given over to WFU.
Yeah, and Horizon, I just noticed something,
Yes.
and this is just the nature of the beast when it comes to us not seeing the draft. Narium is bot lane playing Kaisa. Young Earth is the one playing Singed mid lane. This is an interesting development.
I just now noticed that, Stepfather, though, having to flash out as we take notice of that. I did just notice that. So maybe they feel that he's a better Kaisa player. Interesting that they've done that. If they do win this game, that is something I would love to talk to them about in a potential, or hear their response to in a potential interview. But that is actually something that I had no idea to expect. This is going to be a Vi getting caught in this jungle where she shouldn't be, and that's going to be... Oh, the scatter of the week doesn't get it. He fails the flash. No! First blood given over to League of Trees, and he strikes again. The trees speak for everybody, but only answer to League of Trees, living up to his namesake. Palm Tree going to be the first blood casualty in this game. They're not done. He lands on hook. It's going to be instant cleanse, but that play was absolutely hypey. I can't believe that he flashed and actually got that, especially knowing that Oleander was there to watch that happen.
Yeah, that was a really, really interesting play overall. I mean, Stigma maybe not needing to flash there, not necessary, but yeah, Palm Tree missing the flash is definitely a critical part of this game. That the Vi will now have very limited range on that engage once she gets to level 6 to potentially go in onto the likes of this Syndra, onto the likes of this Scion, even if they want to go for that. But overall, yes, League of Trees finding themselves first blood, living up to their names, being the king of the jungle in that sense. Great play from Xin Zhao.
Yeah, an unfortunate casualty that Palm Tree, or unfortunate happenstance that Palm Tree was the first blood in this game, as it was in the last one. And that's super unfortunate too, because Stepfather did miss the scat of the week to stun him up, so he actually could have made it over the wall, but just wasn't judging the distance right, mistimes it, or missed distances, and then just bounces off the wall. So you hate to see it. And I think actually really important too is the fact that out of all the people that were there, that gold actually went on the League of Trees, so it's going to actually make this jungle matchup that much harder for Palm Tree. Especially as he tries to find some way to get effect on this map. Is League of Trees is here. Aranchi should just be fine. Has access to the lightning rush.
Yeah, should be able to escape any sort of ganks that happen on that top side, even without the flash. So Aranchi actually has the flash back up and available, so they'll be feeling pretty happy. But overall, we're still in a situation where there's a tangible lead already building for GVSU, and I think that especially through this mid lane with the wave pushing into SSJ Stepfather, they're going to be able to build that lead even more. The bot side, though, you've already got the cleanse off of Narium. Will that mean anything? Maybe not, but League of Trees already sort of staking their claim on this game.
Yeah. And if for GVSU, I think you're perfectly happy to play this out very slowly. I think definitely on the scaling side, it definitely favors them. If you're looking just from top to bot, Scion gets really strong. So does Cinder, so does Ezreal. So they're not in any particular rush to play this. I will say, though, that as the game goes on, especially when we talked about ease of execution, if Young Earth right now not being punished too heavily in this mid lane for playing the Singe, so we'll just continue to passively farm up. It does become really difficult to lock him down, especially when his tankiness gets a little bit deceptive, which is one of the things I think we didn't talk about on the desk before we got into the game, was that Singe is actually notoriously hard to kill, especially if he gets kills or gets items.
I mean, rule number one of League of Legends is don't chase Singed, right? So we'll have to see what ends up happening if they, if these players are. It sounds weird to say this, but if they're old enough to actually know the first rule of League of Legends, it's been a while since that was a thing. That's something I learned when I was learning the game, season 5 or something. But now Singe doesn't seem as much. But interesting to note the runes and the spell choices that they went for. They went for Ignite Flash as opposed to something like the Ghost that we've seen JoJo go a lot off of. Of course, this is just off of what we've been seeing in terms of the resources that we have. You don't see a whole lot of Singed mid, but usually it's Spellbook Ghost or something in that mid lane to be able to swap around, to be able to get that extra mobility. And Singed loves movement speed. I remember back in the day when Raptor Cloak was a thing, it would just be Singed rushing Raptor Cloak and building like ZZ Rot Portal and stuff, and just being an annoying split pusher in that sense.
ZZ Rot Portal.
I miss Banner.
I miss Banner of Command. I know I'll get flamed for that. I miss that item.
I'm flaming you for. I like ZZ Rod. I did not like Banner of Command. At least not when it was broke.
Ooh, that's another hook, and this time he has no cleanse to be able to get out of this one. Going, so going to just now come back up. Headbutt pulverizes, buys a little bit of space. Breakbone going to get quite a bit of damage, as our producer is now letting me know how furious he is with me in the chat as he's saying Banner of Command. Yes, I liked that item, but you know what I like more? I like GVSU getting access to that early dragon, as there was no response from WFU, though. Palm trees waiting in the wings. Full summoners available for everyone except Abystigma, who's going to be the headbutt pulverized right now. Can they get the lockdown? It's going to be the passive. Flay out to buy a little bit of space, but now Palm Tree is here. This is the potential double kill as long as the flashes go their way. To be the Lantern out. Can they manage to get free, though, as Abystigma standing in the way, making sure that there's no further knockup. Headbutt pulverized. The Riven on the wrong side of that one. He's going to get hook, flayed, and he's going to get locked down. Hook one more time, just for good measure. And this will be the cow getting donated over, as Abystigma going to pick that one up. Oh, you would have liked to have seen Ezreal get it, but they turn a gank around, and now Young Earth is here, though. What else can they do? It's going to be the patch getting thrown down. Lantern out. No, manages to throw him out. Flashes to it, though. Gets it out anyways. He's clean. He's going to survive the Ignite. He's going to survive the gank, and he's going to live to talk about it another day with the good measure.
What the heck? That was crazy coming through from Stigma, that entire sequence of events to keep Breakbone Branch alive. I mean, the roam down from the Singe was so scary with the Predator. You had to think that was coming, especially with those upgraded tier 2 boots coming through first item. But even then, Stigma standing in front of the Vi to prevent the punch from going through, blocking so many skill shots from Neri Moliander as well, and then being able to finish off that kill as well. Yes, of course, you would have preferred it on the Ezreal, but nonetheless, Stigma feeling really happy with that one, just being able to make that play happen. And honestly, that whole sequence of events, 30 seconds, that's a highlight reel clip. That's what you send to teams, and you're like, hey, my Thresh is kind of cracked.
Kind of cracked indeed. Well, I mean, the GVSU, the fact that they outplayed that so hard is going to be massive for them. As Palm Tree now going to know that League of Trees is starting this buff, but won't be able to deny it. We'll tick over to level 6, both of them, though, so no further fighting expected. Adam, one of the things I want to highlight in this top matchup that we were seeing there just for a moment before the camera kind of shifted, Toon World is absolutely getting the better of these trades against Oranchi, who has not really been affected too much by the ganks. Obviously, League of Trees has been up there a couple times, but to no effect. But Toon World is just silently gotten a small gold lead and has a small CS lead as well, and has just been absolutely smashing him in that top lane.
Yeah, just sort of running the table in that regard for now, despite it being a range versus melee matchup. Of course, Toon World is perfectly fine with this matchup for sort of scaling up that health over time. Oh my goodness.
Not going to cleanse anything. Yeah, should have cleansed that hook immediately, because now he's likely going to die here. Is going to access the ultimate to try and create a little bit of space, and the chain's going to come down as well for the passive. And Young Yuri just trying to get here, trying to buy a little bit of space in order to get a kill. League of Trees not going to pop the Crescent Guard yet. Just wants to try and see if he can knock this down. Palm Tree's here, though, so that will be Breakbone Branch going down now, and it's going to be the full commit to make sure that they get a double kill. Abystigma's going to hook, but that may not have been what he wanted, as Jay Stepfather going to be there. Lands the Scout of the Week a little bit onto them, but ultimately it's just going to be 2 kills going for WFU, so they'll be happy to bring the gold a little bit closer to parity, even though it is a couple of thousand against them.
Yeah, just very, very interesting overextension. I mean, Stigma finds the hook, but Breakbone Branch just goes a little bit too deep going in for that play and just doesn't have the damage to deal with the Unbreakable Will coming through from level 16 Riven. Alistar, honestly, one of the tankiest champions in the game at level 6 once you get that ultimate, just because of how much % damage reduction you're able to take for yourself. So really difficult to have that go through, and very curious to see what they will continue to build up for themselves over time. Of course, Stigma are going to have to continue to play as well as they have, but Breakbone Branch, the issue with Ezreal sometimes is that you just run into the fact that you don't have enough damage at the right times. And right now, despite Kai'Sa only having that Noon Quiver and the Longsword, she's pumping out more damage just because of her passive.
Something I think we'll have to keep a continued eye on, especially when we get closer to these team fights, is Young Earth trying to get closer to SJ Stepfather. He's going to throw one back, but won't be able to do much more other than just get some of the passive damage. Again, Stepfather just more than happy to kind of set this lane. You're not really worried about your scaling at this point in time. You're not losing any major team fights. Other than just a small misplay from GVSU, I think a little bit overexcited to try and get those kills. Something else I want to highlight too, and we did see this on screen, but we didn't talk about it, was the fact that League of Trees, while those fights were going on in the bot lane, while the hoodwink and hijinks were going from Breakbone and Abystigma, is he did pick up that Herald, and now he can look to drop this in his bot lane and get this Ezreal even further ahead, which will obviously give them the drag, which is coming up in just a couple seconds. Student World now trying to get himself out of here, but that's Orochi's full combo. Now he's got to find a way to get out of here because Ultimate was expended from Toon World, but he'll have the passive healing. More minions die, he'll get continued health, and this is going to be the flash over the wall for Abystigma. Doesn't quite land the hook, but it was just enough to scare him. With Draws Palm Tree and Young Earth over, and now this will be another play going to the top lane as well. Pressure for GVSU all across the map, and ultimately good playmaking at the expense of absolutely nothing. Wait, Orochi's dead. Yeah. Wait, I just noticed that. Wait, that's why. Wait, how did he die? Okay, so that happened off screen, and we just a random dead doctor sitting on the top lane. Someone call a ambulance for that guy. Oh, Young Earth. Oh no. AC, fellow Branch, walking down into this is going to be the full commit. Scatter the weak onto one. He's going to knock down Palm Tree first. It's Nerium in the back line, trying to get anything, but he just has no damage. The exhaust is going to come out, but Break Branch is not at all worried. Nerium's going to be slain, and Abystigma lands another hook. Young Earth just trying to survive, trying to get out, trying to trade for something, but all he trades is his life for absolutely nothing. And now GVSU, they are going to get the dragon and a whole lot more as GVSU win that small skirmish in the Jungle River.
Oh my goodness, just GVSU once again breaking out of their shell. They're able to find every single play that they want at the right times. I believe Toon World popped the Soul Furnace and then just flashed right on top of Aranchi, popping that shield at the right time to be able to find that kill. If I were to guess, I mean, we didn't get it on screen, so unfortunately not able to see that. But yeah, the Scions are just doing a great job, and Toon World just really coming into their own element in that right as well. So despite Aranchi supposedly having this lane advantage, look at the health that Toon World has built up. It's 2,500 health right now, 650 bonus health off of the W, the Soul Furnace passive there. That's pretty ridiculous. That's pretty good for him. He's going to be stacking up that health incredibly quickly, and an 1,100 gold lead already, even despite collecting that call, is just such a massive lead on there. But if we look towards that bot lane fight around the dragon, there's not enough damage coming out from Nerium Oleander. We talked about how she has a little bit more damage than the Ezreal in the early game. Ezreal wasn't doing any damage either. It was the Zinja, it was the Syndra.
It was a wet noodle fight
there. It was a wet noodle fight between the two 80 carries, but unfortunately, neither of the 80 carries ended up mattering too much. Just that Breakbone Branch was able to stay alive.
And I think something that we just saw there too, right now, where you're talking about the damage missing, is Nerium is actually not even confident to step up in that Tribush near the tower, knowing that Abystigma, if he lands that hook, is just going to be instant death, because you have to assume that there's just someone there to take a lantern that's going to instantly kill you. And being down the summoners as well is going to induce further fear. And GVSU, they're just going to continue to slam these leads they've got right now. I mean, it's already a 5,000 lead. We're only 14 minutes in the game. A lot of that is in this bot lane, as Abystigma just waiting to hook up the Kai'Sa, and still gets hooked even with the Alistar standing in the way. The clinch is going to come out, but it's not going to matter. Riven's just going to die. They're going to be happy to knock down this burger as well. Lands another hook. Don't even know why we're surprised, because this man just can't miss. And so now it's just going to be further pressure. League of Trees is going to feel absolutely emboldened to get whatever he wants on this map. GVSU, they are so far ahead in this matchup that they have no fear, and the playmaking is just non-stop.
Oh my god, Abystigma's is just so nasty with the hooks. They're so good every single time. Yeah, it's not going to work out the way you want, or never mind. Look at the damage Aranchi just took.
He's going to wait this out, and then he's just going to go ahead and unstoppable onslaught away, or just choose to go back in. He's going to die and trade his life for it. League of Trees is here. Not sure why he decided to go back in, but did it anyways. League of Trees. He could look to pop this Herald here and just get the tower. I don't think it'll matter, though, because Toon's going to die. So, yeah, just makes the correct decision. He's going to walk somewhere else with that. But a little bit of overforce with Toon. Could have just looked to escape it, honestly, and fight another day.
Yeah, just... Oh. Yeah, we're going to be able to escape at that one. Just had to wait to see if that came through. But, of course, just overall, really, really interesting play across the map from these two teams. I mean, yes, the Scion dies there, but it was close. It was really close for Aranchi in that situation. Almost went down themselves, but nonetheless, GVSU picking up that Herald, being able to continue their push across the map, going to be looking really good for themselves. And I'm very curious to see if they want to continue pushing that advantage forward or if they will end up just sort of stalling out the game, because I think that they can just keep pushing this advantage forward. It's, about... Oh.
He stepped into it and would have missed if he hadn't moved, and he almost died. I would like to know how much health that guy lived with, because I'm sure it was close. Yeah, 100. It would have been less than 140 at that time. We have no time to talk about that. His Abastigma is going to be trying to survive right now. The Crescent Guard not going to be able to buy them time. 4 people in the jungle. They're looking to try and fight back. Young Earth just wants to run forward. Flash trying to grab League of Trees, not able to do so. Or sorry, kill him just yet. It's underneath the turret though. As Step Father going to trade 4-1, and now Young Earth should just be dying to the. Oh no, manages to live with a sliver of health. Last turret shot, not enough to do it. Interesting that they're taking this fight right now. There was nothing really to fight for. There's no dragon available. Just, I guess, trying to get a little bit of gold back in their pocket and maybe get some of these summoners out before the next dragon spawns.
Yeah, definitely some interesting fights. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Wake Forest, so they're actually feeling pretty happy about that. And, the Singed able to survive with that Insanity Potion, health regen ticking, you get that extra bonus. You basically become a stat stick for the next 30 seconds after you pop that, alongside getting Grievous Wounds on your poison, which is kind of nice. But overall, just an interesting situation for the side of GVSU to even bother with that flight. But then again, doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just going to be about a 5,000 gold lead now stacking up for them, and it's sure to grow. Aranchi's in trouble once again.
That's going to be slicing Maelstrom and Pop yet again just to try and buy a little bit of space. Ends up flashing out, and now he's at the mercy of Toon World. We're just going to keep landing these Qs over and over again, continue to stacking the health. But I think something that you talked about that was important to highlight is for WFU, you are actually happy with that trade, even though you end up giving Wolver 1 in the end. Because when you're fighting a team that's ahead, any trade that goes even is a trade up, because you're actually getting more gold than the other team. But of course, that Herald going to start to cement that gold lead just a little bit further. And I think on the wrong side of the map for this one, because Palm Tree is here to contest the dragon, but has absolutely no help.
Yeah, it doesn't really have the health, not in the right... they don't have the members on this side of the map as well, which is the issue. And dropping that Herald topside was a Herald from base. So of all things, League of Trees able to get that tower for the Scion on the top side out of nowhere. And
he's still pushing.
This dragon just going down. Yeah, the Scion's still pushing. You can see there's 2 members tasked with dealing with the Scion. They're perfectly happy to take this numbers advantage in this fight. There's 3 people topside. What's going on?
Yeah, this is an absolutely split call. WFU not sure what they want to do. They definitely don't want to give over this dragon because it would give Dragsoul. Orangey has teleport, but most importantly, he does not have access to the ultimate, so there's no slicing Maelstrom to set up for this. Meanwhile, GVSU, they have absolutely everything. If they wanted to pull the trigger on this, it should have been a lot earlier, because now it's just going to be Breakbone Branch killing Palm Tree yet again. This is just absolutely split call. They end up paying for it again. They get the Kaisa on top of the Vi. They get the dragon that puts them on Dragsoul. Now they can honestly look to do whatever they want. They're going to be well set up for Baron in the next minute and a half. When that spawns, they can start to shove out these lanes. WFU just not able to make up their minds.
Yeah, really just not able to pull the trigger at the right time. I think just sort of decision paralysis in that regard as well, just sort of waiting for their time to shine in a lot of ways, but really not finding it either. So very curious to see what the next steps for WFU is going to be, because GVSU just starting to run away with this game, very much akin to how it was last game, starting to stack up that soul as well. That's the main thing that I'm worried about. The fact that Infernal Soul just going to be sitting on a team with this Scion who does a lot of damage despite their full tank build. This Ezreal who is just going to be able to fire like an artillery mage basically, or an artillery AD carry at the end. And this Syndra who, if we can get a check on her stacks here, we'll find out exactly where she's sitting at. That's 88 stacks, so she has the upgraded Scatter the Weak. Means the cone is bigger, does the slow after the stun and all that sort of stuff. So 12 more stacks, and then she gets up to that ult execute. And of course, the ult's going to do even more damage to set up for that execute with that Infernal Soul if it is collected by Grand Valley.
And the other thing that I think you highlighted there, which is really important too, is that infernal damage with Ezreal poking you is a lot more potent when you have no way to heal it up, because there are no healing, enchanters on the side of WFU. So whatever damage they take, it's going to stick. They don't have a lot of way to heal it up. They're not building any sort of regen that's going to allow them to run off to a minion lane and kind of regen some of that health, or nothing passive that's going to build it. So the more poke that they take in the fights is going to mean the worse it gets. And we talked about ease of execution, but GVSU, they are coming out ahead in the way that they're setting up for some of these small skirmishes. They're way ahead in the team fights. Their goal is in a really, really good spot right now, so they can continue to just smack Wake Forest with their wallets. And as long as they don't give anything up too big, I mean, they should be fine. But Adam, a question for you, because obviously you want to give due diligence, you want to be fair in assessments. Wake Forest, they are sitting 5 to 10 kills. They are a significant amount of gold down. But how can they get back into this, assuming that all things kind of keep going the way they're going? He's not even going to let me talk.
Yeah.
That's slicing Maelstrom just to buy a little bit of time to live. But it may not even be mattering, because it's going to be the hook, the lantern out. Flash, they managed to get down Breakbench, but what do they give over forward? Level 16 Ribbon's definitely going to drop. Now Bias is going to try and find her way on out of this one. Going to be on the wrong side of the map, so we'll look to try and reset. But they're not going to let this one go. Breakbench. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I called that wrong. It was actually SSA Stepfather that died. I thought it was Breakbench, but no. Wow, they're just going to start the Baron off this one. They know Palm Tree's there. This would not be where you want to get stuck. The respawn timers are low. And Healther's getting low as well. I think GVSU, I think they want to go and pull off of this one. Not the call they want to make, especially with the Wake Forest jungler still up. Does he get out of this one?
Nope.
Sure doesn't.
Able to get out. And to answer that question as well, Wake Forest need to get farm onto this Kaisa, which is not happening, and that's basically the one way in. Oh, what is this?
Toon World is likely going to die here and not going to be given much of an option. Young Earth threw him back long enough to make sure that he took a couple of extra turret shots. Will just get locked down. Going to get stunned. Toon World going to donate his life. So a little bit of free extra gold going into the back of the Wake Forest. So I'm sure if you're trying to find a way to get back into the game, that would, I'm sure, help to get more gold off of the Scion.
Yeah, and I think that if you're giving gold over to this Kaisa, that's the main thing. But look at this. Breakbone Branch has no fear.
Oh, but the Lantern timed out, so he's going to end up giving his life for it. Yeah, it's a cool play, but you give over the shutdown of the cannon, which is definitely not what they wanted to do. GVSU, they're starting to maybe get a little bit too big for their britches here and starting to give over some gold that they really shouldn't be given.
Yeah, just unfortunate at the end of it. I mean, I thought there was a world where maybe Breakbone Branch is able to get out of that, but it doesn't seem to be the case, especially with the Alistar around. But yeah, Wake Forest, I think they need to keep looking for these fights, especially when you're this far behind. You got to look for something that's going your way, and if they're going to overextend, if they're going to give you some gold back in your favor, you just got to take what you're given. And you got to say thank you to them as well, but at the same time, it's starting to run out of their hands. You can just see how much gold has been collected off of the map. Granted, a lot of the gold that they can get back is quite easy. If they get a Baron, they're able to pick up a lot of the standing gold. They're able to pick up these objectives on the map, these towers that they haven't really touched thus far. That can start to put the gold back into their favor and turn this game around. But unfortunately, the Singed mid lane not really living up to the standards thus far. It's about 2,100 gold behind. Not really doing a whole lot if we're being real.
The other thing that knocking those towers down will do if they can get that Baron is that it'll give them freedom across the map, because right now GVSU, they're able to get deep wards whenever they want them, and they have control over the positioning, so that means that they'll be first to all these neutral objectives. But if you can knock down at least that first round of our towers, then WFU, suddenly they have more pockets of darkness to play around. They can start to pick off players like Breakbro or SSJ Stepfather, but they may not be able to do it here because level 16 Ribbon just going to get stunned up a little bit. Not the target you want to focus necessarily as the Alistar, because he does have the Unbreakable Will, but yeah, WFU, they are being forced to fight for this dragon. This is what the dragon stack can get you as GVSU. How do they play this out?
Yeah, very curious to see what'll happen. Oh my goodness, look at Aranchi on the flank though. This could be big.
Once the Slicing Maelstrom is available, but the fight's going to start off now. If he can get into multiple members, he'll be able to lock them down. He manages to get the two important carries. The Ezreal and the Syndra are down, and now they just want to clean the rest of this up. But Toon World living so long for now. League of Trees trying to see if he can get one. He does manage to get it, but he'll trade his life. It is a 3-2 advantage right now, but it's just not enough as Toon World putting in the damage onto the Alistar. The jungler is still up for Palm Tree, though. They definitely don't want to try and give over this dragon if they can, but GVSU definitely won't be the ones to start it, and it ends up being a 3-for-3 in the end. Palm Tree going to get hooked up. Abastigma trying to hook into nobody that is there. Scion not going to be able to take the hook. Cannon caught on the wrong side of the map. GVSU, are they going to be able to run him down? Won't have the quickness to get out of this now. Wants to just put in the passive damage. Will have access to the Blast Cone. Going to get stunned up. Oh, the hook misses though. Blast Cone over. Abastigma, Flay. Crunchy. He's just wasting time. Knockup's going to land. And Scion's going to collect the kill with a final ultimate. A long drawn-out team fight ends up going to the advantage of GVSU, as technically they come out ahead on kills.
They come out ahead. They're going to actually have the cannon down when they do this dragon now. Doesn't have the teleport up anyways, so wasn't really going to be able to influence this map. So interesting to see that Stigma is the one soloing it for now, but it seems like they're going to get control over here. They'll have the man advantage, and that's the main thing that I want to point out, is that they will have some more agency to just take this dragon and start to look for them. Palm Tree, though, going to try and find the steal. This is going to have to be a blind steal at that, so really difficult to tell when Palm Tree's going to be able to go over. Oh my goodness, this is bad.
Yeah, then was not the answer. He got over and he make it hooked up again.
Oh.
Yep, that's going to be ultimate committed there for SSJ. Stepfather, the dies, and Adam, you know what this means? It's Baron time.
Yeah, Infernal Soul goes that way, and oh my goodness, it's going to be something to behold. This is Infernal Soul with this Syndra who can execute people, with Ezreal, you know, with the Zinjao. There's so much damage on the side of GVSU that it's really, really hard to put anything against them. And I mean,
this one ends different. The tune will
That's a
actually
good
manage to
ending.
get out. I thought I'd seen that episode before. Apparently, it was the extended cut release that had the different ending.
yeah, just to make sure that the Scion's able to get out. But, you know, all those resources at what cost? The Purple Worm, and now should be able to secure this one without too much trouble. Might even look for the fight afterwards. Young Earth is looking for it. Oh my goodness, he's so fast.
They want to try to get in. He pops the quickness to get through there. What else can he get? SSJ Stepfather just trying to stay ahead of the scary man with the bees. Is going to get up going into the stasis, though, but will just be sure to die. Meanwhile, though, Scion and that Boblin can damage into the structures.
Oh.
They're chasing GVSU, but at what cost? They will for sure lose one inhibitor, even if Vi can get there. Won't have enough damage necessarily to stop Scion. And GVSU, they're actually just happy to sit here and waste time stopping the backs. They want to make sure that no one that can do damage gets back to stop Scion. Hook's going to miss. Crescent Guard's going to come out. Nerium Olander, they definitely want to get the ADC. They do manage to do so. Another reset comes out, though. With yeah, this Vi is absolutely just getting smashed. That's going to be the inhibitor going down, and no one else is even going to be able to get back there to stop them. Riven is just trying to get away, trying to waste time to get clear, but yeah. Breakbone? They'll probably just let him go. Scion again in a 1v2 here in the bot lane. Won't have access, or does have access to the unstoppable onslaught correction. Can't look to just engage us, but he's fearless. He's just going to go in on top of multiple people. The decimating smash gets interrupted, but it doesn't matter because the man with a forge in his chest is ready to forge these champions into kills, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Takes the lantern out, does already have the damage into the base, and now this is GVSU potentially just looking for the win. 30 seconds on the cannon. This is so dangerous for them. And Adam, this might be the end of the game if they can get enough of these structures down.
I think it might be just because they don't have the wave clear to be able to match it. That Scion did so much work alone down there for a minute and a half. Didn't matter how many people you sent. 1, 2, 3 did not matter. The Scion that lives seems like they will back off for better or for worse here. But my goodness, this Scion is just such a menace. That's a full item that they can complete next time they choose to recall. Yeah, Toon World is absolutely menacing, and nope. I think we doubted him a little bit after game 1, but
I think we did.
For what? For what? For this?
6-2-1. The man just bought a whole item, including Bramble Vest. The amount of gold that he just spent is equal to a whole item. If you were worried that Scion wasn't going to be able to survive some of the damage or wasn't going to be able to reach the late game scaling in time, which, by the way, I don't think we were, now all of those doubts are gone. The man is a problem.
Not bad at all for GVSU. 11,500 gold up. Once again, never do math on stream, folks.
It's a lot. If it hits you, if that amount of gold hit you, you would be very upset.
Yes, it's a lot to deal with, and I mean, now they're just sort of completioning the game here. They've got an open inhibitor on the top side. They've got this inhibitor now in the mid lane, and it looks like it's all wraps. Look at where Uranchi is, though.
He needs to get a lot closer if they want to try and take this. Crescent Guard's already come out. Young Earth is already knocked down below half. It's going to be the full commit on the Riven. Uranchi, though, when is he going to clip the trigger on this one? Managed to get out on top of one. It's going to be the stasis for all Stepfather, and now that is the ult completely blown. That was their moment. He didn't get there close enough. Yes, the Vi is going to be there, but Breakbone Blanche, he's going to slay the Alistar. And now, what else can they do? They're just going to look to clean this up. Azmostal is going to try and land the hook, not able to do so. Double kill for Breakbone Blanchett. He's just happy to get this one. The Thresh is going to collect the kill onto the Singed, and GVSU, they're going to collect their second win of the series, and they're going to collect their first win of the season.
A little bit close in the series overall, but after that game 1, GVSU were able to get their wits about them and get themselves that victory. Honestly, a great series performance from them. You know, they really showed growth over the course of those 3 games, and despite a little bit of a scare from Wake Forest, I think GVSU are going to be very, very satisfied with that victory.
Absolutely. And I think a lot for them to take away from those games that they played as well, especially looking at their game one performance to games 2 and 3, night and day difference in that second one. And then obviously the third one was just a continuation of that. We saw some even massive player improvements, not just in the drafting and how they executed, but also like the clarity of what the jobs were. Obviously, Toon World having stepping up massively in games 2 and 3 on the Olaf, on the Scion, making his presence felt. And then I think you have to say that the player of the series is League of Trees. The man was absolutely everywhere, did everything that he actually needed to do, got so much value out of both the champions on the Rek'Sai and on the Xinhao, set up his team perfectly. And I think you can't ask for a better jungle performance at that, especially when you have such a rough game one.
I think for the entirety of GVSU, they really had a subpar game one, and I think that goes even down to the bot lane, which, they did what they could, but they really weren't able to link anything together. Once that Thresh was sort of unlocked, once you got off of the Zac support, it's almost as if we saw Abstigma on as a completely different beast and was just absolutely menacing in that game. And I think overall, we've got to really look towards what this team can do in the future as well, because I think there is a lot in store for the side of GVSU. I think they are a team that has a very high ceiling, and if they can sort of live up to that potential, I'd be curious to see what this team can do in this league.
Yeah, I am as well. I'll be interested to see what their matchup is going to be going into the third round. Obviously, ECAC has not generated those yet, so we'll have to wait and see how they do. But I think for them, some of the learnings that they've taken away will set them up for success. But I think one of the other things, too, that you can look at is now that the other teams have seen them perform to this level, especially when you have games 2 and 3, where they have some very, very different drafts and they perform on them well. Now they're giving information to the rest of the league how this team is able to navigate some of these situations and what their mentality is. Obviously, a wide range of champions that they can play, but how they perform on those drafts is obviously going to give them information as to who they're going to play. As we are getting ready to get into an interview, so we will send it on over to the interview desk for the interview. Sorry, I've actually started. So it'll be the interview will actually be after the break, as the production is telling me. So we will send it to break first, and then we will have an interview. We had no idea to expect. This is going to be a Vi getting caught in this jungle where she shouldn't be, and that's going to be the scatter of the week. Does it get it? He fails to flash. No, first blood given over to League of Trees, and he strikes again. See Ezreal get it, but they turn a gank around, and now Young Earth is here though. What else can they do? It's going to be the patch getting thrown down. Lantern out. No, manages to throw him out. Flashes to it, though. Gets it out anyways. He's clean. He's going to survive the ignite. He's going to survive. Create a little bit of space, and the chain's going to come down as well for the passive. And Young Yuri just trying to get here, trying to buy a little bit of space in order to get a kill. League of Trees not going to pop the Crescent Guard yet. Just wants to try and see if he can knock this down. Palm Tree's here, though, so that will be Breakbone Branch going down now, and it's going to be the full commit to make sure that they get a double kill. Abastigma's going to hook, but that may not have been what he wanted, as Jay Stepfather going to be there. Oh, no. AC, fellow Branch, walking down in there. This is going to be the full commit. Scatter the week on to one. He's going to knock down Palm Tree first. It's Nerium in the back line, trying to get anything, but he just has no damage. The exhaust is going to come out, but Break Branch is not at all worried. Nerium's going to be slain, and Abastigma lands another hook. Young Earth just trying to survive, trying to get out, trying to trade for something, but all he trades is his life.
Look at Aranchi on the flank, though. This could be big.
Once the Slicing Maelstrom is available, but the fight's going to start off now. If he can get into multiple members, he'll be able to lock them down. He manages to get the two important carries. The Ezreal and the Syndra are down, and now they just want to clean the rest of this up. But Toon World living so long for now. League of Trees trying to see if he can get one. He does manage to get it, but he'll trade his life. It is a 3-2 advantage right now, but it's just not enough. As Toon World putting in the damage onto the Alistar, the jungler. They'll probably just let him go Scion again. In a 1v2 here in the bot lane, won't have access, or does have access to the unstoppable onslaught correction. Can't look to just engage us, but he's fearless. He's just going to go in on top of multiple people. The decimating smash gets interrupted, but it doesn't matter because the man with a forge in his chest is ready to forge these champions into kills, and that's exactly what will happen. It's going to be the full commit on the Riven. Orochi, though, when is he going to clip the trigger on this one? Managed to get out on top of one. It's going to be the stasis for all Stepfather, and now that is the ult completely blown. That was their moment. He didn't get there close enough. Yes, the Vi is going to be there, but Breakbone Blanche, he's going to slay the Alistar, and now what else can they do? They're just going to look to clean this up. Asmastall is going to try and land the hook, not able to do so. Double kill for Breakbone Blanche, and he's just happy to get.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21, and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's
I was
all over
just
it's all
wondering.
over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it.
Mhm.
Not everyone has it, and it's
Mhm.
something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball. Through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them since a lot of things have been remote recently. I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game? And do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like
Mhm.
the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Caster Desk. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce SSJ Stepfather, who is our interview today. Stepfather, how are you feeling after that series, getting your first win of the season and coming back after what was an interesting first game?
Feeling great. We were team was a little bit in shambles after the first game, but we did pick it up, obviously, after the first game. We are pretty happy about that.
So what are we to expect from your team in the long run? I think just taking a step back from the season and everything, your team looked like it was you had a little bit of trouble just in game 1 in general, but pulling it together in game 2 and 3. Just walk us through like your team a little bit more. Just talk to us about what your team has in store and maybe what to expect from them this season.
We got a bunch. So for in store of us, I have a bunch more control mages that I want to pull out, and like bot lane is, we only pulled out like 2 different champs for bot lane this series. I'm pretty sure that one at least, but yeah, it was kind of just we're just kind of getting to the feel of things again because this team was kind of a last minute thing, so we are still trying to work on that synergy. But in the future, I think you can expect us to improve a lot, especially synergistically. We weren't playing as a team as best as we could. I know that for sure. So I think in the future you'll see more team play.
One of the things I want to ask you guys, because you brought up team play, is we were going into the second game on the desk. We were talking about how the first game kind of went against expectations, and the second game things started to kind of right in terms of riding the ship. What was the breaking moment in the second game when you realized that you guys were actually going to be able to get back in the lead and get control and actually even up the series? Like, what were the comms like? What was the team talking about? And what was the moment when you realized that you guys were going to be okay in the series?
I was feeling confident going into draft because I hadn't really figured them out at that point yet. But after game 1, I saw like what they like to play towards, so I banned their Zed. Hopefully, I could play against their other mid lane picks. We changed the game plan to get R5 for our top side, and also get good picks for our bot lane because we saved that for like the second rotation. But yeah, in the second game, we knew we were gonna win. probably like around the early game when every lane was just started winning all over the place. It was really crazy. I was like, yeah, we're definitely gonna win this game, or we should be able to close it out if we're not like trolling. But so yeah, that's it.
And of course, as this is going to be a little bit of a long season, do you have anything, any sort of thanks you want to give out, any sort of shout outs, any fighting words for any teams that are also in the league?
Oh, fighting words. Man, I don't even. Fighting words. Even if it seems like your backs are against the wall, you're lagging, your top lane to bot lane is losing. There's always something to do, like to improve on. There's always something you can do better. Don't get like overzealous just because you won one series. Just always look to improve and just try to have fun and be a little curious about the game so you can get like better and learn more.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Just going to get one more production note, as it's nice to feedback from the players. Just we're waiting on the production. I think we're just going to go ahead and toss us out to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you guys so much for spending the time with us here on the broadcast. We want to thank you for coming to watch these teams. We very much appreciate it, and we hope that you guys will join us again next week for the next round of matches that we will have for the ECAC region. But that is going to do it for here on the stream. Thank you for watching, and we will see you guys next time.
Preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championship